Hello there, fellow cavemen, and welcome back to yet another session of Final Fantasy Extravaganza, where today we'll be getting straight back to the after years as usual, and this time, hopefully, really, hopefully, we can finish our Mind Flayer grind and move on with the story. And I'm gonna make this claim right away because I said this before, but I'm just making sure that everyone here is on the same page. If I fail to do it on this stream, I will probably try and do it on my own free time, so we'll have it done so we can move straight on to like continue with Palom's story if this doesn't like seem to be insufficient. But I gotta say, I mean, okay guys, I understand some of you want to see me suffer, but I mean, if you can account the first day stream, actually no, the Monday stream, the 2 hours of it, the last Thursday stream, and this one, if you assume all of that comes together and we still don't have the Mind Flayer summon, dude, that's gonna be 12 hours! Is 12 hours of pain not enough for you? And also, like, besides, I don't want to make you guys to be in pain too much, because, like, I don't know if you guys really want to see me just being stuck on this certain bit for, like, 12 hours plus, just for the sake of me, you know, getting this form of satisfaction of me getting some achievement done. Well, of course, you don't care too more. Of course, you would be happy to see more hours on that, but hey, I'm just considering that maybe there are others too that would like to see me actually progress with the story and not just like continue farming. Because, I mean, some people are genuinely looking forward to seeing how the story is gonna turn out. So, I'm just being fair, okay? So, everything in moderation. You get to see your pain, but also, I want viewers to also see the story, just like as much as I want. But I will stubbornly work on it. And honestly, if I don't get it by Monday, or like before the Monday stream, I'll just move on, because it's not because I don't want to do it, but I don't want to get stuck on this thing for too long. Because, well, at some point I also have to agree with the fact that, well, this is taking too much time, I need to move on, because I do also want to, you know, with the little time that we have on this game, I don't want to, like, push it too much. So with that being said, I will go ahead and, should get started with the game then, I suppose. We have no time to waste, we got lots of grinding to do, and I hope you guys are looking forward to today's stream. I hope you guys are having a wonderful weekend. And I know for many of you, this is probably like the most boring shit you've ever seen, and I mean, that's okay. I cannot say that this is like the most exciting thing to be looking at, but it is something we must do, or something I must do. So before we're done with that, we're moving away, okay? Okay, guys. So, stick with me together on this one, let us work on our final last push on this one, and let's hope that we're gonna be done with the Mind Flayer summon. Although, imagine if we got through this and, like, you know, the first thing, the very first thing, you know, I come across, like the first Mind Flayer fight, imagine if that just dropped me the summon. That would be just like the silliest way to start the stream. Well, I mean, okay, I wasn't expecting that, but sure, at least we can move on finally, but, you know, I know my luck isn't gonna be that good, so let's just hope we're gonna be done with this and then, yeah, you know, move on to our next thing. But yeah, at least the 4 hours we spent, or actually more like 4.5 hours we spent on this before, on the previous stream, actually wasn't like that bad in the end because we had so much chatter going on, so really like big thank you to everyone that was participating on the chat and also like, you know, was in general just, you know, keeping me company. Because I mean, I'm enjoying this like pretty well, but then there's also like the thing that I don't know how enjoyable it is for others to just be looking at me grinding without having any deeper purpose in like what I'm talking about. Because I'm gonna be honest, it's gonna be a bit hard for, you know, it's gonna be a bit hard for me to maintain some decent conversation when I'm just stuck killing Mind Flayers and such for the next 6 hours. Okay, Migo, it wasn't the very first fight, I think. So, at least that's wrong, but I understand where you're coming from. I know this is just karma coming back to me, and that's okay. But, I mean, at least the goblin could have been farmed later, I guess. But this one, we really can't. So, I want to take this chance to, like, get in now while we still can. Because, like, this is the one thing that we will avoid. If I don't, you know, pay attention to this. So I think, like, you know, the goblin summon, if I really wanted it, it would have come sooner or later. I was lucky, admittedly, but I wish that, like, drop luck would have happened here and not there. Because this is unfortunate. Not, again, saying that this is something that I could not tolerate. I mean, if I wasn't enjoying this, I wouldn't be doing it. But it's just, like, you know, I understand that looking at me just like running around this pit of doom like for hours and end without anything else special happening, then I can understand that can be pretty brain numbing for many of you. And I mean, if you're asking me if I'm okay with it, then yes. My answer is simply yes, I'm okay with it. But, you know, I'm just way too used to grinding. We just cannot, you know, get over that fact. I'm not saying it's a healthy habit though. So yeah. Hopefully we'll be able to get through this with moderately decent fashion, but... Well, knowing my luck so far, I feel like we'll be spending at least the next couple hours on this. But it would honestly be like the opposite of a miracle if you still don't have it by the end of the stream. Like, I'm saying that I'm gonna like farm it off the stream like as a complete backup if I got nothing else. But I have this feeling that if you're gonna be doubling up on like the max amount of time we're spending on this, I feel like we at least have a decent chance for us to drop the item we're looking for. Of course, assuming we're gonna spawn any mind flayers in general. But you get it though, you get it though. I mean, I think we should have a decent chance of getting it because we're spending another 6 hours max on this. But in case my luck really is like not in my side, then I'm willing to just like take the plunge, take the dive. But here's hoping that it doesn't come down to that. Now, of course, it isn't like a big deal for me because, I mean, I got some time probably for tomorrow since I'm gonna be spending time with my friends. So before that happens, I'll be able to do it and maybe before the stream. But man, beyond that, I think I should be working on more videos again. So, I don't want to like hold on to this thing for too long. And I mean, even though I could just like keep doing it in a way that I could continue this on the Monday stream and such, because of like, you know, Sanka's policy that obviously if you didn't drop it now, then you're most certainly gonna drop it the next time around. Well, I just don't want to like hold on to that kind of thinking here. I don't want to like, you know, keep grinding endlessly for the sake of grinding it. And because I know it's like pure RNG, it might take me actually like an endless amount of time to get it. Then I just rather play it the way that I'm just gonna like, you know, I know when to stop. I know when to stop. Not just for myself, but for my audience, so. Bro, I only wish they could. If they could like at least give me some extra drop rates by just existing, that would be great. But I mean, how do you suppose I'm supposed to get help any other way? It's a really great proposition, but I don't think there's any way for me to utilize them. Gotta say though, guys, it would be the funniest thing ever if at the end of this I would just end up like learning how to make gauss spells with Leonora. Like, that's like the newest low. Before we even get out of the Palom's tail. That would be crazy. I mean, yeah, but I mean, you know, let's not get the technicalities. You know that that's gonna be a pretty complicated thing to actually make happen, so I just won't. I won't. But if it was a possibility, it would be pretty nice. But also, what kind of a friend, even though they're my friends, who the hell would do this for me? Who the hell would bother with this? I know I'm like one of the very few that actually would, so, you know. I may be willing to do it, but is anybody else as crazy as me? I doubt it. I do wish I could use somebody like that, but man, I don't think that's gonna be happening. Nobody's gonna volunteer for this shit. Not even if I was asking them nicely. No, Philo Angler, I'm not giving my account away. Also, why would you ask me that? I mean, seriously, like, I mean, I know I haven't been playing the game anymore, but I'm not giving my account away, or any of my accounts. Thanks for at least, like, you know, thank you for at least politely asking. But yeah, my accounts are gonna stay for me. Just in case if I ever have to come back to the game again. I won't be playing, most likely, but, you know, I still wanna keep my accounts intact. Yeah, we don't need any healing yet. We're fine. And let me now double check, like, I did not miss me getting the item at any point, right? No, I haven't. Guys, look at this amount of things I have here too. Like, we got so many different weapon types in here. I mean, I did sort my inventory at some point, but like, we got so many drops here. How many rods do I have? 6. Good God, I've been playing this game way too much. I can tell. But yeah, there's definitely nothing like related to summon. I just want to make sure that, you know, in case I was like, you know, letting my own judgment like lapse as I was doing this and I forgot to like pay attention to every single item drop we got from my players. In case we dropped it, but nah, I've actually been pretty sharp about that because I know what I'm looking for. So yeah, guys. That being said, though, because we're gonna be stuck here for a few hours, most likely. How are you guys doing in general today? How was your weekend been so far? For me, I gotta say that my week in general, it's been great. I've actually been kind of like in this sort of a meditative state this whole week, I guess you could say. I mean, I don't want to say like that in a way that I'm actually been meditating, but more like I guess I've been like stuck in this this week. I've been really taking it easy and just like allowing my like mind and body to just like really just be like at ease in a general way. I haven't really been doing anything, honestly, like in terms of like productivity. Instead, just letting myself rest. And you know, it's been a very different experience from like most of my weeks because I'm used to like just keeping myself like busy all the time. So I don't know if like this is the proper word for that, like meditational, whatever, but it's kind of like, you know, been sort of meditational for me, at least. You and easy, slow and easy? Yep. I haven't done barely anything this week, but that's also because like I've been working like, you know, for months like without any kind of rest. But I mean, because I had my video like for this week, I had it already done like last week, so I didn't have to do anything if I didn't want to, so that was no problem. But I gave myself the chance to really like rest for a bit because like I felt like I may need that after a while, just to like let my mind rest and just like, you know, get things together a bit. No, I'm not dying, Mad Hatter, at least I don't hope so. If I am, then, you know, I'll send my regards. There is no like written will about you guys getting anything though. So well, if you guys don't see me next week, then it was nice knowing you. But nah, I was honestly just like, you know, taking a break from things in general because like when you were like stuck with that kind of a loop for so long, I guess it was like better for me to like give myself a chance to rest. And because I got the time now, I just felt like, you know, I'll just gonna take it easy, not push myself too much. Maybe like, you know, get some sort of like, you know, make some new discoveries over summer, but well, I've been actually stuck reading a lot. Like I've been reading the light novels I've been you know, the light novels I said I was reading for Zero Note Skyma, and also just like, you know, been playing pretty casual games in general and spending some time with friends. So that's been an overall pretty unusual week for me, but most likely I'm gonna be getting back to it next week again. Oh, there is an absolutely not happening. But yeah, what brought you here, the Mad Hatter? Glad to see you too, though, man. Even though I know that you're not so into Final Fantasy. But I guess you wanted to catch up after a while. But, yeah, I know it's been, like, a little bit... It's a little bit weird. Like, I actually was stuck in this kind of thing yesterday that... I was actually, like, you know, consciously bored. Which is, like, something I don't usually get myself into. Like, me realizing, like, me not really, like, trying to do anything productive. It really, like, hit me hard there, but... I knew I was, like, thinking that, you know what, I'll just, like, you know... I won't be too bothered by that for now and just, like, take it easy. And, yeah, I'm gonna be getting back to next week. I think starting on Monday, Tuesday, I'll get working on another video again. And hopefully I'll be able to, like, you know, look into it in a different perspective with a more refreshed mind. But we'll see about that. On another note of actually also like being meditative and different, I gotta say my week has been great, but there has been one thing that's been an exception to this rule, and it's the fact that I have no Hulk juice left. This is my last glass. And I mean, you guys can tell me, you need to go to the store and buy some then. And yes, I have been trying to. Twice this week. And not a single time in the store there has been Hulk juice for sale. And I have been having this, I had to buy myself a carton of this substitute. This, it's like, you know, it's not Hulk juice, but it's like the same company, but I'm just drinking like the, I have this like mixed fruits and like, well, it's mixed juice, basically. Like, you know, the basic purple stuff you can drink instead. It's not the best, but it'll do, I guess. Oh yeah, that's like what we call the pear juice. Everyone always calls it pear, like Hulk juice, so that's why I call it Hulk juice. But yeah, it's like from the same brand. I just bought myself instead like this mixed fruits and berries juice. I don't know like what it exactly has, but you know, some basic stuff. And like the first day I went this week, there was only one carton left, so I bought that. The next time I went there was none left. And so I guess I need to go look around again, I guess on Monday, and see if there's any more. Because I'll be fine for now, but it does suck because I've been looking very eagerly for Hulk juice. Well, there is, but it's more expensive, so I'd rather just wait. Like, there is one location that's like, there's one location that's, you know, pretty nearby. That's where I always go to. And then there's another location that's, like, also near me, but it's, like, smaller store, which means it's more of a specialty store, aka the prices are higher. And that means that it would just cost me more. I don't want to, like, spend on that. I mean, okay, I may not have my Hulk juice, but I can be patient. I'll play with every single one of my pennies. No, it isn't actually. I go to Lidl for most of my other things. This is like, you know, I go to this one specific store only for this one specific juice brand because Lidl doesn't sell it. Because it is more of a Finnish brand that sells it. There is like some knockoffs on Lidl, but it isn't the same for me. And I don't think they have pear flavor, so I just don't go there. And I mean, they do have like a specialty store. Like they have like a big branch store somewhere more to the middle of the city. But I just don't want to go there because, I mean, it's a pretty long way away just for the sake of juice. Like, okay, I want the Hulk juice, but I'm not that desperate that I'll just, like, go around, like, you know, go around across the town just for the sake of getting some. So I'll just wait until we get more, and then I'll just, like, bundle up again on a bunch of those. Because usually when I go to the store and buy some juice from there, I actually do usually buy, like, 4 cartons or something like that. So I would at least don't have to go there for weeks. But, yeah, now I'm just a bit unlucky. I do buy myself a bunch at once, so I'll be prepared in case there isn't any more left, but, well, having, like, bad luck with that twice doesn't really, like, pay off well for me. And also, hello there, Moonlight Elf. I didn't notice you, but I was stuck talking about my little juice crisis here, but hope you don't mind. Hope you're having a wonderful Saturday too, and hope you're gonna enjoy the stream. Hopefully today we'll be getting the Mind Flayer, but if you don't drop it, then I guess I'll just leave with that. I'll try and do that off stream, and if I don't by Monday, I'll just skip and move on. There's a limit to everything. No, Manny, I need you to understand. This is what I did half the time on Monday. This is what I did for the entire stream on Thursday. And today, this is potentially what I'll be doing for the whole day. If I'm unlucky. And this is for a certain item drop that I'm looking for. So, there's an achievement on Steam for collecting all Eidolons. Yes. 4.5 hours just doing this shit. If you don't believe me, go check it out. Let me explain. Okay, so, there's an achievement on this game for collecting all Eidolons, and that means all summons. And there is one summon here called the Mind Flayer, which comes with these enemies, that has a 0.4% chance of dropping. And why am I doing it right in here right now is because this is not something we can obtain later. Every other summon is available for later, but I don't want to like hard lock myself away from getting the achievement if I want to get it later. So I want to get this grind done and get the item, but it has been pretty unsuccessful so far. Mind Flayers are a rare summon or a rare spawn. They appear like, I would say, average like 1 in 5 fights. And, well, they only spawn in like 1s or 2s mostly. So, yeah, it's a little difficult, alright. Well, you could say that, kind of. I was actually making calculations before that I counted that if you take in the averages of like the spawns and then like the actual drop rate, it would be like a 0.12% chance of actually dropping it per fight. I was like counting that if you get an average 1.5 enemies every 5 fights, which would mean like 30% of that, then, you know, 30% of 0.4% would be 0.12%. So that's what brought me to that value. But the point here is that, well, yeah, we know the drop rate, but the reason I'm doing it so fervently is because if you don't do this now, we won't be able to do it later. Every other summon is available. Every other summon is available, on the ending chapters, because this is like, you know, this story in the After here is like split into different chapters. There's like there was like Yang's Tale, now it's Palom's Tale, and so on. And if I don't do it now, I won't be able to do it later, so that's why I'm like really hard stuck on it. And that's even funnier on the fact if you like also account that I may never actually come across doing this achievement. Because I just like, you know, don't usually have the time to like indulge myself into these. But if I do feel like doing it, at least I don't want to be hard stuck and like hard luck from it. So at least I'll have the opportunity to finish it off when I feel like it. Yes, it is. And also, I don't know where he got like the 1 in 220. It's like the drop chance would be like 1 in 250. Like normally, but if you like taking also the account for the other factors in here, then you know it's 30% of that. Just keep in mind. Not at all, I'm just raising my art to another paper for ink process. Are you still working on the same art piece, or did you already get that done? And I mean, to be honest, Maddie, this grind hasn't been that bad, at least especially like last stream, because I had a pretty nice discussion, like especially with Moonlight Elf here. We also had others talking here occasionally, but like mostly like I was talking about like Moonlight Elf's own like characters and like their own like world for a story that they've made. Because they're an artist themselves, and they've been working on their own characters and their own stories for like the past 20 years. So it has been like a fascinating time to be talking about that chillingly while just like doing this. Because this is like mindless enough for me to not get too distracted. But admittedly, I would be pretty much in trouble if I was doing this alone, because it would be hard to like make commentary on like this and like pretend to be excited about like, you know, about different things that are happening. Same one. Wow, you put a lot of time to your artwork, alright. But yeah, I did make the decision though, Maddie, that if this wasn't gonna be the stream that I'll get it, because after that this would have been like, yeah, your math sucked. 0.25 would be 1 in 400. Sorry, I'm just way too used to mathing, so I don't judge you for that. But yeah, I made the decision that if I don't get this done on this stream, I'll just like do it on my free time, because after this stream, if I still don't have the Mind Flayer, I would have officially spent over 12 hours looking for this item. And you know what? Even though as much like as Timor and like, you know, Migo would probably like to see me in pain just trying to get this thing, there's also like another fact here that I also do want to consider others that actually do want to see the story, and because I don't feel like, you know, me being stuck on this part forever is gonna be something too exciting to look at. And I mean, at this point, it isn't even like a difficult fight. Yeah, it would be, but it's still not 0.4%, so 1 in 250 would still be like the most accurate way to put it. But yeah, we'll just have to hope for the best here. Hope we're gonna drop the item. If you don't, then that's fine. I'm just gonna try to make it work, and if I don't get it by Monday, then I'm just gonna, you know, I'll just skip it. Do it on my other time, I guess. But I mean, it does suck to like leave myself out of that loop, but what can you do? I mean, I'm just kind of like, you know, I'm just like desperate to get it, but also like the limits of like how much I can play this game in a week also like coming across in that way. Like I could be stuck here like for eternity if I was unlucky enough. It's RNG after all. So there is also like a limit to like how far I should push this for the sake of like also like for it being a viewing experience. Oh, it is. Oh, it is definitely Moonlight. If you think about it this way, if you're willing to spend at least, if you're willing to like, you know, or let's put it this way around, spending 10 hours on a single piece, then we're trying to like work on a multiple pieces for 2 hours is most likely gonna be more productive, and you're gonna get much better results in the end. So, definitely, I do agree with that. So absolutely, do do take your utmost care with making your art. At least then you won't have to make any re-renditions anytime soon. Unless you get like any new sketch ideas or like any new ideas for what their outfit should be. But I think you got this, man. I think you got this. Just be patient. There's no reason to rush about that. I would say haste makes waste, especially in the form of art, so I would encourage for you to like focus on it. But yeah, Maddie, I'm just gonna tell you straight up, this is most likely what's gonna actually happen for the entire stream today. Or if we do drop it, yeah, I will continue the story, but I have no promises, so honestly, I don't promise this stream is gonna be fun to you at all. But if you do wanna like, you know, come in and chat every once in a while, I won't say no to that. And I mean, well, if you still like wanna just enjoy it, like just have it stream in the background and talk about something, like just in general, just not focus too much on the grind, then that's fine too. Just do what you will, but I won't give you empty promises. This will most likely be the dullest shit ever. Oh, I see, okay. But I mean, besides that, I'm just like giving that like as an example, like one well-made and carefully made piece of work can be more valuable than making a bunch of different works quickly, haphazardly. You won't have to at least go around like trying to think about like making fixes and fine-tunes afterwards. You made it as fun as you could, so you don't have to replace it anytime soon. I mean, Timur, if you think about it, I've actually done this already for 6 hours. If you combine the half of the Monday stream and the entire Thursday stream. We've already spent over 6 hours doing this. So, if you want to do 6 hours of me just running around endlessly around a circle, then, you know, you already got that covered. Unless you want to make a 10-hour compilation of me running around in the circles. I think we could do that. I know, Maddie. I know, Maddie. And I mean, there's also like the special thing that it's a lot more boring to like watch it than to actually do it. At least I'll get to press buttons while I'm doing this, but it's just like, you know, looking at it, you just get to see me just like do these fights in like one shot. It doesn't help. Wait. Leonora's ahead? Wait, what is this madness? Oh my god, I have actually broken through. I have like reached the negative point here. Because Leonora is supposed to be below Palom. This is just hilarious. Supposedly not. I guess there isn't. And in fact, I've been learning like some new spells that I'm not supposed to have yet because I'm too high level. Like, I didn't think it would be possible, but Palom here has learned like Gauss spells, and then like then Leonora has learned Raw spells, which is honestly pretty unimaginable. I didn't think I would be able to do it like without moving on to the next part, but apparently it is possible if you get high enough. And nah, Timur, we never needed it, so that's why I'm not gonna bother with it. This one, though, we have a certain bounty to be had, so I'm not willing to pass on this, unless I really have to. Yeah, Leonora needs less EXP, but I find it very funny that we have, like, reached this, like, negative equilibrium. Basically, the point where Leonora is gonna be higher level than Palom. It took a long time, but we reached that point. It's pretty awkward. Well, yes, she does, admittedly. But I mean, after all the schooling that Palom has been giving her, that is no surprise there. And also, are you just like making fun of the 3D sprites? Because screw you cannot do that. Look at Square Enix's careful work and just like so much care they put into these characters. You cannot just like say they look dead inside like a dead fish. It's not the character's fault. Oh crap. Well, that was a mistake. I guess I do a backup. Well, they're certainly hoping I'll actually get it done today, so we don't have to look at her dead face for too long. And I mean, she looks a lot better, at least on her avatar picture that you don't see because my freaking stupid ass face is on the way, but, you know. I mean, actually, do you actually see it when I do status? No, you don't. That's what she looks like. I mean, I would be lying if I said I did, but then again, because I have the avatar in the background, I actually don't like feel like, you know, that's the image I'm getting of Leonora. And I mean, at least she does like have some expressions. She's shown them when we've been doing cutscenes and such. And also, like, let me show you, like, that in fact that they do have emotions. Like, let me just get to the point where, actually, wait. Yeah. Let me do some healing first. Let me, like, do a certain spell that allows you to see that she actually does have emotions. Maybe that's gonna change your mind. We'll see. Yes, the 3D model looks pretty bad, but trust me, the 3D model also does get emotions in certain cases. In the cutscenes, and there's also like one where she actually does have expressions. This one move that we can use. Hold on. Yeah. I would jump down the hole myself after 6 hours, I would say, if I was in Leonora's boots, but she doesn't have a choice on this matter. I do. There you go, look! She's mad! She's mad! Look at her! She's got her eyebrows furrowing. She has emotions. Oh, you tried so hard, Leonora. You're such a precious little thing. I mean, to be honest, like, after the genocide we'd be committing, I don't blame her. I would be concerned about this too. I mean, I would say that if I was to be in Leonora's head, I think she must be thinking something along the lines of, what if we are the monsters ourselves? And like thinking like, wait, did our roles get reversed? Are we like the good guys here? Considering how much of a peachy Leonora here is. But hey, they're just like some really old models, so I don't blame them. I don't blame them. It's fine. Right there with my new moon, but that's okay. We still got plenty of magic left for Pollen. And honestly, Pollen is at the level at this point that even with like without the black magic bonus, we should still be able to one-shot things without much problems. Yeah. Way better. But yeah, Maddie, you tried to do this for 6 hours plus. I know it's not scrumptious, but you know I'm also stubborn as hell, so I will sit through this. I mean, if my time allowed me, I would do this for an eternity until I get it. But I gotta also admit that even I have my limits when it comes to like how much I can actually do with this time. Let's see, let's do a backup fire just in case Leonora fails this. Oh, we actually got it. Nice. And still no drops. And also, in case you're curious, Mad Hatter, the Mind Flayers are the yellow ones. The yellow Medusa-looking things. With the white robes. Those are Mind Flayers. In case you didn't really realize like what creatures we're actually looking for. So every single time you see one of those, it's kind of like bird watching from a live camera. When you do see one, you can like maybe like, you know, rub your hands together and wish for a drop. But we've been doing this for a long time. So I gotta say, I'm not expecting anything at this point. Yeah, the Cthulhu ones, yeah. The one that's at the back there too. That's a Mind Flayer. No drops. And if there is a drop, we will already like see a new row that like shows an item. So we can already see that an item drop before we actually get the item listing. So that's like when we can just like, you know, cling on to hope and hope it's actually gonna drop. But they got some other drops too. And I gotta say, many times I've been disappointed. Yes, at the back. There's the one at the front too, but obviously my ugly ass face is on the way, so I'm sorry about that. I mean, it has been discussed before that I should most likely like move my face cam around, but I don't know. I just don't like the orientation to the right. It just like doesn't like sit right with me. It looks weird in my opinion. But that's maybe just me being nitpicky. No, not that front. If there's like a encounter of those two Mind Flayers, you can see the one on the front. Like, I mean, I guess that's why you know that it has a Cthulhu face. But yes, those are the Mind Flayers. So, yeah, the ones at the back, it's kind of hard to see because obviously I'm in the way. Bit of an aim issue. Hold on, guys. Let me try this. Oh, whoopsie. Not move that thing, but move this thing. What happens if I... Let's say, transform, or was it... Flip vertical. Oh, not vertical. Whoopsie. Not vertical. Guys, I'm just being a little bit vertigo. Hold on for a bit. Flip vertical, and then let's try flip horizontal. I don't really... I can maybe live with it. Alright, hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna make a copy of this scene. If I can. Hold on. Duplicate. I'm gonna name it live top right. There we go. And then I'm gonna try and move this face cam over there. I'll use the edit transform. Position. That's an X and that's Y. So if I put this to like... Yeah, it works like that. Alright, so... Alright. 1500. No, 1400. 1350. Close. 1370. 1365. Okay, that's close enough. Alright, and then there's the awkward face cam that's right there, but we can just like, you know, or the border, but we can just move this carefully over here. And then I'm just gonna make this very close manual looking up that this like goes properly. Because honestly, I don't see this shit properly here. And... Oh, yeah, it's actually still... I see how it is. Guys, that's how facecams work in the end. Okay, let me now also make a double check here. So, like, are the Y values at least okay? Let me see the facecam border. Transform says that this is on the height of 4. Okay. What about on the left one? And also, let me get this flipped on this side at least. Oh wait, does it actually mean that... If I flip this, does it mean that this will be flipped for everyone? Do I gotta make a separate facecam left? Because dude, that would freaking suck. I mean, I guess it isn't that bad, but... Can I duplicate this? I don't know. Well, let me just put this to flip horizontal again. There we go. And if I do this... Yeah. Oh, actually... Oh! Oh! Guys, look at me dancing. I got this. Although it does seem to be right that I actually have this facecam way more to the edge there on the left side. So let me do this. Sorry guys, I wasn't intending to spend my time on this right now, but since you guys really like wanted to like, you know, discuss this, or well, it was my imposed thing in the end, but you know, I might as well get it done. His mind is well and truly flayed. Absolutely. I lost my mind, bros! But then again, is that anything surprising? No, it isn't. I don't see shit. This preview is too small. There we go. Alright, so I think that's good enough. Let me compare. I think that's close enough to what the left side is. So, now that we got that out of the way, let me see what the border looks like. It's on height 6. So, oh no. This one was supposed to be 6 and 7. I think that's how it is. Yeah. So this one also has to be height 6. And then I'm just gonna move this all the way to the right until it matches. Let me try it again. Is it now okay? I think it's now okay. Thank God. Okay, that wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Alright. We got this now fixed up. You guys You guys don't notice anything wrong with this? No, like, spilling edges? I don't think we should have any problems. Yeah, it looks okay, I think so. Yeah. Alright, so now we actually also see the minimap, which is great. But now if I do this, you won't see the other menus here. You won't, like, see the... Well, you will always miss data in any case, because my camera's always gonna be in the way. Now you don't see the XP. Oh, boo-hoo. But that's how it is. Well, now that that's finally done, let me just get my Streamlabs back into what it was supposed to be. I think about this much. There we go. Yeah, that's good. Alright, let's get back to work then. So now you can at least see the mind flayers for real. And now we got this whole, like, webcam thing fixed up. And now you don't see the characters properly, but at least you see the stats. So you at least won't be losing as much information as you would with the enemies themselves. There we go. So the damage is pretty good. And I know that the enemies that we're handling here, like the worst enemies, have only 300 HP. So Palom definitely has like the overkill advantage here. No problems at all. I mean, isn't that only for the better, Migo? Isn't that exactly what you wanted? Isn't, you know, that the thing you were hating and loathing the most? I mean, maybe not you, but others. So that's only beneficial, right? At least I get to look at Palom's smug face now. You know, honestly, I'll be real with you guys. You guys know, like, the kid from The Hat in Time? I just, like, think, like, Palom in some way just resembles them. And I just want to imagine that smug face on, like, Palom. I just feel like it would fit them very well. Yeah, there is no emotions to be had in general. Hey, how are you, bro? I'm doing great, Dimmy. Thank you very much. You missed the chance to, like, get yourself a Spanish question mark that's also reversed. But, hey, at least you tried, man. Thank you so much for asking. I'm doing great. What about you, man? You having a nice weekend and week so far? Yeah, look at that. Those are the Eldritch Horrors we're dealing with. And you can see, they are Mind Flayers. That's their summon. Mind Flayer! Mind Flayer! Mind Flayer! Mind Flayer! It ain't gonna drop, guys. No drops. Ah. These tentacle monsters, not to be confused with hentai, are the Mind Flayers. And that's what we want. Hey, there's another one. Now I have actually a decent, like, chance of, like, coming across these things, which I'm pretty happy about. Aw, Dimmy, don't be so sad. I still do love your commitment, though. That was very lively. It did make me chuckle a little, like, internally. And also, like, I liked reading that while I'm doing this. Thank you for bringing some spice to the chat. Glad to hear that you're doing good. But I'm gonna be honest with you, Dimmy. This might be the most boring-ass stream you've ever seen from me so far. Unless you got anything else to, like, compare to, and you feel like something else has been even more boring. Feel free to fight that. But my point here is, I've been doing this shit for the last 1.5 streams. I've been doing this for over 6 hours, and I'm still stuck doing this. Why? Because I want this one goddamn summon drop. Because why? Because I'm just stubborn as hell, okay? I just want my achievement. So here we are. We've been doing this for the next, like, 6 hours. It's already been almost an hour on this stream too, so that would make it like 7 at this point. And if you're not done by the end of this stream, I will move on and not do it anymore. But I'm gonna be giving this at first the entire stream doing just this. So prepare to just, like, bore your eyes out. Because, yeah, I understand the desperation. No, I did not say anything like that. Screw you, Migo. I mean, to be honest, otherwise that would be a great idea, but I already promised I would be spending time with my friends tomorrow, so that's not something I can promise. Oh yeah, I can imagine Moonlight Elf. And even then, like, I think, like, I understand why Pokemon Shiny is maybe, like, appealing to some others, but for me, because I'm not really much of an apparel guy, I wouldn't give a shit. Because I don't think Shinies actually have any, like, statistical difference, right? It's only for the looks. I know they look different, but if it's just for the Shinies, nah. And even then, like, on Pokemon, I guess it wouldn't be, like, blocked out from farming something later. This is, like, one of those exceptions where I have to get it now, or I won't be able to get it later. Although the rest of the summons are gonna be open for picking at the last chapter, so this is like one of those things that you simply must do. And even then, honestly, this isn't too bad. It may be boring as hell to look at, but at least you guys are here to like keep me entertained with your chats. And it's just like, you know, time just flows by as I'm doing this. People do Desert Bus 24-hour streams. What do you mean by Desert Bus streams? Is that like another game that I don't know of? It's only for the looks. Yeah, screw that, dude. Screw that. I would never do shiny farming, most likely. Unless I was feeling really completionist, but only if I was super bored, I got nothing else to do. If I was really desperate for action or for some sort of like sort of activity. I wouldn't do that myself unless I really felt like I needed to. Oh. You added 550 CS the past 2 weeks, so I feel a Monday day of work. What do you mean by like adding 550 CS sets? Do you mean like you've been collecting like CS sets in Flife or something? Yeah, I know about the costumes, but what do you mean by adding? Do you mean like you have bought like 550 CS sets for yourself or something? And yeah, Dimi, I do also hope that this grind will definitely be worth it. I don't say it will, but... well, I hope at least that I'll get what I was looking for. I don't have to like, you know, go home with like a glum face. Oh, really? Really? Oh. Oh yeah, was it... oh yeah, Dimi, were you that one guy that was working on another server? Were you that same guy? I mean, I know like I had somebody on the stream do that, but honestly, I just like started like, you know... I started just connecting that you were just like a guy enjoying my streams. I did not remember anymore that you like first came on here on a whim. Just to like check out my streams while you were asking me for like, you know... like, when we were like originally coming to my channel to like find out about like, about the servers on Flife. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, you know, Dimi actually, I think, because I had this one moment, there was this one moment when, somebody on my comments was asking, like, you know, about, like, the functions in servers that you, like, I felt like I enjoyed and such, and I gave them a response. I guess that was Dimi. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking, Dimi. Like, honestly, because you've been stuck around for so long, I forgot it was you. Because, like, I didn't think you'd be so committed. Like, seriously, like, you came here as just like a passerby, just thinking that, well, I'm just looking for some information for myself, and there you are, just coming here back and again. So you could say that I didn't even see you as the private server creator anymore. You were actually just another viewer that was just having a lot of fun. So I was having a more genuine connection with you, so I just like completely hashed that off. That's my bad. Man, I'm just like, you know, happy that you actually stuck around. I'm happy that you've been enjoying the stream so far. To be honest, Migo, vanilla raids are just too hard, man. It's hard to make them work. And because in the end, even if somebody wanted to make those just for fun, it's also because maintaining servers costs things. I see, Dimi. Well, you're gonna be stuck here for a while then, because until I'm done with this whole game series, I'm gonna be making streams about this regularly. I might take some breaks in between, but I know I'll be stuck around with Final Fantasy for a long time if I wanna get all the way to 16. I mean, that's one thing too, but there's also another reality that, like, when it comes to, like, vanilla servers, they just, like, die in the next few months. Like, even, like, with servers that are, like, modded things, just, like, add some more spice to it, they just don't, like, survive for long. Like, that's what I also saw when I was doing my, private server research. Any vanilla servers I found, even though they only had, like, this age span of, like, max a year, they had no players in them. So, honestly, even if, like, you know... even if it was, like, the funniest thing ever, or, like, the coolest thing ever to make a vanilla server, there's just, like, not enough... there's just not enough, like, people for it. And also maybe because we have Flife Universe, it would be a tough competition. Even if, like, Flife Universe is Gala, like, you know... even if, like, Flife Universe didn't, like, you know... even despite their reputation, people will stick to it because of their like the amount of players it has. So people will not go for a no-name vanilla server just for the sake of like escaping universe because they don't feel like it's gonna like last long enough. So it just doesn't work. It doesn't make sense to make a vanilla server. Yeah, it does come down to marketing, but then again, marketing a vanilla server makes it like, you don't really have that much special to offer as well. I would say that if a server like had an off branch that was kind of a vanilla server on the top while doing their own thing, that could work. Like people would have the opportunity to play on a vanilla server while having this other custom server that they originally came for and what's being marketed. So there would be like some sort of like a niche community within that community. Or something like that, but, not happening. And I mean, of course, like, because Life is already a niche game, like, looking for players for your own server already is pretty expensive. And hoping that there's gonna be enough players to, like, funnel and maintain that server. So it's tough. I'm glad to hear that, Timmy. I'm really glad to hear that. And I mean, I think it also, like, is first and foremost about passion. I mean, that's, like, honestly what happened with Neonara. Like, I haven't been, like, talking about Neonara in a long time. Like, I made a video about it, or I included him in my video, but, I just feel like the guy that made Neonara, I think they changed a lot compared to their previous server. Like, the first server they made, Cosmos, was the reason why I decided to support them, because I felt like from the Cosmos that they were actually passionate about it, and I felt like it should be a successful server, especially because it had a much better launch than the first one did. But they have certainly changed a lot compared to previous times. Like, I could tell, like, from the way they acted and the way they behaved, that they were no longer in it for the fact that they want to make a server that they would enjoy. They were in it for money. That was, like, such an obvious, like, corporate change that they had. And that really, like, disappointed me in a way. But I was hoping that the server would be fine, but no, it just died, yeah. Don't worry, Dimmy, I already updated that, apparently, like, Neonara's already died. And that's been the case ever since, I think, like, February, March, or something like that. I don't remember exactly when, but it's been a while. Yeah, exactly. And you know what? They were also, like, shitting on some other servers in the meantime to me, so that just doesn't, like, make it any better for me. That doesn't exactly make them more attractive for me. But yeah, it just, like, it just turned into such a cash grab in the end, and that just, does disappoint me a bit. But that was, like, the only vanilla server, or vanilla-ish server that was around, and I felt like would be, like, fresh enough for people to, like, consider it to be, like, different and worth playing. But I did try other vanillas too. None of them were alive anymore. Yeah. Honestly, I haven't been following what's been happening with Neonara ever since I made the video, because it wasn't in my interest to, like, maintain my relationship with the game. Because obviously, I didn't have time for that. I just came there to, like, try out different servers. I didn't, like, intend to commit to any of them. So I just came to the server, found my first impressions, and thought it was great. But I guess it's really all up to, like, the energy that they give out. In the end, the fact that they were not really caring much for the community and just, like, made their own decisions, tried to, like, wipe servers and start over, just, like, keep the servers alive. Nah, just, like, there was no way I would have known that in the first couple of weeks. That was just, like, the worst thing ever. I do regret it a lot, but what can I do? What's happened has happened. At least I made an update. I made an update already, like, on the private server video. I made a comment update saying that Neonara is not worth trying anymore. So at least I'm doing something to prevent people from being disappointed. So it's already, like, gone, like, completely gone. There's no more Neonara. And Cosmos is gonna make a comeback. Bro, Cosmos is, like, 90% Neonara, honestly. Like, Cosmos is just, like, Neonara without all their skins. I don't understand how that's gonna make a difference. Yes, long live Leonora. I mean, that's the thing, Dimmy. Like, you have to know this. I did play on the first Cosmos. Cosmos has pretty much the same features that Neonora did. Just the fact that the dev did not get stabbed in the back and the server was more refined. But like, you know, it's still the same features. I don't know what they're expecting to like make differently there. Are they just gonna use the same name, or are they really gonna go for the same concept? Because it's gonna be just like Neonora 2.0. Yes, I know about, like, I know that, you know, Cosmos is from the same guy, because like, the very first Cosmos is the reason I know about that time. Like, that's when I knew about him, that's when I first discovered him, and that's why we had, like, an existing partnership, that when Neonora was coming out, he was reaching out to me asking if I could, like, you know, maybe consider the server. And I said I would give them a proper check before I would even consider it. Wasn't, like, in any way... I wasn't in any way interested in anything else about that deal. I was like, if it's a good server, I'll advertise it. Period. So if it's good, I'll do it. I don't care about anything else. And it was, but... I guess I should have just given it a couple more weeks to just, like, just, like, smudge in before I give it a proper shot. Because, I mean, time will only tell, like, the best if the server is gonna be successful. Nice concept, but I guess they really just, like, half-ass things for the sake of profits. I mean, yes, reason because Neonora is dying, of course, they would wanna, like, bring Cosmos back, but the thing is, like, I don't understand what they're trying to do here. Like, how is it gonna be any different? They're just gonna scam people with the same stuff again, I guess. Maybe with some more pay-to-win aspects or something, I don't know. But it still doesn't seem like something that, if they're really, like... I don't see, like, how branding it as Cosmos Flight again is gonna do any difference, because Cosmos was just, like, an infant version of Neonora. Yep. It's kind of like an FWC, except it's actually a private server that keeps changing names. At least Life Universe has the gal to say that they're just making a new FWC. They're not changing their corporate names or anything like that for the sake of it. Trying to hide under that. But nah, I mean, honestly, like, you know... I would say that they're gonna have a bad luck with that, because that time... Everybody understands for the first time, because they were basically just, like, scanned by their first developer they were working with. They were basically asking, like, ransom for, like, $500 or something like that, if I recall correctly. And that was happening publicly. That's why I'm okay to say that, because everyone that was there should know. So, the first server they made, when it launched, there was, like, some issues, but then, like, the dev decided to, like, ransom the guy for a few $100 to keep the server's IP and such. Or, like, to keep the properties of the server. So, that was just, like, a genuine failure, because they were blackmailed, basically. So, people understood that that time didn't really have much to do there, and it was honestly, like, you know, I think a lot of people were feeling bad for them, because what they had for vision and what they had, like, worked on just, like, completely, like, fell over. Because somebody else, like, decided to stab them in the back. And, you know, that's, like, you know, that there's room for empathy. But now, the thing is different. Nobody stabbed that time in the back. Nobody did anything to make his server fail. This was purely his own blunder. Him himself, failing on his own work. And people are not gonna look so kindly into that anymore. The first time around was forgivable. This one isn't. So I feel like in this case, I think the reputation that time now has, as the person that's failed a server twice, and especially like trying to really just like launder their second server, I feel like they won't be having much success from here on out. Unless they're gonna change their name and such, but, you know, we'll see how far he's gonna go with that. Yeah, figures. It was my case too, like, I was willing to give him a second chance, but this time around, even if I was still playing Fly, I would not make another server I would not advertise them again. I just feel disappointed about what happened. I figured better from him. From, like, what I felt him originally having as, you know, passion and such, but things have definitely changed. But oh well, that's just how it is, I suppose. People change. Oh, so it crashed a lot too. That's silly. It's pretty funny because I think they had the exact same problem before. I wonder how they could not, like, fix that problem. I mean, pretty much, if the devs are not themselves available 24/7, I think anyone that, you know, I think there should always be someone that's able to, like, maintain the server and just, like, put it back up at any time. Because the more there is, like, downtime, the more dissatisfied people are gonna be. And server stability is, like, one of the biggest, like, cornerstones for a successful server. I honestly have taken that for granted, and when on Dragon Crusade themselves said that they had very stable servers, I didn't think much of it because I thought, like, well, that's pretty much like the standard that's being expected in general. I don't think that's worth mentioning, but I mean, yeah, I mean, apparently it is a pretty big deal because some people fail even that simple thing. But it really does make me wonder, like, how did they fail that? How did they fail that succession on that? Like, if that was a problem before that StatTime was having trouble with, why did they not learn to do, like, something better about it this time around? Oh, cool, so you got an automated process? Man, why the hell did they not do that themselves? Like, why did they not make themselves an automated server restart themselves? That's so weird. Yeah. But I mean, going all the way back to what you were saying here, though, so you were working on a server. I now remember, Dimi. Like, you were the guy that was asking me about, like, you know, things on my private server video. Sorry for forgetting about that. No, nothing personal. I just, like, think of you much better than that nowadays. I originally just thought it was, like, you know, more corporate approach, but since it isn't, I'm feeling more genuine and just forgot about the small detail. But, I mean, I can understand, though, if you were really working on over 500 CS sets on your server, I can imagine it being pretty boring. It's just allocating, like, some different, like, item IDs and such to, like, a store or something, like, for hours, I guess. It must be pretty bad. Yeah. Lazy would definitely be a word for that. Because, I mean, you know, I just don't want to say anything else. I just, like, you know, so utterly disappointed. And it's not like I know any better about the situation that they had that I can just say anything, like, with confidence. Because I didn't even, like, join the server, like the Discord server. I didn't care. I already had contact with the main developers that time, and that was enough for me. But, you know, if they were really just... if it was really just laziness, then, you know what, I wouldn't be too surprised. Given how the server just ended up going. Not too surprised. And I really hate it when people make things that are, like, built on a pretty good first impression, but when it comes down to, like, actual continuity and making things, like, remain and last and, like, stay fun, and then it just fails there, I just, like, call it bad design. I just, like, hate when people try to, like, work too much on their first impressions and then just don't really deliver on the actual, like, product. Yeah, it was a nice concept. It had lots of nice features. I gotta say, like, the amount of, like, shit I was hearing from people on my video afterwards about Neonara, there's no, like, wonder I was, like, thinking that, you know what, I need to look into this, and if it looks bad, then I guess I'll just have to abandon it. And that I did. But hey, at least a good thing is that at least that's, I guess, over now. I guess I need to go get my partnership program rewards before the website is gonna get taken down too. I had to look into that. But in any case, though, pretty good stuff though. At least, you know, they're out of the way, and maybe, like, some other, like, vanilla servers or, like, closer to low rate servers can, like, get another, like, foot in the door. Now that Neonara isn't, like, monopolizing all the players. And I mean, I gotta say, if there's anything that they're very good at, I gotta say advertising has pretty much always been, like, their strength, both in Cosmos and with Neonara. And it really, like, comes down to that, like, peer suggestions. Like, you get yourself more points by just, like, inviting more people to the server, to the Discord server, and, like, the more people you invite, you get, like, the most points, and, like, the one with the most points gets donation points. So, you know, it's just, like, you know, free points. And that's, like, free members, basically. It's, like, self-suctioning. I understand why, but that also kind of makes sense because it did, like, utilize the idea of Pokemon. So that wouldn't be, like, completely out of the blue or, like, completely out of the box. Or, well, not completely unattached or unrelated, but it wouldn't be Neopets, but still, like, some sort of, like, micromanagement of pet-like creatures. Yeah, exactly. They had Pokemon. And even then, I gotta say, like, I did this as a separate mention. The fact that you couldn't actually get yourself the Pokemon unless you, like, bought one of these actually, like, paid features. Like, you got one of those incubators for, like, real money. And at least at the time when I was making the video, there was no way to get it, like, for free, which kind of sucked. So that was, like, the thing I had to mention. Because I felt like that was only fair for the people that wanted to play free-to-play. It's just, like, I was having some bad thoughts about it already. But, and I guess, you know, I guess my thoughts were right on the money. But I had faith in the guy. I really did. I guess too much so. Yeah, I mean, I think I did, like, all I could, at least. I mean, all I could really do was be a player and provide things for others. There wasn't really much I can do about their future management. So I don't, like, blame myself for that. But I do blame myself afterwards for the fact that people had to go through suffering because I could not have known what would happen if they would join the server long term. And at least your attitude is right there, Dimmy. Like, if you're really, like, doing it just for, like, no payment, you're just doing it for fun because you want to make your own server, you want to make a server that looks like yours, I gotta say, I think you're already on the right foot with that. If you got the mentality, if you got that certain, like, right mindset to it, I think you can get a lot farther. Because I think this is, like, you know, a very good example of with Neonara, that you can make a good server even with a bad mindset, but with a bad mindset, you're not gonna make it sustain. So even if you had, like, a mediocre server, not saying yours is, but if you have the right mindset to it, if you like it, if you really, like, you know, pour your heart into it, people are gonna notice. People will notice, and you will have some people sticking around. And there could be chances that your server's gonna be around for a long time. May not be the most popular thing out there, but at least it will be recognized. Yes, Brandon, it is a 3D game, but honestly, this game originally was a 2D, but I guess it got re-engineered in graphics on, like, the later releases. This was originally, like, a game made on Japanese phones. I guess that was on 2008, 9 or something like that. And the thing here is that then it got released later on, like, Wii, and then it got released on also, like, Androids and phones, and then it also on, like, PC. So I guess they, like, remodeled it. But yes, at least it is sort of 3D, but we're, like, still not quite to the actual 3D titles yet. But yeah, by a stationary server machine that runs 24/7, and we got physical access too. Oh yeah, definitely. Like, if you can, like, get yourself your own if you can get your own device for that, it's definitely gonna, like, you know, reduce the amount of, like, investment there is to it. It's like, you know, it's gonna be like one of those long-term investments that's gonna pay itself back. And then there's another thing that, well, you still have to pay for electricity for running that thing, but it won't be nearly as bad as the rent, most likely. That's what I'm guessing anyway. But also, welcome there, Brandon. Sorry, I've just been having so much, like, busy chatting here, talking about servers and such, that I just, like, you know, been so stuck with that. But hey, glad to see you on board too. It's been a while. How have you been, bro? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if I had to compare, do you have any idea yet? Like, how much would it cost to, like, run that server monthly, like, in electricity versus, like, how much the rent is? Because if you did, you could easily calculate how long it takes for it to, like, pay itself back. You know, basic maths. But if I'm gonna even guess that you can at least even save $50 a month with that, you can get it back in 3 years. And even then, like, even if you stop, like, making that live server, you can do some other things with that too, so you don't have to pay for a server again, I guess. That would be pretty great, to be honest. So it would still have, like, maybe some long-term differences. Also for, like, future projects. So gotta think about, like, that too. But yeah. How are you doing yourself, Brandon? How is your Saturday going so far? Mine is doing great. Just a bit grindy here, but nothing that I cannot handle. And especially with all the chatting that's going on, I'm having actually a lot of fun with this. Just a casual time, just, like, chatting and play the game at the same time, hoping for my certain drop, and yeah, a good time in general. Yup. Minecraft services are definitely in there. You can make yourself your own Aternos. I do use Aternos a lot. So, we'll definitely be out there. I mean, Dimi, at least in Finland, because of the recent war things, like with Russia and such, and like ever since they stopped selling like their gas to us, we've been having a little bit of a problem with electricity. So we have these moments when the electricity can spike up and down, at least when we're using when we're using stock market energy. Like there are like some spikes around. During summer season can be like basically free, but then it can like spike up to like 10 cents per kilowatt. So I would honestly say that there is a chance that the electricity is gonna be more expensive, but I don't know by how much. But I don't know if there's gonna be any better like stable places with electricity prices. Oh yeah, I see. That's pretty good then. Yeah. And I mean, this is only for Finland, but I'm guessing that Sweden is gonna be mostly the same thing too. So there are like these, let's just say ever since we got our deals with like trading electricity with Russia, ever since then, like electricity has been a constant talk here in Finland. Like people always talk about electricity prices and like they're constantly just monitoring those. So, I would say that electricity is not gonna be the cheapest thing in the world, something you can just ignore, but if it's something, if you're like already used to it, like, was it like your pal was Swedish? If they can tell you more about the electricity situation, then maybe it would be like a decent spot for a server, if they feel like it's, you know, cheap enough. But if it isn't, I don't know how much electricity that server takes. But if it isn't, then you may want to consider a country that has more stable electricity deals right now, that have like constant no-cost electricity, basically. Well, if you aren't Dimi, then that's fine. And even then, I suppose that like even then, electricity shouldn't be like, you know, more expensive than the rent itself. But I'm just thinking about like how much more you're actually benefiting from that, because the more you do, the faster you're gonna pay it off by the server, I mean. But yeah, also. Oh, you were working for 2 weeks straight, Brandon. Yeah, I was wondering because I haven't seen you around a lot, but I guess that was that. Well, glad to see you back, and I hope you're gonna be able to rest for yourself for a bit, because I feel like, you know, the change of pace from work is definitely gonna be welcome for you. But, yeah, like Maddie said here, honestly, I feel like there would be a decent chance that I would be able to like make a server under my own vision, but I cannot say that my vision would be the one that people would enjoy the most. And even then, like all the implementation and like getting up the servers and such, I don't have the time or money to do that, so I'll have to pass on that. If I had all the money and time in the world, maybe like all the people I could trust to get their job done, maybe I could consider it, just like from my pure own faith. But I'm not in a position to do that. Otherwise, it would be a cool thing to do, though. In an ideal world, go on, go on. Oh yeah, yeah. Wasn't it so, Timor, that like the Germans' electricity is especially bad because of like the electricity problems? Wasn't it so? Yeah, we talked about this before. Didn't you guys like have this super like stupid law going on right now about electricity prices, or like yeah, like some law didn't permit you to like rely too much on nuclear power, and instead you had to like go with most of it like wind power, but it isn't like nearly enough to like maintain it, so you're constantly running on a negative, and therefore electricity is super expensive. Yeah. Yeah, the Green Party, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah, at least I remember that still. I feel bad for Germany. And I mean, I don't say that's like the worst of the spikes, but when I was looking before... Actually, let me see the prices right now out of curiosity. Hold on. If I go to... Was it this website? Let me see. What are the spikes right now? Yeah, there is no spikes coming for tomorrow, but the worst spike we had was on Thursday at 8 p.m. We had a 10.21 cents for a kilowatt hour. But even like... Let me actually like make a bigger time period here. Let's say 1 month. Oh yeah, there was like, at worst we had like a spike of almost 20 cents on the 7th day of this month. And then we go even further. Well, winter was crazy sometimes. We went even up to like On December, we went to 45 cents per kilowatt hour, but yeah, that's the worst we've had. But like for the past month, only like max 20, so it hasn't been that bad during summer season. But definitely like when you usually like sail around the 0 area, maybe a few cents during winter. I gotta say that random as, you know, spikes to 10 or plus would be weird. And in fact for today, it looks like we're gonna have a moment where we're gonna have negative prices. Actually, we already had. Actually, no, we're gonna have. Yeah. On Sunday afternoon and morning, there's gonna be a negative price on the kilowatt hours and energy. I can see that. Aw, come on, bot. Stop this madness. Why do you always come here to bother me? Assholes. Can never leave me alone. Migo, we've been talking about this, bro. How can I never get this done properly? I swear. But the, oh, they're actually, all the motor industries have been moving away from Germany. I mean, I can understand that, like, why, but do they really have that much money to just, like, move the infrastructure like that? Especially if this supposedly is only a temporary solution. Are they really gonna just, like, turn off their factories in Germany until they fix the situation? Absolutely, Migo. I would be so desperate. Like, you know, I have no, like, brains left in this head of mine. So if I saw anybody mention anything about, like, free mind flayer summons, dude, I would just absolutely, like, sell myself into it. I am so manipulatable right now. Like, I'm so vulnerable. There's no way I wouldn't accept a deal like that. You hear me, bots? Come at me. Bring me my mind flayers. Oh, it's been that long? So it's like been a longer term movement. I see. No, not actually, Brandon. Not at all. I mean, I do like the game, of course, but I don't really miss Flife Universe. I feel like I've managed to do pretty much all the things I really wanted to do with, like, Flife right now. I mean, I do feel like, I do miss the idea that I never got myself to, like, 3D myself by making myself 120 plus. Essentially get into the master levels, like, on the proper server period. Like, I was thinking that because I made myself master characters a few times, or on, like Flife PC, but that was, like, at the time when Flife PC got super jacked in terms of stats and, like, EXP scrolls. I feel like it wasn't genuine. So I was like, if I do this in Flife Universe, I can be truly happy with myself, but I never did. But even then, that's like a very small thing. I feel like I was able to do all the stuff I felt like I wanted to do in Flife Universe. I felt like I got to experience the best things about it. But now that I know that the game is going to a worse direction, at least for me, I feel like I'm satisfied. And I'm not looking back to it. Maybe if there was like a good server, like I could play on if I had the time for that, I would consider, but honestly, I've been just like so focused on other things instead, and I know like how limited my time is for MMOs, that I just haven't been like looking back into any MMOs in general, honestly. Like even with RuneScape, like I like the game, but I haven't been like missing it that much. I've honestly been more relieved that I don't have like any like, you know, too many time commitments to worry about. On top of like, on top of my content creation. I feel more light-weighted, that I can just like live on my own pace. Long live Nobel indeed. I mean, to be honest, people will most likely remember him by for a long time, but, you know, it is what it is. If the server's gonna get worse, I'm not gonna keep playing him. I do have this stuff still, though. I still got his harness set and his legendary golden axe is ready if I ever got to 105, but yeah, that ain't happening now, I suppose. Unless somebody gave me like a bunch of like -10 scrolls, but there's no reason to do that. I'm already quit with the game. I'm already done, bro. And also, let me actually see like this. I've been just like not catching up on every single message because you guys have been so talkative. Oh, there actually was a catchphrase at some point from some bots. Your chat is so empty, it's giving 404 error, hype not found, fix it with whatever, etc. That's actually pretty cool. I wonder why bots actually stopped making some actually like creative messages for like, you know, bot viewers. I guess they just realized it wouldn't be worth it because they would get kicked away too often. But no, that wouldn't make any sense because they're just like copy-pasted anyway. Maybe they just felt like that was like way too rude for the streamer and therefore they weren't getting as many deals. And this is the best way to go around it. Just like giving the genuine offer and people can make their own emotions and decisions about that if they want to buy bot viewers. I don't know, man. But yeah, honestly, that is honestly pretty bad though. Like if Germany's been having like issues with their government for a long time, then I can understand why people would just leave. Like I think like the Green Party winning on this matter just like was on final nail in the coffin. People were ready to like move out. But I hope it's gonna really reflect on them. Like I hope they're gonna really realize like what's gonna happen if they're gonna just like keep pushing on some green values and not like giving people like a decent price for these things. Because in the end, it's for companies, it's all about money. So if they aren't gonna get good deals for electricity, then they're just gonna move away. Put some factories in China or something. I see. Hello, I've been playing strategy CRPG mecha. It's named Super Robot Wars 5 on PS Vita. It's fun and a lot of plot twist. I like that. Super Robot Wars 5. That sounds like a pretty generic name, but I guess it could be decent. I find the mecha JRPG kind of an interesting concept there, though. I guess I could check it out. But don't worry about it, Ray. I'm really thankful to see you here again. I wasn't really sure if you would be here around again, but glad you did make it over here. Hope you're having a wonderful Saturday. I'm glad to hear that you've been having a lot of fun with that game. And I suppose that you're still not done with it, so I'm gonna wish you luck with playing it more. And, well, hope you're gonna enjoy the stream too. And if you got anything else you wanna talk about what's been happening with you, feel free to. I'd be happy to hear about that. Yeah, I'm not gonna like push too much into politics, guys. Like, I know, guys, politics are most likely like not the thing you guys want to talk about right now. And I understand, especially for you Germans, it must be really bad for you. I just feel really bad about your situation. Like, whenever I say stuff like this, I don't mean to like say like, I don't mean to like, you know, make fun of you Germans or like your situation. I understand this works for you, but I just have to like, you know, in my position, the thing I'm doing like with the thing in like electricity in like Finland too is like better, like worse than average or like worse than before. Like it's not as bad as there, but you know, still bad for us too. Like we are also like very conscious about electricity prices. That's how much our life has changed too. So I can only imagine like how bad it really is for Germans. So I feel bad about that. But yeah, let's not discuss it too much because I don't want to make you guys feel bad. We're here to have fun and we have most certainly like other things to talk about too. So no worries there. Yeah. No, Demi, that's a very rude way to go around. Plenty of room in Australia. Bro, do you want to give everyone vertigo or something? You want everyone to be upside down? And dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think anyone consciously wants to go and live in Australia. I don't mean to be rude, but that place is just giving me the shivers just by the thought of it. Not just for the memes, but because I know how crazy dangerous that place is. Beaches are lined up with medusas and such, and then there's like lots of wildlife that just like does crazy stuff. Like Australia is like basically like the Jurassic Park without the walls of planet Earth right now. So I wouldn't want to live in Australia, no matter how crazy cool that place is in its own ways. It ain't that bad. What makes you think that? You got anything to convince me that it isn't that bad? Australia is a PvP country. No, Australia is Albion Online, straight up. Not just a PvP game, but that game as a whole. I mean, Maddie, if you saw Demi's first message, you already read backwards, so how does upside down change anything? You should be fine, right? I think I should be fine. It's just a matter of getting used to it. I didn't read it. Ah, like this, huh? They're like this, duh. Aw, yes. You got it together, Migo. That's a good message. See, you can get used to it over time. I did blunder there a bit, but at least I got it somewhat correct. Look like gibberish? Are you sure that you're completely just like, you know, refusing to like use any of your brain cells right now? Like, I'm the one here streaming, and you're telling me that I'm the only one that's using brain cells here. You for real here right now? I'm already having a tough time when I'm trying to, like, pay attention to too many things at once. And also, let me see. There was also another thing that was said. Oh yeah, about the I'm not done with life until I reach 120 with parts. I mean, I understand what you mean there, Migo, and I really feel bad about not finishing, like, my business with Life Roguelite. Honestly, I did wish to get at least parts to 60, but it just didn't, like, you know, work for me anymore. I was long overdue with Life at that point, so I would have loved to, like, make that at least happen, but I don't know, at this point. It's a little bit of a mischance, but oh well. We can live in our dreams and hope that he actually got to level 60. But also, let me see what the message that Ray said here. Hold on. What game, if you have extra money, do you buy older game or modern game? I also pick older game because I want to have Xenogears and Xenosaga and Gradia. I will save money to buy that game. Gradia. I never actually heard about Gradia. Honestly, I'm on the same boat with you, Ray. I feel like for many of the games that I've generally enjoyed, I feel like very little of them have actually been modern titles. I mean, there are some games that I really want to buy, like, for the modern times. Like, there is, like, let's say, there's Baldur's Gate 3, there is Expedition 33 that got my curiosity, and then there's also, well, there's a lot of, like, other games, too, that I feel like it's worth getting. And also Cyberpunk, if I didn't mention that already. So, there are some, like, new games that I feel like are worth checking, but most of the time I feel like many of the new games really, like, give me that sort of, like, very suspicious look to me. Like, I am very cautious about new games in general. I just don't feel like they, like, deliver the same kind of feeling like many of the older games do. So if I had to, like, compare the numbers of old games I would buy compared to, like, the new games, I would definitely go for old games if I had the money. But I certainly don't, so I don't usually do that. Man, I see, Dimi, that you're already, like, accustomed to living in Australia. I'm very happy about your dedication on this matter. One can make up a dangerous creature and convince people it lives in Australia. People will most likely buy it. Yep. I would definitely buy that too. Bigfoot definitely lives from Australia. And I mean, aren't you, like, seeing all those, you know, aren't you seeing, like, all those, like, documentaries? I feel like they're either always, like, either they're American or they're Australian. And Americans are just, like, pretending to be Australians on that case. So it's really just, Australia is, like, the, you know, the hellhole of wilderness. That's for sure. But I love it for that. At least we have some place to, like, if you have any place we can always, like, blame for things going to shit. If hell actually comes on Earth, we can blame Australia for that. And nobody's gonna feel bad about that. Drop bears? What are those? Breath of Fire series. I feel like I've heard the name before, but I've never actually played it myself or, like, looked into that. One other series I wanna really look into, though, is Dragon Quest. Because, I mean, people have been talking about it on my Final Fantasy streams too, and honestly, because it is something akin to Final Fantasy, I really feel like I wanna check it out too at some point. But Final Fantasy first, guys, okay? No, not too many treats in a single plate, okay? One at a time. We're gonna go through Final Fantasy. I'm trying to think here. What would be really an old game that I really wanted to buy? Because... well, first of all, I would at least buy, like, some of the older Nintendo games. Like, I feel like I never had a proper chance with, like, Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask and Wind Waker. And... there's a lot of other things to consider too. I cannot say that I don't have, like, that many old games in my radar, because I often accept the fact that they're often not available to me, because they're not usually on Steam, not ported and such. But, I mean, I actually want to come across playing, like, stuff like Oblivion and Morrowind at some point, too, like, on PC. So I'm definitely, like, one of those old game guys nowadays, too. But that's, like, understandable, because I feel like old games are just, like, 10 times more fun. And I mean, no, I'm not ignoring it. I just had to catch up because you guys started talking way faster than I can process messages here. So you guys gotta give me a moment here. Hold on. Let me catch up with that. Too much fur for Australia. That's fair enough. The infamous Yowie catching strays here. I don't really know what that really means. Drop bears are the bears that hide in trees and drop down on their prey. They're very deadly. Ooh, that's scary. Alright. Well, I guess then it does come with the name. I wasn't figuring it that much, but I felt like that would be just like too presumptuous if I like assumed that. But I guess I wasn't wrong about that. I didn't even know about these things. That's actually scary. I can just imagine just like getting this like, you know, 200 kilos of mass of a bear just like flopping on me. And I'm just getting instantly squished. I would turn into porridge. Wow. Just put a circle around yourself, help us against the sea bear. Bro, I think if you're talking about a life ring, I think a sea bear is just gonna ignore it. It's just gonna bite through the life ring. And also, isn't like a shark basically just like a sea bear? Like for real here? You want to buy Cyberpunk 2077, but I'm scared my RTX 4050, my laptop gaming explode. Yeah. I see, that's fair enough. And I mean, I can understand that. Wait. Does 4050 even exist? Isn't like 60 like the weakest? 60, 70, 80, and 90. Is there actually like a 4050? I'm not completely sure about that. But I mean, I think 4050 should be already able to like process Cyberpunk. I mean, it's like one of the weaker ones of the 40 series. But then again, we are talking about a game that can still like run on lower specs. Like if you run it like on lower quality levels, maybe it could work. Even as a gaming laptop, but I can understand your concerns too. Like many of the modern games that are like made to be AAA titles are just so intensive in graphics. I can understand the fear of like actually like genuinely being scared that you're gonna overheat your machine or maybe even make it break down. Not sure how likely it is for it to break down, especially if you don't use overclocking or overdrive functions, but it will certainly be a bit hard to process if your machine is like struggling with it. Oh, was the thing with the sea bears like a reference to something? Is that like another South Park thing or something? I don't know. Oh, they have insane grip strength and chlamydia. Oh god, no. Ugh. Isn't that like a sex disease? What the fuck does a bear give a sex disease? They will send you to Destination F with your fangs flapping. Bro, how bold of you to assume that I have fangs. You can get me some though. I'm just... when you mention fangs, I'm just thinking of that like, who was the guy again? Like, you know, what was this thing again? Like this one meme that was going around like a few years ago about this one guy that like posed themselves to be like some sort of like Russian ambassador. The guy... I remember talking about this before, but it was like this thing about, this kind of like black hair dude with like very like, you know, strong facial hair. And I think there was like this, you know, it's hard to describe it because like, you know, you don't remember the name. It was some very funny name. And I remember like there was like, you know, some memes about this guy running around in one of those like those green funks or something like that. Those like overalls that go from your navel regions all the way to your shoulders and such. I just like, when you talk about like funks flapping, I just think of that meme, like, or that guy in general. I just remember the name of that, and you guys are probably like thinking I'm just like completely weird about that, but there was some meme about like some Russian like celebrity or something like that just like runs around in like some very weird clothing and such. I don't remember what that was anymore. So I'm not gonna talk about that anymore, but if anybody remembers the name of that guy, then, you know, I will recognize it. And no, I don't think... Yes, Borat! Yes, Borat! That guy. I was thinking Borat. You actually knew about that one, holy shit. I was thinking of Borat because I feel like, you know, he was just like, you know, when he was first thinking of a guy with like fangs flapping, that was the first guy that came to my mind. Borat just getting yeeted by a fucking drop bear. Yes, absolutely. My mind is just, you know, its expanse is limitless. Straight up. And their favorite food tourists. Oh yes, I can imagine that, you know, I'm pretty certain that drop bears just love tourists. People that are not aware of the dangers of the forest. Just bears just like flapping on them. Oh yeah, the flip-flops. I never heard them being called funks though. That's a new one for me. When I think of funks, I think of those like very like thin underwear. I mean, isn't that like the same name too? What animals are drop bears seem? I'm guessing they're bears. You guys call them drop bears, so they gotta be bears, right? I don't know because I've never heard of this animal before, so like, you know, if it's not a bear, then don't blame me. I'm going entirely by your definition, guys. All my knowledge comes from you. You can't assume me to have any more than that. You guys imagine like just 200 kilo or plus bears just like flopping down from a fucking tree like acorns to land on their target. And just, you know, just devour them afterwards. And then they just casually just climb up a tree with their giant ass paws and bare asses. As if it like was like routine. I just the image of a big ass lumbering bear just like belly flopping on the shit just is so precious. Yes, I can see Migo. Man, now I actually kind of wanna, I ironically wanna live in Australia right now because I need to see that spectacle if it was an actual bear. Guys, imagine this. I'm thinking of ASDF movies, if you guys know about that stuff, because I'm like way off the earlier generation, but if you know ASDF movie from Tomska, everybody do the flop. A bunch of bears falling down from trees. Oh fuck, I'm sweating too much. It's too fucking hot in this room. It's too fucking hot in this room. Oh gosh, I can't handle this shit. Drop bears. Never again, dude. I'm scared. I'm too scared that I'm actually laughing my ass off. You've seen videos about the drop bear? Yeah, thank God you haven't actually seen that in person. I would be very concerned about what you'd be doing with your life. Why the hell would you go to Australia willingly? You would be crazy. I like turtles. I mean, I understand that, Brandon, but I gotta be honest with you, like, I cannot forget about that because ASDF movies have been such a big part of my childhood. Like, people from my age even still talk about it sometimes, so I just cannot simply forget about that. It's just, like, too much, like, saving in my brain folder. How should I level him into the skulls like that? Bro, that's not my problem. That's your problem for being in this stream. If it powers it, then go away, but you ain't gonna run away from this shit. Yeah, ain't no leveling happening this time around. It's not even me down, but you know what? I'd rather be 90% efficient and just laugh my ass off than just be 100% efficient and just be like freaking steel-faced. At least it's a lot more fun that way. No, divorced! Wait, bro, please. Don't do this to me. Oh, I actually didn't know about it until Miyako showed you. I'm actually surprised that even Miyako was aware of those. Like, I felt like it was so much of my generation. And we're talking like a 10-year gap. Like, ASDF movies was definitely like more like, you know, my age group than yours. But yeah, oh my god. Also, going all the way back to what Moonlight Elf says, that Breath of Fire is a pretty neat series from Capcom. Classic name. BOF3 was most popular among people. I personally have experience mostly from BOF4. Well, I need to like look into that. There's like a lot of other series I got also interested in. Like I found out like how crazy popular Persona 4 was when it came out. I really wanted to see the whole Persona series because of that, before even playing 4, because I'm weird like that. But I never like got to doing that. I think there's like a bunch of like different like franchise games I want to try out. I just gonna list them right now. But I just never come across thinking about that because I know like the very first games are often like inaccessible because they're not made for PCs, and well, because I never owned them, then emulating is gonna be another like piece of work there. But yeah, anything else happening here? Nah, alright. Glad I finally got up with the chat though. Sorry for like being so slow about it, but dude. So much happening. So much happening. Overall though, thank you guys. This has been like wonderful experience. Don't mind so much fun with my players when I'm having this much fun. Oh my god. And okay, I'm gonna really have to ask this question like seriously. Why the hell? Seriously, why the hell are like, you know, why do you call flip-flops fangs? Why the hell would you do that when there's an other item entirely different from that called also fang? Why would I not just stick to flip-flops? Or some sandals? Why fangs? Oh, definitely Moonlight Elf. Like, I think for many of those series, like, you know, I assume you're talking about Breath of Fire here right now. I honestly, like, would like to also, like, of course, see that, and I think many others would agree on that. But oftentimes for companies, it isn't worth it to, like, remaster old games. I mean, I think we all know that, but I think for many of the, like, the OG enjoyers, like, that sentiment is shared for many of those games. Funks go on your feet. Funks go up. Funks go up your feet. Hold on. Okay, guys, I'm gonna make this important Google search. If I search funks, what's gonna come first? Am I gonna get some skimpy outfits, or am I gonna first see flip-flops? Yes. Guys, a thong is a piece of underwear that covers your genitals but leaves your butt cheeks bare. You don't wear flip-flops like that. No. I'm looking at women's asses right now. Don't look at me like that. I'm done. You can't do that. Okay, Nico. For your information and for your safety, I did not search up drop bears. I did not look up drop bears. I didn't do that. You know, just for my own sake, I'm gonna hold on to that mental image of like... I'm gonna hold on to that mental image of like bears just like falling off trees like acorns. I think that's way too precious. I don't wanna... I just wanna live in that dream right now. You should. Should I though? Should I though? Nah, I don't know, dude. I don't know, dude. Guys, actually try to describe it to me. What is a drop bear? Aside from bears that drop from trees. Try to describe it to me the best way I can. Best way you can. I mean, that's true, Migo, but it doesn't cover your genitals. That is against the point. And I gotta say, from the funks I saw on the internet, it is pretty clear to me that funks, in fact, they are not worn on your feet. What kind of mammoth class funks are you wearing right now? And wouldn't that be just like very unwieldy to wear? Wouldn't that kill the entire purpose of like funks? I mean, I guess, like, if it's one of those, like, one of those funks that Borat wore, I think, like... Actually, what is that called again? Like, what is that green outfit that goes from your genitals all the way to your shoulders? That isn't called a fung, is it? Some sort of bodysuit thing. I don't know what it is called exactly. Those would be stretchy. Those could actually, like, go my nether regions and then go for my feet. Although, I wouldn't say it would stick to my nether regions, but maybe with some redesign it could. But, you know, you get the point, though. I don't think it works that way. I was a Mankini, so that's what you were saying with Mankini, because you have to remember also, Brandon, because when I say things a lot, I may, like, get messages, like, in 15-second delay because of, like, the stream delay. So when you said Mankini out of context, it didn't make sense to me, but now it makes more sense. I thought that was, like, another person name. Like, if it wasn't Borat, then it was Mankini. But yes, it was a Borat wearing a Mankini. Google drop bears. Are you sure, guys? Do you guys think I should Google drop bears? Would that be a culture piece that I should get myself into? Drop bears in monkey. Yes. I think I would be absolutely hot for that shit. With fox. Now that's an outfit combination I wasn't expecting. Right, okay guys. Is anybody against me googling up drop bears? Because Brandon here really insists that I look them up. They don't want me to live the dream of like big ass bears up in trees. Alright, fine, guys. Let's Google drop bears. What are drop bears? Oh, they're koalas! There's koalas? Really? Okay. The drop bear is a well-known urban legend and hoax in Australian folklore, described as a large predatory koala-like marsupial that drops on unsuspecting people from trees. While it's a common figure in tourist scare stories, the Australian Museum says that the drop bear is not a real animal. And this is a resolution given to me by AI Overview. So, I don't know how accurate that is, but I hope it's accurate. No, not 200 pounds, 200 kilo plus. I don't know how... Actually, hold on. How heavy are actually bears? I don't know this shit. I haven't looked this up. Hold on. Bear weight. Male inline grizzlies typically weigh up between 600 to 1,000 pounds. Or brown bears go from 80 to 600 kilos. I guess 80 is like for cubs and such. Oh man. Okay, so yeah, drop bears were just a complete myth. Alright, I see how it is. Well, I got Aussie, but to be honest, this was the best prank ever. You know, I could have never imagined myself like seeing like bears dropping off trees without you guys' help. So, you know, thank you. This was completely memorable. To be honest, Brandon, I don't. I really don't want to imagine being an Aussie. Life as an Aussie would suck, most likely. Again, I'm not trying to, like, you know, pull a fast one on you, but I just don't want to imagine being in your shoes living in Australia. Oh, you got the automated Migo? Oh. Wait. How did the chlamydia get, like, through the first time? Why does it not, like, go through this time? That's so weird. Thanks for allowing this term. Emenalus said a permitted term have chlamydia. Yes, it certainly does, man. It certainly does. You're not Aussie and you knew about this. Well, Moonlight Elf, the thing here is... you have to come across it at some point to know about it. So, maybe there was a time and period in the past that you also got fooled by this. Or maybe you found out about it before you got fooled, but most unlikely. You could just say that I am now in the no zone, just like the rest of you. And now we can fool somebody else into believing in drop bears. You know what? I'm gonna talk about drop bears tomorrow with my friends. Oh, actually, no, never mind. One of my friends actually watches this stream, I think. So, maybe they know about drop bears. Hey Jay, do you know about drop bears now? You wanna tell me on Discord? You can respond to me. If I see a message coming from you, then I understand it's you. That you know about drop bears now. You had also had a pop-up before that my message could be offending or disrespectful. Honestly, guys, feel free to like let me know if the automod like mods any of the messages away from you, because honestly, I don't see that myself on the Streamlabs. Streamlabs shows me all the like the point redemptions and such, but it doesn't show me automod for some reason. So if there's anything that gets automodded, please do tell me that automod is there. I'm happy to like check your message, because otherwise I won't see it. Unless I'm actually stuck to Twitch, but then I won't see my stream review, which also is sometimes important. So, yeah, if you guys wanna have me check your message, then let me know. You watch a video about it. But how would you know about this video if you were not first cultured by drop bears? And if you didn't know about it before, then wouldn't that just mean that you got initially just bamboozled by the fact that people were telling, like, you assume that drop bears were something else, and then this video, like, proved you otherwise, so therefore, you were imaginatively fooled the first time around, before you actually, like, found out the truth about drop bears. Sure, hold on, Mad Hatter. Pyramid Mad Hatter 92. There we go. Yes, I live under a rock. Is this about the drop bear thing? Like me just like imagining bears just like doing flops on the ground or something? Because if that's the case, then I don't have to see this again. But I'll be checking the clip afterwards on Discord. Thanks for sharing this. Living under a rock has its benefits, right, guys? Woo! I love my rock, dude. I feel like I'm able to, like, experience so many first times. Just for the fact that I'm oblivious. And I'm not being consciously oblivious, I just happen to be oblivious. You know, this is just, like, goes down to, like, this just goes down the rabbit hole, right? Like, when people, like, this goes down the rabbit hole, like, where people just, like, read up a lot of fun facts. And I'm, like, not the kind of guy that, like, likes to look up fun facts. I don't want to look up lots of videos and stuff about, like, random things. So that just, like, comes down to me not knowing these minute little details about things. And here we are. I'm just completely clueless. But you learn once, you likely won't forget about it again. You can try me tomorrow. You can try me on Monday about the drop bears, though, if I still remember. If I don't, then you can fool me again. Oh, really? Is that my fault, or is it like the platformer's fault? At least my analytics say that I got only 0.2% drop frames, so I guess it is on my side at least. My internet should be okay. Ah, I see. That makes sense, definitely. But that was actually like also fairly recent then about the drop bears. And man, YouTube shorts, dude. I see them a lot. I occasionally watch one or two, but I like consciously just avoid them in general a lot. I feel like many of them are just like AI generated bullshit, and it just like annoys me so much. Like, I feel like there's nowadays a loophole about like making AI generated content for like revenue and such. It's just like, you know, it makes me feel weird inside. I just don't want to support it. But at least the shorts definitely does, like, you know, put at least some comparison to TikTok and such. Not that I really ever used that either. Guys, is TikTok still relevant, by the way? Because honestly, I don't know. I haven't touched that app ever. So I need to hear this from you guys. Or is there like a new platform that's like taking up, like, or taking over TikTok or something like that? Or is YouTube becoming like the newest trend, like the newest big deal again? Because they caught up on TikTok's trends. Oh god. Hi. Oh gosh. I'm not even sure how I'm supposed to read this one. Ah. Hi, I am a drop bear. And I'm dropping down on you. Mwahahaha. Or something like that. Well, Migo, you're gonna scare me like that. Unless I'm gonna get absolutely just like, actually like, squished on stream, then it isn't happening to me. Watch me, bro. I think I should be fine. Guys, you ain't seeing any drop bears behind me, right? Or above me, right? I should be fine, right? Yeah, guys. Make sure that I actually also read the message correctly, because I mean, you know, it is in my, I cannot say I'm giving it the most attention right now. You can like proofread for me, if you can read that message. Yes. I think Maddie skipped a beat there. Oh, item. Ah, gold hourglass. Ah. Damn it. Again. How come? Why did TT get itself a premature funeral for that? Did something happen? Yes, Migo, and I already got 2 of those things. I got one earlier on the previous stream too, so definitely up there. Like I think it is useful, yes, but it doesn't give me achievements, so it is not as satisfying as getting me the summon itself. It isn't about usefulness, it is about completionism. 2 totally different things. I can admit Gold Hourglass's usefulness, but I also cannot also, like, you know, underweight the importance of, like, completionism for the sake of getting this Mind Flayer. And it's already been 2 hours, guys. It's already been 8 hours of this bullshit. Jumping around a hole hoping not to fall down it. Or maybe at some point we did, but we don't talk about it. It would be just awkward if we were admitting that we were like giving up on hope. But alright, so TikTok is still a thing, so there's like no other media that's taken over. Do people like still use TikTok though? I mean, I guess they do. I mean, it's been a while since I last had like genuine contact with somebody that like I was talking about anything like that with anyone. Did you like just now see the message, Maddie, that Migo sent? Guys, I told you to proofread it for me. How slow are you guys about that? Alright, good job. So, is anybody gonna get spooked by a Roof Migo nowadays? Or is anybody gonna be afraid of Drop Migo? Because I think I will. My night is ruined. I feel like I won't be getting any sleep tonight. Oh, yeah, I think I remember that controversy. Yeah, I think I remember that Moonlight Elf. That's true. But even then, that's a bit weird. I mean, even if it like was moved into China, I don't think that they would like still like stop the service. You don't drop, you sneak. Why not sneak and drop? You can make the sneaky drops. So before your prey even realizes you're being dropped on, they're already dead. They never knew what hit them, literally. Yeah, I think it was something like that too, yeah. They had like a temporary closure of service, and it came back. Well, in any case though, man, I just never into like the whole shorts content. I feel like there's just like so much trash in there. I just don't really bother. I understand they're just easy to watch and it's easy to get hooked into that. But that's exactly why I don't want to like follow it, because like it's just because like, you know, it's just easy to like get absorbed into. I'd rather just like fight that instinct and just like go for something that feels more productive for myself. But that's just like my workaholism and time management talking to myself. I mean, yeah, people already have that, so that's true. But the sad part is, I don't think TikTok's gonna cure it, and even if TikTok got removed, nobody knew how to cure it. But guys, maybe we should like go telling more people. Go touch some grass. Maybe that would help some people. Also guys, I don't think my friend noticed that we talked about drop bears, so maybe I'm gonna drop the drop bear bomb on them later. Just don't tell him. Shh. Guys, if anybody ever said anything about drop bears on the Discord chat, shh. Don't tell them. Don't tell them. Don't tell on the server, okay? Shh. I mean, the clip is okay. The drop bear clip can stay because it's out of context, but nobody tell them the truth of the drop bears. What? Really? Insta has an age restriction? Like 13 plus, like most of our services? I mean, I guess I was already expecting that, but... Now? Or is there like a bigger age restriction? Oh, yeah. Definitely. But I feel like that's like in all aspects, like not just art. I feel like there's a lot of like, you know, useless content being posted simply because it's easy and it's attractive and people will easily click it up. And the fact that like for these videos, there isn't like any sort of like attractive thumbnail, it's very easy to make lazy content. And people won't realize like, you know, that it's bad until they already watched it, so... It's just like a very easy loophole in a way. So not only art, but I feel like everything that, you know, is being released in short format is easy to like turn into just bullshit. But then again, it does allow a prospect that if you really make decent videos, it could actually like get you some traction, but... Man, I just don't really like making short content myself too much. I mean, I gotta make some at some point, like occasionally, but... I just don't feel like it ever makes any proper videos. It just kind of sucks for that reason. Like anything that is on short format is unlikely to be useful. Like there are some videos that are like cool and like nice and all, but it needs like very specific structuring. Like every single second has to be used very specifically. But most of the time it just feels like it's just clutter. Oh. I mean, to be honest, I think that should be more like a child mode rather than a teen mode. Because, I mean, if you're a teen, you can only, like, basically see everything at this point. I mean, everyone wants to, like, see the bad stuff at that point. Like, if it's, like, a teen mode. Like, you know. Wait, hold on. Like, if you were a teen... I think the honesty here is that most like teens would like to, you know, see that, you know, the past the 18 plus stuff already at that point. So I don't think it's like any point there to be like a teen thing anymore. But well, at least some kind of like, you know, adult content restriction in general for like younger audiences. But is it really like for under the ages of 16? Because or like stuff under the age of 16, but do you actually have to be like 16 to like see all the content? Like what is actually like then, what is then like Insta trying to like aim for here? It isn't like they're gonna turn into like a adult content platform, so I don't understand why they had to make the age gap higher, or like the age restriction higher than for most other apps. Wouldn't that just like limit their like, you know, practicality for like more users? Why wouldn't they just stick with 13? That's weird. But yeah, even then, like, you know, if it wasn't just US, like many of the other programs and such, like oftentimes when there's any internet service involved, there's at least an age restriction of 13. Even though it may not seem like it, even if it doesn't seem like it's necessary, but then there's like the like let's say YouTube too. Even that plays, I think, like as like, you know, the age restriction of 13, but then there's like these there's kids videos too, but then they assume that like it's made on like they watch it like on parents' accounts and such, and you don't even need to see, you don't need to own an account for everything. But I'm not even surprised if like I would be more surprised that something didn't have an age restriction of 13 rather than, you know, rather than did. I think it's international. But then again, I don't know if it like, I don't know like how the Finnish rules are. Does it actually apply in Finland too? I mean, people do often talk to me about like 13 plus being like the common medium, but is it like just a Finnish whim, or is it like something that just like, is it like internationally agreed on, or does it like apply on like certain countries? At least I know that like when I wanted to make my first Facebook account ever, I had to actually like, you know, go with my mom's account mostly because I wasn't 13 yet. But you know, that's an exception because Facebook is like American, I think. So, you know, that makes sense because US laws apply to American companies and American services. But I wonder about like services like in Europe, for example. Actually, are there any like common services that are like Europe-based? I wonder. Or are they all just like either Chinese or American mostly? Mostly. I mean, there is Spotify, that's Swedish. But I don't know if that's like under the jurisdiction of some other country than just Sweden. Is Spotify 13+? Does anybody know? I know this is like completely useless, but I think like this is actually like, you know, seriously pretty fascinating. Yeah, let's be honest. I cannot say that YouTube Kids has exactly been like the most unscrupulous place ever. I actually ended up watching a video about like some of the biggest banned YouTubers, like at some point, and many of them were actually children's channels. Most of the biggest were like either copying content from other creators, or there was like some other things like, you know, just like severely disturbing content that just like is so weird. Like I remember there being like this one channel that would like, you know, make these live action videos with like guys just like running around in like some recognizable Disney figure clothing and masks and such, and making some very weird shit with that. It's just like, it's posed for children, but it's so messed up, honestly. Like, you know, I think like YouTube's children content, or like children content in general, is just like the biggest loophole in all of media. It's so weird. Is it AI slop 2 nowadays? Good god. I was already bad before the AI, but is it really just AI slop? And I mean, the problem is because the kids don't really care about the content. They just like get easily just like mesmerized by that. They just get easily stuck to that. They don't think about like if it's like good content or not. So it's just easy to like fall into that. They're not gonna like start judging like, that's through AI. No way, dude. So I really feel like, you know, I'm genuinely just concerned about like the children of like, you know, this generation, how bad they're gonna be if they're gonna be stuck on media too much. The problem is they likely will, because we're living in the world of media right now. So yeah, I'm a bit concerned. But for them to be predatory too, man, how did that ever get through the YouTube guidelines then, I wonder? Because, I mean, I don't know, like, how closely YouTube follows their own rules, but I'm pretty sure that they would at least follow the, like, the TOS of their, or, like, TOC of their own YouTube content. I think they would be at least paying very close attention to that, but if they really let stuff like that to get through, then I really wonder about that. Maybe not so much. But, I mean, I'm not here to, like, judge, like, how good YouTube content is, like, for kids, too, because, honestly, I haven't been watching that ever, really. But from what I've seen so far, YouTube's kid content is disturbing. And honestly, even like for some cartoons, I would say that on a second glance, maybe honestly a little bit disturbing, a bit weird for kids, but they watch it, so I guess it works. Oh my god. AI this and AI that. You know, I had this discussion with my friend recently. Actually, yeah, the last time we were, like, hanging around. We were talking about AI's influence in, like, you know, or in schools and such, too. Like, how AI is just, like, having a massive effect on our, like, current education system, too. Like, I find it very hard to, like, believe in anything that I want to do nowadays without any sort of, like, you know, like, because AI is so easily manipulated on just about anything, our studies, our written work and everything. And even though we got all those like AI trackers and such, like we got the AI plagiation tools, even then, like I don't think even that is gonna be able to like fully just fully capture AI being used if it's used creatively. And also if like then adversely, are those tools gonna be like also like damaging to our people that make genuine work, and but they make it so appropriately that even AI, like, you know, confuses it to be AI text itself. Like, I feel like it's causing like a lot of problems in this. And the biggest problem here right now, I would say, is that Because AI is just like, you know, enforcing just about anything nowadays. Like, you know, we cannot just avoid it. And we're even like sometimes encouraged to like use AIs for ideas and not like actually like use our own brains. We're just like limited, like we're not even like oftentimes encouraged to like limit ourselves to our own capabilities. Some teachers do like, you know, ban the use of AI on their tasks and such, but there are even like some cases when teachers are gonna be like, okay, you can use AIs for idea generation and such. And I mean, okay, fair, but even then, like, that's really like taking away from the like the actual thinking department from the students. And I think the worst part here is that I don't even know like how reliable my own degree when I'm done with my studies is gonna be. Like, because like when I first started my studies, like there was no like big concern about AI. Nobody talked about AI and its like effect on studies. But now, like after a couple of years, it's got to the point where AI is able to do lots of things. And oftentimes even my own peers do use AI to like kind of like escape making own effort and trying to like do their missions or like tasks with low commitment. And it makes me actually also like be afraid of my own papers. Like when I'm done with like my degree, I'm afraid of its own like, you know, legitimacy. Like if it's gonna be actually something that companies can actually like look into with genuinely feeling like I know what I'm doing. Because if people are gonna be mostly relying on AI to do their things, how can we say that they know how to do their own thing in the first place? Is my own paper like gonna just completely lose its value because companies can't even look into that paper anymore, like with the feeling that, yeah, we can trust that this guy knows their shit? Because I feel like that's gonna go down to that. And I feel like it's gonna only go down further that road, and we're gonna be having some real issues with like the education in this rate, unless it's like being unless there's something being done about this. Oh yeah, I think artists are definitely like one of the biggest people to suffer from this. I think like I talked about this on the previous stream too, and yeah, the AI art has been really bad for any like actual artist trying to make a living out of their thing. If it's like actually making just art pieces. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. What do you mean by Nightshade? I don't know about this thing called Nightshade. Is it like some sort of tool that like mixes in some pretty bad artworks just to try to confuse AI or something? Because I never heard of that one before. Yeah, I mean, that's fair too. That's fair too. But I mean, that's fair too. Like, there's gonna be just immigrants are cheap. But I think, you know, even if I was cheap, like, am I gonna have any value compared to anybody else? Because, like, even though I've been, like, spending 4 years, like, studying for a degree, is it gonna have any value because the numbers on the paper just don't matter anymore? Because you don't know if the person that actually got the degree actually did their job properly and has, like, actually good performance, or did they just AI slap everything and just make it through barely with no effort at all? And when you actually do bring them for employment, they just don't know shit. Like, the thing I'm like referring to is here, like, you know, is this gonna be actually reliable? Like, is my own education gonna even give me any value? Is it gonna like show up in any way as valuable to the company that I'm gonna go for? Yeah, it is. I noticed the same thing too. But at least the degree may give me some kind of like a head start. But man, it really does suck that, you know, this like just further like drops its value working on a degree, and it sucks. Oh, that's pretty cool, honestly. Okay. Honestly, I can understand why, you know, people want to use AI art and like why people want to oppose AI art. But I really gotta like be on the side of the artist on this one, because I mean, in the end, we're talking about a business. I understand that some people are just greedy and just want to like hold all the money for themselves, but it's also like at the same time, like people that are using AI art also do want to avoid spending on money on art pieces that are generally made because it's costly. But then again, you know, where does that actual like funnel? Where does that like material come from? Somebody had to make it before. And I feel like, you know, if people are just gonna avoid things just to like avoid spending on things and not thinking about the consequences, like, we're not gonna have any artists around anymore. We're just gonna like rely entirely on AI art. It would be like just a completely lost art form if you just like, you know, just completely just gave up on like actually paying for actual artists. So, I do agree with the artist on this one that at least I feel like if it's gonna be about something that should be AI generated, there's many things that you can do, but I think art is the one thing that shouldn't be crossed because it's like just like jeopardizing the work that they're supposed to be having, and people are avoiding it because they want to just get off cheap. So I totally understand like the reasoning behind how artists work behind this, and I really hope it's gonna be like something that both parties are gonna be happy, but. Man, it just like really sucks that, you know, things have been getting into such a chaos whenever AI just like became so involved nowadays. It's like probably the craziest years I've had in my entire life so far. I know I'm pretty young, but I don't think anything else has been as revolutionary than AI coming in until now. Maybe I've never thought about it as much because I was too young, but I feel like that has just been like the most upside down thing ever so far. I see, yeah. I mean, that's fair. At least you only get customers that really like want actual art, so you don't have to deal with like those people that are trying to like scheme you as much as they can. And I mean, at least the good part is that oftentimes the ARR does have its own problems and its smudges. So if somebody's gonna rely on that too much, then they're just never gonna get like the best value out of their things. So their own decision to be a cheapskate just like pays off with that. I just hope that AI is not gonna get too much better at like generating AI art. So like people are gonna like, you know, see less reason in actually paying for real artists. I would do it personally just for the fact that I just want to support things that, you know, are supposed to be made by hand. But, you know, I know people are different. And honestly, I'm just like unusually like prideful about, you know, being fair. Okay, let me see this. Why 90% of what schools teach doesn't apply to work anyway? That's true, that's true. But then again, you know, many jobs that you need to apply for, you want to apply for, they require you to have like some certain degree if you're not looking for just basic line work. You can get promoted from just sheer like work experience possibly, but you would have to like have lots of loyalty in that company, and they would have to really like trust that you would know what you do afterwards. So I don't know, depends a lot. At least it would like at least give me some safety or like feeling of safety. But then again, I don't know if it would really be worth anything because in the end I'm not actually like, you know, I haven't been to the working world enough yet, so you guys may know much better than I do. Exposure currency. What do you mean by that? And I see, most of the European countries won't be able to keep up their GDP without it. I mean, there is like importance in immigration too, but I think the problem is that like actually like well-educated people are being like frowned upon because like, you know, well, European workforce is admittedly expensive. I will admit that. But also it does like reflect on equality. And so when like, you know, as companies also try to like skim out on all the expenses as much as they can, then that's just, you know, what happens. You know, people just like, people that actually are well educated are not being hired. Unless you're really willing to like, you know, lick the boot and just like get paid almost nothing for that. So, it's a hard life always, honestly. But I admit too that, you know, employers are also like, you know, to blame for being also pretty stingy about that. Yeah, and I feel like, again, like, even with, like, aside from, I don't know if you, like, mean speed paints about, like, you know, AI art in general, but, like, I think, like, it always does come with its smudges, so, you know, they won't be able to escape. I think even now I can still, like, tell AI apart pretty well from, like, actual art. Like, I can still see those, like, certain little details that don't feel natural. Like, I feel like there's, like, instead of like being like, let's say, natural hairlines, I can like see like vortexes and squiggles and such. Like I can still tell that there is like some sort of like smudging to it, not like actual like matter put into it. So I like have a pretty good eye with AI so far, and I really hope it's only gonna get better from here. Are you talking about the exposure thing? Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah, that too. I think that just, you know... I think that just the scummiest thing in the world too. Like, I mean, trying to like get free art for the sake of like getting, you know, giving them exposure. But, I mean, if you are a person that's influenced enough, you certainly should have enough money to actually pay for actual art. And I mean, I understand like they may be like promising credit of like giving credit for the art, but you know, it's just petty. It's just not genuine. And how much benefit is it really gonna be if they also like the to be honest, if somebody was willing to like, you know, give exposure for the sake of getting art, I do also like would also question the actual genuinity of the creator itself. Like, are there actual like viewers and such actually real? Are they actually there? Or are they just also like bot numbers? Are they really getting any exposure in the end? Are they just cheaping everything out? I think that applies also to their personality and their own values. If they're like trying to like avoid paying for giving some exposure, I think that like tells a lot about the creator themselves or the influencer. But yeah, the influencer trend itself is kind of shitty, to be honest. I really hate it. And I really never want to be even like called to be one of those influencers. It would just like hurt my heart. But yeah, that honestly got pretty serious, honestly. I'm sorry if anybody was getting a little bit uncomfortable with like how the direction of the conversation got, but in any way, these are like issues that need to be addressed nowadays, and it really sucks because like, you know, I don't think these should be issues in the first place. I think it should be like obvious that like, you know, people should be given proper credit for things that they do, and also like, you know, people should be able to like, you know, able to be recognized for their honest work. But I feel like AI has been like making the worst possible use of like one of the biggest human problems, and that is like trying to like find the easiest way out. And now that there is like something that generates practically everything, their homework, their art and such, people are way too susceptible to just like, you know, people are too susceptible to just like looking for the easy way out and not trying to actually like apply into like some serious effort or like trying to actually like pay for genuine work. And that's just, you know, I hate that. That ingenuity of people just, you know, really shines through with this one. It really brings out the worst of the people, and it makes me sad. People can be better than this, but they don't want to. AI just like brings out the true nature of things. Yeah, no, honestly, like, there's a lot of art videos out there. Even though I'm not an artist myself, I've seen a bunch. So, it only really comes down to the commitment. And if you really, like, understand the commitment that artists go through to, like, have art that's worth enough to sell to anyone in general, you know, you can understand, like, exactly why they're so expensive. Because art isn't exactly a skill that you can just, like, learn by learning. You have to actually do it. You have to, like, keep doing it. It's a practical art. It's a manual work thing. So you cannot just like you know, do theory for it and learn it. You actually have to apply it, and it requires lots of practice in general. So I don't really see a reason to like, you know, try to like pretend that like artists are just gatekeeping stuff. Maybe some artists are more trade secrety about their own art, but there's a lot of information to get you started. There's enough information for you to make your own individual art. There is nothing stopping you from becoming an artist if you want to. But it requires so much effort and work, it just feels wrong to not pay them for that. At least that's what I feel. If you really want to get their art pieces. And I mean, even though art may seem like it's expensive and such, like, I understand why. Because you you think of an art piece and that's gonna cost you like, let's say, around 100 euros, for example, for a really good art piece. But let's think about it this way, that if they're really gonna work a few hours on it, they work completely on commissions, which means that they don't always have work, like, guaranteed for themselves. Like, and they have to be like, they have to like make a living out of that. Some of the people, if they really wanna like do that as a full time. So, it's important that they get paid properly like any other employee would. Like, comparable to like employees that are getting stable wages. And that brings it down to the idea that art needs to be at least appropriately funded. So people are actually willing to like do it more. If you're gonna just like, you know, try to buy art or like sell art like you know, ridiculously low prices, then that doesn't really like, you know, put into perspective like the genuine value of it. It is work just like any other. Just that art is just as unreliable as any other like media job. So like, it's important that it is expensive, in my opinion at least. Copywriting prompt words? You for real right now? Oh my god. But thank god AI can't be copyrighted. And I hope no like, you know... I hope no like, you know, lobbyist or some serious like, I hope no actual political figure is gonna make that possible, because, you know what, I think that would be just like, you know, the final nail in the coffin. AI should not be copyrighted. AI is created from submissions made by others, therefore the copyright should belong to others that, like, contributed to making the art, or like the AI thing itself. The AI could not generate stuff if it didn't have, like, its base materials, and there's gonna be countless copyrights under that. So there's no reason for AI to be copyrighted. That's just pure greed. At least that's what I think. I could not accept that. Not by a long shot. Man, people are just willing to do anything for money nowadays, huh? And I mean, I can understand already, like, why they're trying to gatekeep the words. They're not trying to gatekeep the words so, like, you know, they can just, like, you know, keep on making art on their own. They're trying to gatekeep it so they can monetize it. Monetize machine-generated stuff that they did not work on themselves. All they know is how to, like, cleverly combine words. And I think anybody could do that with enough practice. It's not exactly like, you know, masterwork. Imagine gatekeeping, like, AI art and trying to, like, make a profit out of that by doing practically absolutely nothing. Dude, I just... No. I can't even call AI artists really AI artists. They are AI generators. That's all I can really call them. But that's just me. If anybody feels differently about that, don't hold it against me. I don't hold any other opinions, like, against me either. But that's just how I generally feel. It's not art. It's just another person using a machine, and that's it. How can you even have pride in that shit? Like, seriously. I mean... Guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. Even though AI is around me, I haven't touched AI applications a single time. I have never even searched ChatGPT. Not even that much. There are like some AI generated stuff that I will come across like inevitably. Some of my classmates will use AI, but never by my own hand. I just detest that stuff. I understand its practices, but it just like, you know, hits me hard in my own personality to even think about using AI. It just doesn't sit right with me. I would just feel bad about trying to, like, you know, do anything without using my own brains. I mean, I feel like, you know, that's what I'm supposed to use them for. If I'm given a task, I'm supposed to, like, accomplish it with my own power. Not trying to, like, have something else do it for me. That would eliminate the whole practice's purpose. Fair, fair. They are people using AI generators. AI generating personnel. No. I'll pass on that, Miko. I think AI is gonna make a pretty bad work out of that. I mean, maybe it would be simple for me to make some sort of a macro for this, but or some other like, you know, simple bot, but that would entirely ruin the purpose of like having fun with grinding. It isn't fun if you let the bot do it for you, right? It doesn't carry the same feeling. I mean, me grinding this for 10 hours and finally getting the item would be way different from just having a bot get it for me and then just like, you know, I would be done with it. Like, you know, it wouldn't be the same, man. I cannot be as happy about getting the Mind Flayer because I didn't work for it. It has a very different feeling. At least to me, the commitment is like one of the biggest factors to like satisfaction. So if I just didn't do a shit, then how am I supposed to be satisfied? Same way if I just like I can imagine already that if I let something like a machine do this for me automatically, I would just like think, oh yeah, I finally got it, cool, let's go. I couldn't like, you know, be happy about it. It's just like a drag out of the way. It's different. They tailored their order, so to speak. That's the way we're supposed to like call that. They tailored it. Didn't make it. But yeah, that's like quite a lot of arrogance coming from people that aren't actually applying any like real actually applied skills there. I almost want to laugh here right now. I mean, I've already laughed a couple times here basically, but you know, it just, you know, this is like the kind of like if you were like a noble or something and you were just like arrogant about your own position. There's nothing to be arrogant about. There's no like real prestige behind what you're doing. I don't understand, dude. I couldn't like make my own AI art and just like be proud of myself for doing it. I can't be proud and just like saying, look at what I made. I'm just an amazing artist right now. I could never live by that. Absolutely not. But it is how it is. It is what it is. We cannot really do much about that. All we can really do is just, you know, sit back and hope that things are gonna work themselves out. For whatever proactive things you can do though, like for artists like working on Nightshade and such, I mean, I think that's like the least we can do, but you know, that's just like preventative measures. But I feel like there should be like real, like, you know, I think like something has to change in actual like legislation for things to really take a change here. Or there has to be like something else that really just like purges everything that would like, you know, prevent the misguided use of AI, but I don't think that's gonna happen. AI is so much on a boom right now, I think it's gonna be hard to like, you know, fight against that. I see, yeah. Yeah, those are small wins, definitely. And I'm happy that, like, some people are also, like, seeing the same thing as I do. Like, I think there's a very different thing about, like, actually having the talent to do something yourself. It's very different. And I mean, in a way, I gotta say that at least that invokes people with having a desire to actually be good at something, like an art, like being a good artist. Like, through applying something, like creating art through some artificial program. At least that did give them a push to the right direction, but it is still, you know, I don't think this would still apply to many. Most AI people are just taking advantage of this new technology that doesn't really have any kind of like restrictions to it yet. So before that happens, people are just being opportunistic and trying to like maximize wins out of that. I think like that's how it is anyway. So I do genuinely appreciate people that really like see the value in it, but those people are gonna be very like, you know, far and few when it comes to like the AI people. But I'm happy that it's been an encouragement to some to actually become artists. And I hope it's gonna carry with them and not actually lose faith in their own project or like their work. I really wanna see like artists actually bloom out from this, rather than just like see artists being taken away from this. Because people are trying to be cheap. No! Miko, you bastard! What kind of AR art did you make? You monster. Here's an E-Bat mowing down a horde of Mind Flayers. Bro, that's a way different E-Bat than I was expecting, honestly. At least they know what Mind Flayers look like, though. Unless you, like, instead just search up, like, some Cthulhu monster or something like that. I don't know. Wow. I mean, I can understand why they, like, thought of a bat in the name E-Bat. And for anyone that doesn't understand context of life here, E-Bat is, like, a very cute little, eyeball kind of creature with a small, cutesy tail with a heart on the tip of it. It's a very cute small animal thing. It doesn't look like an actual bat at all, but the E-Bat that this AI generated is very different from an actual E-Bat. Like, it's like it's an actual, like, a bat with wings. It's like, you know, a bat hamster thing with a chainsaw, apparently. Oi. I mean, I guess that's fair, but then again, a chainsaw cannot, like, fight against absolute destruction caused by black magic. I mean, come on, look at this. Can you really say a chainsaw is able to do this? Able to purge an entire row of enemies in a single cast? A chainsaw has to go, like, through 3 enemies at once. And I mean, I don't think a chainsaw is that fast. Unless the chainsaw is made, like, literally, like, out of, like, something like a lightsaber. Unless it's able to, like, evaporate matter instantly. I don't think it's gonna be able to, like, get through like this, compared to black magic like this. Black magic has its own benefits and strengths too, even compared to a chainsaw. Mark my words. Black magic will prevail. Period. Oh, yes, yeah. I understand what you mean there, buddy. I understand what you mean. I just love it, like, when there are artists that, like, talk about, like, having their own art, and then their art is so diverse that there is no, like, distinct style, and that's usually, like, what gives out that they're not really, like, doing anything, or they're, like, just either scamming people, or they're just doing AI art. So, like, when those people come across, it's just very funny to me that they're trying to actually market something that obviously isn't theirs. No, Mad Hatter. I think you are being a little bit too pessimistic about black magic here. You see, black magic is doing a really good job here. And I could do even worse if I wanted to. There are just not enough enemies to go through. Like, if I had a group of 10 enemies, even that I could probably defeat because I have Firaga and such. Like, guys, if you think this is bad, you haven't seen my full power. Like, these enemies, oh yeah, they're tough. And I can still one-shot them. But if I had 10, I could use this instead. So it's all about the game not giving me enough enemies to deal with. I'm gonna kill your asses. Bring me more enemies. Fight me like a real man. You assholes. Like I said, I got the Gauss spells. I gotta say, they're a bit too powerful for Palom. You look at the enemies, you look at the damage I did, and then you look at their HPs. That's like at least 5 times their HP. So, overkill much? Maybe, but I have proven my worth. I think my spells would work in this favor. I mean, look, 108 HP, 250, 300, and that's nothing. The limitation isn't my spells, it's the game. So I feel like I got more potential with black magic, thank you very much. At the time you are doing a few cuts with the chainsaw, and some of them are pretty girthy, I think it's gonna take a while to rip through with the chainsaw. In the meantime, I could evaporate 10 enemies at once, if I was using my strongest spells and if the game allowed it. Oh, yeah. Or well, there is a possibility that an artist can do everything, but they would not certainly be good at anything particularly, or especially like standing out in any way. Like they would be like, let's say average at best with everything, but not, you know, I mean, it's about being multi-talented. It's really just, you know, a couple things. Like, either know one thing really good, or then you know a bunch of things like okay. It's different. Why would I lose against your circular saw? You tell me, buddy. And I mean, if there are like some certain connections, Moonlight Elf, like if, for example, like animation is connected to the design and logos, that would be fair. Like, but like actually the distinction of like actually like being more over on the side of like animations and such would be a lot more like trustworthy than just anything. And like I said, if there's too much diversity like between like the art quality or type, it really like shows out that the artist doesn't exactly have any sort of like actual like distinctive pattern or distinctive style. And I think any experienced artist would have one. Even if it wasn't like that, you know, noticeable, but it would be there. If it's too far apart, then, you know, it just like feels like they just like grab a few images from the internet and that's it, obviously. Oh, yeah. But they went around with a different name, I suppose. So, did you tell them about it? That, I think I know you from before. And then they're like, really? And you're like, bro, you tried to scam art to me, but you don't even remember the people you tried to scam. Truly the worst scam artist of the whole entire earth. But I mean, I guess because we're just like numbers to you, I guess you wouldn't remember anyone, but I remember. You bitch. What kind of a circular saw has 1800 projectiles a minute? Maybe it would, but I would need to see in practice like what actually is this circular saw that you talk about, because it certainly isn't your common circular saw. I haven't heard of a circular saw that like shoots out projectiles. I mean in games, yes, but not in real life. High potion, come on. Mind flayers this and mind flayers that. I already got 3 gold hourglasses. What does my life come to? It's just madness. And guys, lo and behold, we've almost been doing this for 3 hours. How about that? Good lord. So, Mad Hatter, you were saying you were having the worst time ever just watching this shit. How come you have been here for 3 hours? You tell me. You were just supposed to come say hi. Oh, German? Like the Flammenwerfer? Which Werfer is Flammen? Dude, I think anything German nowadays is just like, you know... If anything, anime has taught me, and memes, that German anything is obviously gonna be superior. So, you know what? I'm not even gonna deny that. I will accept that your circular saw is superior, just because it's made in German. Or made in Germany. I know it's better. Period. Maddie can leave, the drop bears won't let him. Oh yes, Miga won't let him. He's a drop bear just like at the doorway. Kinda like those grappler things you had in Half-Life, just like, you know, waiting for you to like walk through the doorway and just be like... You won't be getting through this without getting suckled in, so you better stay in your places. That's fair, Mad Hatter, that's fair. You got a very valid point there. And I mean, to be honest, there isn't much to watch in the game, so I don't blame you at all. But it was your closing statement, huh? Let me see that. Was like, say hi to your manager Luna Cutie, if she even exists. Drop 2 Twitter handles and the website. After that, silence. Manager, huh? Dude, imagine if that was actually just like, you know, a big scam conglomerate, like those scam call centers, instead of like just being one individual person, just like going through one account after another. Like, after their previous account got banned. Imagine, dude. Imagine. It's just like... I don't know. Even as an action, it just like really sucks that people like this exist. That try to scam people out of their money with this like stupid art scam thing. But I mean... happens. I guess there is like that scam available in every single part of the earth. That is not too unsurprising, but it still feels bad that they exist. Well, at least we got some people here to just like, you know, make... At least there's some people to like, you know, waste their time. Just to make sure that at least they won't be moving to their next prey too quickly. And of course, hopefully reporting them for their stupidity. But I mean, I really wonder, like, you know, how messed up must your life be for you to like do this kind of a thing the whole time? Maybe some of them have to do that out of necessity. Maybe some of them do it as a job. But like, if you're like spending all your time just like scamming people, why not just get a real job? If you got that much time in your hands. Maybe you don't have a choice, but then again, I don't see you trying. You're spending so much time making those scams, bro. I cannot say I'm really convinced about your determination. It just... I can't imagine, even if I was dirt poor, I can't imagine bringing myself down to like actually scamming people. It's just bad. That's just like, of course, like just my own that's all like my own moral compass, but that goes a bit too far even for me. But in any case, though, that's... Wow. This has been quite a colorful chat, and honestly, I wasn't expecting it to get to the level that it did today. I mean, it's only been 3 hours and we've been discussing basically just like anything across the board, basically. We talked politics, we talked AI, we talked, well, a lot of things. It's crazy. And I thank you guys for that. But yeah, because I don't think there's anything else to really say about that. I think that's like a pretty good GG. Like, L on those freaking scammers and like also like for those AI artists. Then, you know, it's a pretty good note. I think so too. Our minds are being flayed out, so, you know, we are being exposed to our smooth brains. Or like, actually no, guys. I have a theory here. Because, you know, we all start with smooth brains, right? Because we're like, you know, part of the current internet culture. We all have just like terminal, you know, brain rot, right? So my guess here is that what's happening here is that the mind flayers, because they flay things, they flay our brains. They add the curves into our brains. They turn our smooth brains into actual like wrinkled brains. And therefore, we actually become able to think. So therefore, mind flayers only make us smarter, which may be a little bit like controversial compared to their names, but I feel like that's what's happening here. It's making us go smart, and I value that. That's a very nice sentiment. Oh, I see. The name I mentioned actually was like, yeah, I managed the entire team. And the scammers are always like, price depends on details and what you want. Even when asking about their praise prices. So they have like no like rounds. What a manager indeed. If that was like a genuine manager, if I was the CEO, I would just like, you know, fire them on their place. That is like zero confidence. You're supposed to have confidence in your own work. So I tend to do that, you pull the price table from somewhere, or I take my business elsewhere. Or be like, I need to plan my budgets. True, true. I mean, from many of the artist interactions I've had before, I gotta say, they do often have a good idea like what the prices are. But I haven't come across a price scam yet that actually didn't know about their prices in some way. But then again, I'm not exactly a part of like many public servers. Like, I honestly avoid like many servers like a plague on Discord. Not because I'm like avoiding any kind of like scam contacts, but because I'm generally not interested in just like too much activity and like too much shit going on. So I have very little servers. Only the ones I feel like I must be at. And even then, like for servers, like let's say for games that I play, even some of them I decide to not join consciously because I don't want to deal with that. And well, for any public service that I have, they're completely muted. I don't even like check their messages at all. I just like mark as read if I get any mentions, and don't check their other channels ever. They make you smarter in the hopes that you'll eventually realize it's stupid to waste your time grinding for achievements and spare him. Migo, I think I have an inkling as to like what your standing on this situation is. It feels to me, in fact, that you don't feel like farming for this achievement is worth it. And to be honest, I don't blame you for that. I don't blame you at all for that. This is quite rudimentary, but it is what it is. If I want to get everything, then I gotta do this. And no item. Damn it. But hey, Moonlight Elf, with all this talking though, have you actually even been able to work on your art piece again? Because I remember last time, you just got so distracted that you couldn't like really get your actual artwork itself. So, how did that work out for you? Maybe at the beginning, because you weren't that much in like the speaking role, but what about now? Oh. Dude, I also remember this one time I got like such an obvious like scam thing coming for me because it was from a person that I never like knew in general. Like they were trying to like, you know, they were just like, they were a random person, never knew them before. They have no server they have connection to. And I was asking like from them like, why did they know about me and stuff? Like, and then I was talking like about my YouTube and such, and they were like, oh yeah, I know you from your YouTube. And I would be making like these subtle references to my YouTube channel and about what I do. And like 99% of people know me from my flight content. So when that happened and I was talking about like stuff like giraffe stuff and they were just like completely like out of the blue, I was like pretty obvious about the fact that, yeah, they don't know shit about me. I knew it was a scam. But I went along with it because they just felt like, you know, yeah, I just want to have a friend and such. And, you know, yeah, cool. You give me you tell me about your life and how much it sucks and you want my sympathies and such. And then like on the, I think day 3, they finally exposed, you know, can you send me some money? And that was like the instant point where I was just like, out of the friend list. I just wanted to see where it's gonna go. It just tried to actually fit. It didn't try to scam me. It just tried to like fit on my sympathy, basically. And that was like, you know, beautiful, beautiful. Nice effort for trying, but, you know, I'm not that dumb at least. Thank God. And you have. Oh, really? How close are you to finishing off your artwork here, Moonlight Elf? Is it looking good? And man, I can't really believe like how much you're working on that thing. Because I don't know exactly like how big of an art piece you're working on right now. But since you were working on that even then like at first day, you have an entire Friday for yourself and you're here still working on the same thing. It's crazy. You put a lot of commitment to your artwork. Even if it's for your OCs that aren't really like being commissioned. Mad Hatter? You know what the relationship between a streamer and a stream viewer is, right? I'm the one receiving money, not you. So if you want to have money go somewhere, then you better donate it to me. Nah, don't do that, honestly. don't listen to me, guys. Screw that. I'm not that hungry for money. Screw that shit. But nah. I don't think it's fair for you to be asking money from me. And you ain't gonna be getting anything from me. Have you ever thought about how crazy difficult it is to like live as a student? Like, dude, student life is so difficult. It's hard to keep my money together. I need all the monies, dude. I need all the supporties, please. Cute face. Oh, you don't do commissions? I mean, I never meant to say like you do, but like I was thinking that you were like so serious about your own art that it's not being commissioned anywhere, that I felt like, you know, you wouldn't like maybe put so much heart into it, like more like sketches and such. But you really just like put everything into your art. But I guess because you're not doing any as a job, then I suppose that makes sense, because all your art is for your own self-satisfaction, so the better you make it, the better it is for you. How come though? Have you never really liked the idea of like monetizing your work? Or do you just not want to work on things that you don't feel like working on, that you didn't yourself decide to work on? And also like on another note though, like talking about money, I know we discussed not to talk about politics, at least on German side, but there was actually like a very recent legislation change that actually makes my living expenses a little bit more cruel. It's not something I cannot handle, but they made a new legislation rule now that students no longer actually are under getting themselves like rent support, at least directly. Instead, we are given like this we're given this rent support that's under the under our student grants, and that one is like lower than like the actual like rent grant that we can get like at this point, like before. And it is only valid during the study months. So over summer, starting from this August, we won't be able to get rent expense coverage anymore, which is, you know, pretty funny. So gonna be a bit harder to survive through summer if I don't have any more summer jobs coming my way, especially next year. I mean, it's always politics, man. It's always like the, you know, tug of war. I just like expect things to like go up and down every once in a while. But I suppose you're talking about the art pieces here in specific. But yeah, so talking about money, life is gonna be a bit more less money fulfilled for me next year, but or even this year, because even now, like when I actually get to school, my rent coverage is gonna be a bit less from the government than it has been up until now. And I hope it's not gonna like reflect too badly on my own like living expenses and like living survivability, but it should be fine, I believe. Yeah, I mean, I think it should be okay. I mean, I'm not exactly like, you know, I haven't been exactly like struggling to survive up until now, or until now in general, and I don't think like losing maybe $100 a month is gonna do much for me, but it still does suck in the end though. Like, just losing money because, yeah. Without actually doing anything to like, without doing anything bad like that made me actually get punished for losing the money or something like that. But it's okay. I just thought that it just popped in my mind because we happened to be talking about money. And, you know, I just don't really tend to like pay much attention to that kind of stuff because honestly, I'm just like more used to the idea that like, you know, life's always gonna come up with like ways to like get in your way. So when something like, rather than just trying to like hold on to everything that, you know, will make your life as high quality as possible, I'll just like accept the fact that there's gonna be like highs and lows. And that's like also like the case with politics too. Like, there's gonna be that constant tug of war between different parties, and like when certain parties like getting too dissatisfied, that's gonna get into lead and like push their own ideas. But then it's gonna be just like, you know, it's just like an endless cycle that, you know, goes back and forth. And because it's like a cycle that just like doesn't really end, I just don't really like, you know, I don't see much purpose in trying to intervene with that kind of stuff. And so, you know, I just accept it as like part of like the unfortunate side of things that I just like had to go through this now while I'm a student, but at least it's only on my like last year or two. It's not that bad. But I just don't like look into it as a thing that, you know, I should actively participate on. I feel like, you know, putting too much effort into something that's inevitably gonna happen at some point is just gonna, you know, waste my energy and time. Ah, I see. Okay. You used to do requests in Dragon Cave. Fair enough, I guess that makes sense. And I spent a lot of time making just dragons because I wanted to make people happy, but I had to put my own things to back burner. Burn out on that. I see, yeah. You were trying too much on the side of actually giving things rather than like giving things to yourself, and therefore your freelance work just ended up just burning yourself out completely and just, you know, yeah, pushing yourself aside. I understand the feeling because, I mean, I like the idea of like really like doing things for others a lot. That's like a thing I have always had in like MMO environments, but I also have realized to like put my own limits. Like if I cannot do it or if it feels like it's too much for me, I try to focus on other things instead. I also have this like, you know, I also put some limiters to that. Like if it seems too much, then it is too much, period. So at least I have my own understanding of where my limits go. But you would certainly have to like go through a little bit of like blunder before you're gonna find your limits. So coming through that realization had to be inevitable at some point before you would realize that like where your own limits lie. I see. Oh, it's like one of those kind of relationships. Oh man, why? Why are these toxic relationships happening to such a sweet girl? I feel really bad about this. Man, that sucks. Like, it's like you never had value as a person, but just as an object. Like, a thing that generates art for others. Like, that's it. You know, if like relationships are just like that for anyone, I think they're not even worth like sticking around on. If I felt like my own relationship like with somebody was based on their own skill sets rather than just them being a person, I'd rather just be direct about it or just like, you know, stop contact because I would feel bad about that. But oftentimes I do value people over like their actual skill sets. I value the person and then their skill sets oftentimes. Now that's like, you know, the whole class though. Man, that's just... I'm sorry, man. I know it's like long ago, but I don't think any person deserves that kind of treatment. All of us like deserve to have like a way to be recognized as a person rather than just like as a convenience. I mean, I understand completely why you have backed down from commission work for those reasons. But I feel like, at least for that second reason, I feel like, you know, if somebody's willing to pay for your art, then it at least means that they recognize you for what you do, what you're capable of. They may not recognize you as a person because they're like, they're a customer, but they realize your work is like high quality enough that they should be paid for. I think that's like another value that we can like hold on to. Like, if it's like for free and people just ignore you as soon as I like stop doing stuff for free, then that was never like a good relationship to begin with. Either as a customer or as a friend in general. Like, I feel like for that reason I could like, you know, encourage you, but for that first reason though, I understand why. But I guess you could say that I'm not gonna push you into doing anything like that, of course. If you feel like you're busy enough with your life as is, and I am fully accepting that you are, and there's nothing wrong with that. I don't say that you have to do it. But I feel like if you ever like feel like doing commissions, if you feel like you want to make arts for others, then maybe you could do it as a sort of like a part, like this hobby thing mostly. Just like filling up commissions whenever you can, not having like any pressure about like, you know, time constraints and such. Like maybe like a couple art pieces every once in a while, if it like, you know, would at least get your self-confidence back up or something. But of course, like if you feel like you don't want to do it or if you cannot do it, then that's okay too. I mean, Moonlight, as much as I hate to say it, I feel like, you know, I figured that wouldn't be your worst. But it's still like an interaction that we cannot, like, this is not about it being the worst. It's about it being already bottomlessly bad. We're not here to evaluate how bad your interactions have been in contrast to each other. We're here to like compare in general that all of these things you've gone through are just extremely rough. We're not here to like put them on a pedestal. We're here to like accept the fact that, you know, that's bullshit. Nobody should be able to go through that kind of treatment. And if that isn't the worst of that, then I already feel bad for you. I mean, these two things you've already shared with me are already like, you know, endlessly bad. But that just, you know, puts the well even deeper. Puts the like the bucket even deeper into the well. I just, you know, I'm just speechless, honestly. Like why I had to go through that. I mean, Moonlight Elf, I don't mean to be like being too much of a person scoper or trying to like, you know, trying to like dig into your own like to your own sensitive piece too much. But I'm thinking here, like, are you just like the kind of person that just like too kind and they're easily like taken advantage of, and that ends up like being your biggest problem? That you just like are too nice to people, but because of the niceness, people are just taking advantage of you. Like it is like, is it like actually like, is that like you? So it like is your fault in a way that, you know, you're subjective to that, you are vulnerable to that? Or is it just, you know, just like bad encounters in general, just bad luck? Because I don't think there's anything wrong with like being a nice person at all. But I just feel bad because like oftentimes people do take advantage of that, even though they shouldn't. I mean, that's just gonna take away the kindness that they have. And it's just gonna like, you know, bring bad experiences overall. But yeah, I don't mean to like dig too much into you or like, you know, trying to like get too deep into your own like mental state and such, but it isn't the first time I heard something like this. In fact, I know people that have been also like subject to like very similar treatment because they've been too nice. And I mean, even I have the habit of being a nice person overall. And even though I never had anything like particular to like offer, I've always like had my own, I always like offered my own like, you know, shoulder and such, being willing to talk to people. And I haven't been like, honestly, like I feel like I've been also like being subjected to like, you know, being used as a convenience, but not nearly as bad as somebody that actually has practical skills. I see. Yeah, that's a little grim. I mean, you probably have lots to share, honestly. But honestly, don't share any more that you're really like genuinely like comfortable to share. Because you have to also remember, Moonlight Elf, there's also others in here. So if you really feel like you don't want everyone to know, keep it to yourself. We can talk about it some other time. There's a better time for that. But I can totally understand like where you're coming from with this one. And I can see like, you know, I can see the kind of person that you are to be subjected to this kind of treatment. And I don't want to like, you know, call you a stereotype, but it is often those kind of people that are often like being taken most advantage of, and it really sucks to like know that, because I mean the kindest people I think like deserve the most affection for like what they do, because the kindness is like too rare like too far and few in between. It should be treated with a lot more care, but people just don't. We just wanna use a thing until it like gets exhausted of its reserves, and then we move on to the next thing that gives the same thing. Even if it wasn't there right now. Even if there was not an alternative right now existing. But even then, like, you know, people are just, like, so exploitative most of the time. I'm not saying that everyone is. Obviously, like, you know, people are different, but majority is. Majority is. And, I mean, I think we've already proven it with this one. We have like the thing about the scams, the AIs and such. Like we've talked about a lot about like people and their worst natures today. At the wake of us looking at mind flayer grinding, because that's like the thing we're gonna do right now. Absolute worst was when I got harassed by a guy for a cigarette pack. Really? For a cigarette pack? Really? Wow. I'm really thankful to hear that thing about you and Miyako. I mean, I know Miyako is a gentle enough person to really like consider that, because I know like Miyako too. Miyako is like the similar person, at least in my knowledge and memory and understanding, that, you know, they are different themselves, and they have been oftentimes ridiculed and also like frowned upon because of how they are. But he's also the kind of person that has stood for himself many times over. He's fought it for his own freedom and for his own identity. So I can only imagine like he really like deeply knows what you go through. And I can also like attest to that. Like I really can like, I can understand what you're going through yourself. Like I haven't been as bad in situations like you have, but I've also been bullied. I've gone through lots of like cases where people take advantage of me too, but I feel like still like yours like goes above mine. But then again, that's also like me also like maybe being just ignorant. Like maybe mine are bad too. But maybe it's also because I'm used to like maybe I'm just also like used to undervaluing the things that have happened to me. Maybe just like, you know, treating them as like little things, even though in the end maybe somebody else who heard about it like firsthand would be like, dude, that's crazy. How do you like get through that? I had like lots of bad experiences too, but that doesn't mean that I want to like stop giving people compassion, because I mean, I know how much it sucks to be like hurt. And then again, I know how much it like matters to someone to have that single person that really cares. Because I've had the same thing too. I've had like people that have cared every once in a while. And in those moments when I was feeling my down, like the lowest, those have been the people that I can really remember by, because they've been just like the most important people around there when I needed them. So even though I have been subject to like being used because of my own compassion and like kindness, I feel like I don't want to give up on that, because I feel like if I can like hold on to that, I'm able to like pay it back to others. Being able to like, you know, help others through their own struggles, because I'm not the only one that has those. Yeah, I'm honestly shocked too, Moonlight Elf. I have heard similar things, but I gotta be honest. If you're saying that like all that has happened to you and it's not even the worst, I gotta say that you are definitely like one of the worst cases I've heard so far. But then again, also, it's very hard to like have people actually open up to this. Especially when we're talking about like people like you that, you know, have gone through a lot. Maybe you haven't gotten the kind of attention from people that you would have really deserved. It's kind of hard to also like discuss about those things. For others too that may have gone through similar things, I don't think oftentimes they would be willing to open up and talk about things because they have just accepted it to be normal. But it isn't. So I'm really happy that you managed to like speak yourself up openly to Miyako. And it was able to really just, you know, talk things through with you. To really like make you understand like, you know, the kind of treatments you've really gone through and how bad they are and how you really don't deserve those. And I mean, that's really like a good thing too, because like about that being sympathetic to your friends, because I mean, good friends are really hard to come across, honestly. We can have a dime a dozen people that we know, but we will only get ever so often get friends that really care about us true and true for what we are. And those are the people that are gonna really carry us through like our darkest times. So it is important to treasure them, remember them by every once in a while, and if there's anything they need, absolutely do everything in your power to help them, because they will certainly do the same to you. So I'm really happy that you've been able to like trust in some people. And able to actually just, you know, talk things through with them. Able to really, like, show your affection to them. Because it really matters a lot. And I'm really happy that you met Miyako in that regard. Because, honestly, you won't see people like Miyako around too often. Because, I mean, like, between me and Miyako too, like, I would say, like, even in our, like, you know, compared to others, we are pretty different from, like, what you would say to be the normal, definitely. At least from what I've seen Miyako, he's got passions for things that definitely do not, like, apply for most people. Like, if you were to go to school, you would not see any other people like Miyako anywhere. Maybe one or two, max. But even those, they would keep their own, you know, specialties and their own passions to themselves because nobody wants to hear about them. But he's genuinely just... he's genuinely special, in a good way. Yeah, I understand it doesn't hurt you anymore, that's already in the past, but... I think it's still also, like, understandable to acknowledge to also, like, or... it's still, like, reassuring to, like, be acknowledged again that, you know... Miyako is not the only one that fought this way. You're definitely, like, the victim here. Gone through a lot of things that you shouldn't have. I don't think anybody should. But especially when somebody's being hurt for just being nice, and that stops them from being able to do things that they would want to do, or maybe they would have come across doing something if it wasn't for something that was done to them before. I feel like that's just, you know, the biggest shit ever, because, I mean, the blunder is caused by others, not because of their lack of interest. And it just sucks because, like, that closes so many doors because of the insecurities that these people cause to you. Simply because they just want to take advantage of you. It's not great. And it takes a lot of mental fortitude to be able to, like, look into it another way and just, like, think that maybe I still have it. Maybe I still have some sort of skill. Maybe I would still be interested in doing this. Like, when people around you tell you everything against you to, like, discourage you, when they do all the things possible, humanly possible, to make you feel insecure about yourself, about things that you do, and give you the worst impressions possible. It's hard to really look into like doing something again because I feel like those things are gonna repeat themselves. It really requires like absolute mental fortitude to be able to like look past that. Yeah. And to be honest, I think that's exactly like the fact that he's so imperfect and he's so different and weird and vulnerable. I think that's also like why I also like adore him a lot. Like, I don't think Miyako has ever discussed this with you. I doubt it. But what I can say about me and Miyako is that Miyako actually was never really like my go-to friend. I was living in a very small neighborhood, like with some, you know, very few houses in between. Like far in between in this like very like, you know, small country road. It was like there was nobody else there. And there was another kid. It's Miyako's younger brother. I'm not gonna call their names because I don't wanna, you know, bring that to publicity too much. I don't wanna like, you know, bring real names into this since I'm not just talking one heart to heart with you. That would be different. But the reason why I came across to him and his house was because I was accustomed to or befriended his brother. And that's because his brother was my age. And then he had another younger brother, a bit older than this guy, but it was only a couple years, so we were close enough in age. But somehow the weird thing is that even though Miyako is like a decade older than me, I think at this point, I never actually asked about Miyako's age. I never really like made the comparison, like what grade he was compared to me. I don't know if it's like 7 years, 8 years, something like that, but I would say still it's like almost a decade. I'm 23 myself right now, so I think that could speak a lot for like how much different age gap we have. But I always felt a connection to Miyako in a certain way, a connection that I did not have with his brothers. And I think nowadays it really shows because like the only person that I know on the internet right now is not his brothers but him himself. And that's because he was the guy that had the same nerdy feeling to him that I had. But he was a lot more open and radiant about it than I ever was. I was like the kind of like, you know, I was the closet nerd. I didn't talk much about it. If somebody was interested in school, for example, I would talk about it, but oftentimes they weren't. I would have these obsessions that nobody would understand, and I would not like elaborate on them any further. But Miyako gave me lots of like insights to things that I found interesting in the end. Like let's say RuneScape. Miyako is the reason I knew about RuneScape. And I didn't understand it that much at the time, but I found it very cool and interesting, like, at first glance. But it was, like, you know, a few years ago when I really, like, understood the, like, true value of the game. And I understand why he was so obsessed about it. It's kind of like I follow in Miyako's footsteps in a way. Like, what I would have done if I was his age. And that kind of passion just, like, kind of radiated to me as well. I never talked to him about it, but he was also like one of the reasons which also made me so proud to be who I am, and to also like, you know, to also enjoy the things that I really enjoy. Because he was the guy that was willing to like fight for his own things, even if everybody else would just laugh at him or just, you know, ridicule him for being so weird. I even remember this story about like, you know, how people would like confront him for him being him, and he would just like straight up just like go to them at some point and just like, you know, just counter them completely. Like there was like that one thing about like, you know, like people would make fun of him, and there was like that one trend going on in my elementary school years about like serving people, like, oh, you're served. And I remember like hearing a story about how Miyako would go across his classmates at some point and just like, you know, just absolutely rant back at them completely, and then like finished off, oh, and you're served at the end. He just absolutely just fought against that. I found that admirable at the time. Like, in a world where I had no role models because I didn't understand the concept of those, I feel like Miyako was subtly the role model I was always looking for. It's kind of like I always enjoy the things that he did, and I was always feeling comfortable around him, just like being as nerdy as he was. I wasn't able to respond to him in the way that he most likely would have wanted me to, because I didn't understand the games as much as he did. Like, I remember him having his own freaking Kingdom Hearts Keyblade made out of wood. That was the coolest fucking thing ever, now that I think about it. But I didn't understand how cool that was actually until I learned about Kingdom Hearts. And also like this other stuff that he had made out of wood and such. He's a creative person, I'll tell you that. And yeah, I haven't really spent much time with him ever since I moved away myself from the countryside. But I'm genuinely happy that he like took contact with me again, because I feel like I've always had this distant connection and desire to like be with Miyako in some way. But I felt like I was never really like deserving to be in his company. I felt like I was too young. I didn't understand things the same way he did. But now I feel like, because now I'm like roughly the age, like now that I am more in the mature ages of like, you know, life, and I feel like the 10 years of age doesn't really matter that much at this point. He's gonna be more wiser than I ever was, of course, still, but he's still like somebody I can still like look into like on the same eye level nowadays. So honestly, it was no better time for him to like come around and like, you know, contact me again, because I haven't had him on my friend list for years for no good reason. It's because I never wanted to let him go. He was the one thing I wanted to remember from my childhood, and there are many things that I do want to. There are many things about my hometown that just, you know, make me, you know, sully and just, you know, make me just sad thinking about it. I even call my own hometown bullshit. But it's the one guy I can remember fondly for being who he is. Really? He is actually just... He actually has a Keyblade? That's crazy. And also, what the hell is this? Jimmy? Eames, help. Eames, help me. I can't escape Australia now. Well, Dimmy, you're gonna have to live with vertigo now. I'm not gonna come back. I'm not gonna come to Australia to try to help you, because I know I'm just gonna be subject to the same problem as you. So you'll have to pass, dude. You'll have to live through this Australia disease yourself. There's nothing I can do about that. That's awesome. But, well, honestly, I don't think I've ever come across to actually saying that straight to Miyako, so... If I was actually on the stream listening to this right now, I feel like he would be just like, honestly, just like so shocked about everything. And I'm not gonna repeat myself, because I feel like that would be just boring for others to just like see me repeat myself, but... Maybe one day I'll let him know clearly that how much I really like, how much I honestly revere him. Oh, I don't want to say revere, because that would like put me in a position of like him being above. And in a certain way he is, but admire him. I appreciate him for being how he is, because I feel like he reflected to me the most in my entire childhood. Out of all the people I got to know in real life. I have some like really great internet friends nowadays that I can never let go of. But I feel like nobody ever resonated with me in real life as the same way he did. Nobody. Nobody understood my obsession for RPG games as much as he did. Nobody ever understood like the passion for those small things as much as I did. Like, it's all about like games like soccer and sports and such, and like some weightlifting for most people, but for him it was always games and such. And that was like the real thing that was for me too. It's just that nobody ever like shared that sentiment with me. He's just, you know... I appreciate him being so open with me back in the day. And even though I understood nothing, he was the coolest guy ever. Yeah, I was expecting as much. To be honest, if it was Miyako, he would have certainly already like spoken out, even before I started talking about this. He doesn't leave his own presence unannounced. I'll make that very certain. That's pretty likely. So, yeah. I mean, you can say if you want about it. I mean, it's not like I'm trying to like hide this from Miyako. I just don't know if that's kind of the treatment that he's expecting from me, since we haven't talked in years. But I mean, I guess it was fate in a way that we would eventually meet like this. come across talking to each other again, but on more like neutral ground. But yeah, the one thing I'll at least try to make sure at some point to Miyako is that I want to at least make him know that how much I appreciate him for being himself. I want him to know that, you know, he isn't just another person to me. Oh yeah, I understand that too. Like, that's something I can totally resonate with, because I've been so alien with myself. Like, you certainly don't know much about the game that I used to play on this channel before, called Fly here, Moonlight Elf. But Fly, for example, and World of Warcraft, for example, have been games that have been, like, living with me ever since, like, my childhood. Ever since I was a little baby. And, it just, you know, they were obsessions that nobody ever really understood. I would, like, talk about this game, show it to people. They would not understand why the hell I was so into it. Same with World of Warcraft. Like, those were, like, things that only I understood. Only my neurodivergent brain would, like, somehow tap into it and see, like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool. I would be making stuff about these different things, like, you know, I would make artwork in class. Like, if you had to paint something, the first thing I remember, like, when I was in 4th grade, I was told to paint something. I painted with elementary school level skill sets. I painted myself the Flight logo, and it sucked, but I made it. And, I remember also we had like this, we made this small little electronic thing. We had like this, random generated reaction time game. Like, it would like spend an indeterminate amount of time to just like, before like a light starts like going from left to right. And you have to press the switch as soon as you see it go around. Like, it's like a simple reaction game. Because it was a reaction game, I decided to make it logoed as Osu. And that's like the rhythm game. And I was, like, absolutely absorbed with it ever since I was a kid. I was, like, I think I was, like, in 3rd or 4th grade when I first discovered it. And that was, like, super early times for Osu, before it, like, rebranded itself, before it changed its, like, outlook, layout. And, that game, I played that for many years. Don't really play it much nowadays, but I still have fun memories of it. I occasionally come into it, and I still even got this, I still got this pen tablet for the game. I bought official merchandise because I wanted my own pen tablet. I didn't understand back then that there were like better pen tablets out there, but I just felt like because this was like the thing that was out there, I had to get it. And I still take pretty good care of it, and I still play with it sometimes. And it's because I've always had like this sort of internal interest in like percussion-based instruments before. Like, I wanted to play drums as a kid. My father used to be a drummer, but he never taught me. He promised he would, but he would never come across it. That was like just empty promises coming from a drunkard, basically. But anyway, that interest never like really faded, and that was like my go-to, like having that, you know, that feeling of like playing drums. Having this, like, able to, like, you know, play a song with your rhythm. That was pretty amazing. Also, like, kind of, like, treating my own compulsions for music as much as I needed it. Conquer Online, I see. That wasn't really a game that I tried myself. I actually never heard about that, but I can understand. I mean, Flife was in your teenage years. I grew up with Flife, and WoW. Flife, honestly, I can understand. It's definitely a pretty, like, acquired taste. And I gotta say, for many years, I did not understand anything I was doing on Flife, admittedly. Like, I think it took me a few years to get my first, like, second job class that needs quite a bit of leveling. And, even then, I would, like, you know, make lots of new accounts, like, new characters and such, and I still wouldn't know what I'm doing. But I had a lot of fun. There was something about the game that just kept me going, and, you know, that's the reason why when Flight Universe came out a few years ago, I just, like, you know, I had to go for it. It was, like, reliving my childhood. And that brought me into, like, becoming the YouTuber that I came to be known as. The giraffe-headed person that just, you know, makes these funny-ass guides, while playing also, like, one of the most well-recognized, Let's Play series on Flight Universe. Noben's, Road to 90. But it's something that, you know, has now passed. I don't do flight content anymore, but I still hold the game in high regard. It's just not like with the people that are holding the game together right now. But sooner or later, I oftentimes find myself coming back to Flife in some way or another. Maybe in a form of a private server. Maybe if I ever, for some reason, wanted to go back to Flife Universe. I doubt it, though. Or maybe I just wanted to, like, find out for funs and giggles, like, how bad Flife PC is nowadays. After, like, 20 years. But most likely not. Most likely I'll stick to private servers, but we'll see about that. Whenever that's gonna happen again. WoW, however, I gotta say, WoW has been definitely the one thing that I've been sticking to pretty consistently. I had a small touch with it when I was a kid. Like, I would say, like, 3-4 years old. I would watch my brother play it and my cousin play it. Like, every single time I would go to my cousin's place over at, like a few kilometers away, or I would say quite a bit away. I would say, like, on the opposite end of the town. So, I would say even, like, over 10 kilometers. And, whenever we went to visit, I would first off just run straight off to the second floor of the building, go see what my cousin's doing, and the first thing I would often see him do is play with this druid called Hippie Marmot in Finnish, in Warzone Gulch. That was a very common sight for me. He was a elf. He was a night elf, by the way, a male, of course, though. Playing with a female, of course, would be way too overrated. And, WoW has been something that I kind of reintroduced myself into whenever I became, whenever I got to, I think, 4th or 5th grade. I think that's the first time my mother actually, like, paid for my subscription willingly and actually started to play the game fully, like, in its own full glory. And, it's been history ever since. Like, actually stuck with the game for a long time. But I quit playing the game ever since, like, a few years ago. When like, the Shadowlands came out, I lost complete interest. And then I tried out playing Shadowlands during its last few months because I got it for free, and it sucked. And when Dragonflight came in, I just, like, stuck with it for a couple of days, and then I just left. I haven't really touched WoW ever since. But I have played some private servers every once in a while, because I feel like those, like, are carrying the real essence of the WoW that I recognize and know from my childhood. Like, when I found out about the first Classic servers, or Vanilla servers before even WoW Classic became a thing, that was, like, when I really connected with WoW again. It was amazing. I felt like it, like, fulfilled all the holes that I felt like was missing in WoW. And, like, that's the first time I felt like, now I'm really playing the game the way I remembered it. It was amazing. Because I grew up with my brother basically playing Burning Crusade, which is the first expansion for the game. So that was way different from, like, when I started playing during Cataclysm on Mists of Pandaria. The game had, like, changed so much by then. I just didn't realize it because that was, like, the first touch I had the game after, like, with the game after all the years. So, yeah. And I see, you did play World of Warcraft, so you know some iconic memories from the game or moments. Oh, you also played StarCraft, interesting. My friend actually is a pretty big fan of StarCraft 2 even nowadays. He occasionally goes to play in it. Too bad that they didn't really, like, you know, maintain the StarCraft games because they aren't exactly like the most profit-friendly games. But that's just how, like, big corporations work in general, sadly. But, well, I don't know much about StarCraft, but definitely, like, World of Warcraft is, like, one of my biggest things. Moonlight Elf, do you know about this? That's a fucking 50 DKP minus! What the fuck? Great memes, dude. I used to live it, like, you know. Like, I have such a deep connection with my friend nowadays. In fact, my best friend actually happens to be someone that is someone that I know very deeply from World of Warcraft specifically. And it's like our mainstay of, like, you know, when we think about our memories together. And oftentimes we have so many inside jokes related to World of Warcraft, nobody else understands what the fuck we're talking about. Because not everyone else is, like, as involved with the game, but that's, like, our, like, love language, so to speak. WoW has, like, a lot of things for me too. I think if I had to compare between WoW and Flife, honestly, it's a hard choice, but I feel like WoW has been more relevant for me. Flife took my early childhood, but WoW took me, like, by a wildfire on my, like, I would say, like, during my adolescence years. And Flife just came back to me as a part of like this Flight Universe revolution, but yeah, now it's like kind of faded at this point. Oh yeah. Leroy Jenkins. That's a obvious classic that everyone knows. Yeah, I didn't want to go with that because I feel like asking about Leroy Jenkins would be the most obvious thing in the world. And yeah, I heard about it too, that it was staged, sadly, which is a bit unfortunate, but oh well. There's actually a lot of other like cool things about WoW too, like, you know, pretty interesting events that have happened. And there's actually like one YouTuber that made like pretty good compilations of like the most famous and infamous people on WoW. Maybe I could share them with you sometime if you want to like find out. And they got some pretty interesting stories, including the Dwarven hand cannon, which is a very good legend. Yeah, I got lots of obsession with that game too in the past, but that's like, you know, also something that's past me. It's kind of weird because like I have let go of these games already, like in their proper forms, but I still like somehow get myself connected to them in some very subtle ways, indirectly, like the way that I play WoW still on private servers. And I might even do that with Life at some point, but I'm not doing it right now. And then also, yeah, so Conquer was good until they introduced the lottery system. Then you began to search for another game, Udeman Online. Tried it, didn't like it. I see. So after Conquer Online just left your heart, you never found anything else to compare with it. I mean, I understand that. Especially like, as a kid, the first games you play are like the things you remember the most. So once you were like done with your actual childhood game, it's kind of hard to replace it, but I have found some pretty good games aside from like the first ones I played too. Oh yeah. I don't know much about like the I don't know much about the slander going around Warcraft 3 Reforged. But I know that it was a pretty big flop, especially because it actually was a lot more broken than Warcraft 3 itself was. It just looked prettier, but it was certainly not like, you know, pretty to play with. So, yeah. Warcraft 3 prevailed on its original form at the best. But yeah, I do want to like give StarCraft like a proper spin at some point, but I just never really came across it until now. I mean, my friend has been talking about it a lot. We occasionally speak about it because he still actively plays it, but I just never kind of ever ended up playing it because it was not something I recognized from my childhood, and also because I just really like hate Blizzard nowadays, like its guts completely. So I just hate the idea of like opening up the Blizzard desktop agent again. I don't want to do it, but if I want to play StarCraft at some point, I'll have to like, you know, suck up that pride in that case. But if I can avoid it, I do want to avoid my contact with Blizzard as much as I can. You mean where they covered the whole thing about the Leroy Jenkins thing, or the fact like how Conquer Online started like including gambling? Oh, is it about the Reforged? My bad. Yeah, about Reforged, okay, yeah. We covered the, yeah, the old quotes. Sure, I won't promise I'll watch it at any point, because honestly, I just, like, get so absorbed with other things that I do with my free time, but, I mean, it's worth at least giving me a try, I suppose. But, is there anything, like, you know, can you, like, at least tell me, like, what is, like, the difference between these?
are like saying they're like used the exact same old voice lines, and they never like bothered remaking them? Or are you like saying that the new voice lines are like so bad compared to like the old ones that people just like ridicule them? Like what is the exact like context here? To at least get a general idea what the video is gonna be about. You know what? I'm gonna go BRB real quick. I ran out of juice, so I need to go refill. And this time, I won't have any more Hulk juice, so you're gonna see this abomination of some other sludge that I'm gonna be putting down my throat. BRB. Thanks, Donnie. Since you guys lovingly named this juice of mine, you decided to lovingly name this to be, or like that green one, you decided to name it to be Hulk juice. Does anybody have any suggestions for this stuff? I mean, is there any like comparable thing to Hulk with this purple red drink? It actually is more purple than it like looks on the screen. This actually looks like some, you know, faded watered down blood or something, but it is actually purplish. Mind Flayer bot. Nope, we haven't moved on, Timor. Imagine that. We've been doing this for 4 hours and I'm not even tired. I'm crazy, I know. You don't have to tell me that. And yeah, thank you for the hydrates for you too, Migo. I mean, Mind Flayer Blonde, fair, but it has to be something more like, you know, I would say more universal. It's only like applicable to this situation, but what about like in the future when we're done with this? Hulk is something everyone knows, but like, what about Mind Flayers? It's only so specific. It should be like, you know... It should be brain juice, bro. Is it brain juice? I mean, brains are kind of purple too. Actually, more like pink, but still. Brain juice. Rub their blood. Come on, that is so inside joke now. That doesn't make any sense. It has to be more universally understandable. It was about the overall game appearance, how cutscenes were handled, how the cinematics were bad, a lot of things just wrong or buggy. I mean, at least on launch probably, but I wonder if that like remained though. Worst being that you had the original game, it got overwritten. Oh yeah, I heard about that one too. It's just sucked. Luckily I had like the physical download for the old game before, so I had it like, I didn't lose it, but if I had gotten it any later, that would have sucked. Oh, yeah, yeah. I think I still have the old Warcraft somewhere on my PC. And I think nowadays you should be able to download the Legacy Warcraft somewhere on their website, but honestly, Don't remember how that goes anymore. Or maybe that was before Reforged happened. I'm not sure anymore. But the original Warcraft 3 should still be somehow accessible, I think. Oh, I just don't remember. Mankini juice? Okay, how the hell is this related to Mankinis? You don't see this thing where a fucking Mankini and it's not even green? What if my purchase should be Mankini juice? I'm opening up those bitches and just pouring it in, and then I'm just drinking it. Purely just like devouring the Mankinis. Or things within the Mankinis. Man, I just feel so resentful to myself because... Guys, I have played Warcraft 3, but I gotta share my biggest gripe ever. I finished Warcraft 3, but I never finished the Frozen Throne. And I just never did it, and I really want to do it, but... if it's gonna be hard to get the Warcraft 3 now, it's gonna really suck to try to get it. It's red because it blended the one who wore the Mankini, who was also a drop bear. So telling me that this Mankini was worn by a drop bear, are we really gonna like assume that these drop bears are gonna wear thongs and Mankinis? Bro, that's just... Guys, you're just way too wild sometimes. Not even sometimes, you guys are absolutely wild. Just in general. Why would drop bears wear any of this stuff? Do they even know how to put clothes on? Do they even know how to put shoes on? Do they even know how to thong? But yeah, I know about like the basic stuff about Reforged. I mean, I was in the World of Warcraft community. You could not hear about Warcraft 3 Reforged if you were not in the World of Warcraft. So I know about the basics. But I mean, I'm just like thinking to myself, like, you know, if there's anything else that happened in the mix. But I guess not. So I don't think it's gonna be worth it for me to check the video about Reforged. I think I know like 90% of it. But yeah, I at least know about the bad thing about Reforged. And I'm glad I never played it. I was never interested, and I'm glad I wasn't. Just like so much forced change that nobody asked for. And they just decided that because Warcraft 3 is a popular game, we should like try to remake it. And sure they did. They demaked it. And I mean, to be honest, like for World of Warcraft, I mean for Warcraft 3, I do love the old polygon graphics. Sure, it's dated and such, but it isn't as dated as it could be. It actually looks pretty good, like, on a, in general, when you compare it to, like, most other games of that time. But I think that's also because the game was never about the looks, it was about the entirety. Like, the polygons are polygons, of course, but, you know, you don't, like, look at their faces too much. You're looking at the buildings and such, in the bigger picture. You mostly pay attention to the health bars and such, so... Really, like, the small little details don't really matter. So, honestly, Warcraft 3 was honestly, like, even now, by nowadays standards, like, Warcraft 3 is, like, pretty good looking. Like the original. Yeah, it's true. But that's because the people who are making them are not exactly, like, trying to, like, relive a legend. They're trying to, like, make money out of it. And that sucks. Because the remake usually involves that the company has changed a lot in structure. And I mean, Blizzard or Battle... when it was like, you know, in its early stages, it was very different from like what Blizzard is nowadays. So, who would have thought if Battle of that time made this game and then like Blizzard at its current state would make that game again? Now, who expected results to be any different? Not me. I've had my gripes with Blizzard ever like since, actually, when did I start having gripes with them, honestly? Honestly, ever since Battle for Azeroth, I think. That's the expansion that took your level cap from 110 to 120. That was in was it around 2019 or something? Dude, I don't remember anymore. I don't like really pay attention to the dates and such. But I mean, ever after Legion, like Blizzard has been going downhill for me. They have made some stupid changes to the game. And I feel like, you know, anything else that they do just like involves them just being more interested in money than actual like customer quality. So just haven't like wanted to look their way anymore. So them making the Reforged, not surprised. Ah, I see what you mean there, Moonlight Elf. To be honest, I feel like that's been happening a lot lately anyway, because I think even like, you know, when WoW came across, I think Shadowlands or something, they also made some changes. They removed some of the snarky jokes out of their emotions, or like emotes, like jokes and flirts and such. And I think that really shows like how we're getting closer to the culture where, like, you know, well, anything that somehow degrades something just like ends up being banned or censored because some people don't like it. And I mean, I understand why some people don't like it, but it's also like funny in some way. You don't have to take it so seriously. It's like, you know, they're just like, you know, risk, but they're awesome for that. Like, you know, that's just like, you know, I loved gaming back in the day because you could make like some very ridiculous shit and nobody would like bat an eye to that, or like at least they wouldn't be so like hated that anybody would like, you know, consider it to be actually taken down. But nowadays it's just like, you know, anything that remotely insults somebody, practically anything, is just removed. Everything feels like so like watered down nowadays when it comes to gaming, and it sucks. But yeah, what do you mean by in 1984? Was it like, you know, when Battle like made work? No, that is a Warcraft 3, I think. No, Warcraft 3 would be more like N90s or something. That would be way too early. Or what are you referring to? And also, have you watched Derry Girls yet? And did you mirror a webcam? I don't know what Derry Girls is, and second, I didn't mirror my webcam. I still have the left side here, of course, but I mirrored it because we had this discussion about my webcam location, how it got in the way of enemies, and it didn't make any sense, as you can see here. You don't see the damage, you don't see the stats, and so on. So, we decided that, you know what, it's better if I put it on the right side, because then you can, because you won't lose as much information what's happening on the right side here with all the characters, because there's the panel at the bottom, and you can see more what's happening with the enemies. And on top of that, you're also gonna be able to see my minimap, which is more convenient, I suppose. You'll understand what's going on. And it was discussed a long time ago that maybe like having this on Final Fantasy would be better in general, but it took me this long to get it done. Oh, for fuck's sake with the drop bears. Stop! Migo, please. The drop bears have done nothing wrong. We don't have to make everyone know about them. Oh. Migo, I swear your existence's whole purpose is to remind me of every single blunder I make for eternity, and you will never let me go past that. You'll let everyone know how much I fucked up something. I just know it. Only exist in Oz? Are you sure about that? I think drop bears are a very real thing. If you think that's the other way around, then you just don't know enough about the world. You have been misguided. But yeah, I don't know much about the Oblivion remake, Moonlight Elf, but to be honest, it doesn't like surprise me at all. I don't even know like what there is to censor about Oblivion because I never really played the game. I'm looking forward to playing the classic at some point though. But yeah, nowadays just any game like gets so much censorship, it sucks. I understand what it's for, but are people really that sensitive nowadays that just like having some, you know, nudity or like some sort of stereotypical placement is like gonna cause people to just like lose their minds? Is it really gonna cause like some lawsuits that are gonna make them lose millions? Is it really worth like the expense of like the general majority just having a lot of laughs with it? At least make your games to be like more directed to a certain audience rather than just trying to appease everyone. It just sucks, man. Oh, I thought you were talking about Wizard of Oz or something, because I never saw that, so I couldn't like verify what you meant by that. Why is Australia called Oz anyway? That's weird. I stopped playing The Witcher because it kept having unskippable nude sections. Like, fine if you like it, but some of us don't want that, so now skip it. Oh yeah, I understand that. I understand like wanting to skip that. Like, I understand skipping. And also wanted to like not see something. That's okay. I don't think like enforced nudity like is okay. Because I don't think anyone I don't think anybody necessarily plays games for the sake of nudity unless you really go for those kinds of games, but Witcher isn't an adult game, okay? I understand that. At least make it skippable also for the convenience if you've seen it before. But when it comes to like these subtle little things that, you know, aren't exactly made to be insulting, but they're made for comic relief, I feel like getting insulted about that just is a little bit too much for me. Like, I feel like lots of games have just lost their, like, characters nowadays, or, like, character in general, because they're not allowed to be, you know, special in any way. And, I mean, I figured that would be, like, the reason behind the Oz, but... Because, like pronouncing Oz is, like, same as Oz, but... I was, like, thinking to myself that... Why not just call it Oz, like, with AUS? Watch Wizard of Oz, the classic. But where would I watch it? I don't have any kind of streaming service for that. Ugh. Guys, you're telling me that you're telling me to do the most impossible things, man. Do you want me to go and just torrent that shit or something? Because I don't like torrenting. Crikey, mate. That Wizard of Bollocks. I'm gonna say that straight up. And let me see about this. And meanwhile, someone is whining at Monster Hunter while not using proper pronouns. Well, duh, you picked the body type and chose to wear opposite gender's clothing. and then you are just hurt by pronouns. I mean, okay, maybe you could choose your pronouns, I guess, but you know that just I mean, I don't know. You pick a character that is designated by computational skills that is a male or female, then you're annoyed that it's the opposite way around. You deliberately choose to be a trap, and then you just decide to play with it. Then you're gonna complain. Oh my god. I guess, like, I think nowadays, like, giving people the option to, like, pick their own pronouns is okay, but, you know... It's not a big deal, but bro, come on. Getting insulted by that? And also, like... I don't know. I'm just at a disbelief. People are being way too picky nowadays, I swear. Fine, read it. Surely you have a library. Perhaps, but I don't know where our closest library is. I have never looked it up in here. And I don't want to read it. I'm not much of a book person. Even though I've been reading a light novel nowadays, but that's a different case. Only very little bits. I don't think I would ever read a book so fast that I would actually, like, you know, get it borrowed from a library and, like, read it in time. I would be like borrowing it, like, multiple times over before I would actually finish it. If I even started it in the first place. Now, amigo, that is exactly the kind of mentality we gamers need, bro. Just don't sweat the small details. Just enjoy the silliness of things. Why do we have to be so annoyed by fucking pronouns? When you chose to be the gender yourself. If you were gonna be so bothered by it, then why not just make the gender itself and look like the part? Were you so annoyed by the fact that you kind of, like, you know, defy the gender-ific culture of things? I swear. Ugh. Yikes. Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna, like, you know... I'm not gonna start, like, putting slander on them. They got their own things going on, and, you know... Usually there's a reason behind it, one or the other. Oftentimes the reason isn't their fault. Just like the same way, like, you know, how child abuse isn't caused by the child, but like, how often, like, child abuse is not caused by the child, but by the parents. So, you know, I don't know what's going on with them. That's okay. I understand, you know, anything could have happened. Anything could have caused them make that way. But please, for the love of fucking God, don't ruin others' experience for your own insecurities, okay? Please. It's your life, it's your world. I understand something may bother you, but please don't make it others' problems too, because nobody else cares. Seriously. If you just took me a cleavage image of that character, I fucking swear, dude. Oh yeah, this guy, I remember him. Ah, those man boobs were just legendary, bro. And that jawline just like, you know, he's like the peak, human being. I won't even say man or woman because he doesn't have a specific genderification. He's just that guy. It's just that dwarf. And they are precious for them being themselves. They are very individual. But yeah, I hope nobody's gonna take an insult from me saying that kind of stuff. But like, I think too that even if somebody here was a snowflake, you must understand that, you know, it doesn't have to come at the expense of others' own it doesn't have to come at the expense of others' like discomfort. I mean, it's okay. Like, you know, you can be annoyed by some little things, but we all are. And oftentimes we don't talk about it because usually those annoyances are not big enough for us to care about it. Being annoyed by things in a game where there are artificial dialogues is just, you know, bruh. I can understand in, you know, in real life if they're consciously doing something bad, but in a game where it's all just code, bro, I just can't accept that. I mean, okay, I cannot use the code as like the scapegoat for this one, like for a reason, like, you know, why it should be just like ignored. But I mean, man, just so much hatred, so much pain for something so pointless. I understand if there was a game-breaking feature, but that shit ain't game-breaking. Guys. I cannot even like go to begin like how many times I've had a similar conversation with my friends. Like, I have friends, of course, that have the same stupid ass way of thinking as I do, the ignorant piece of shits that we are, but I just can't help it. It's just so ridiculous from the outsider perspective. Like, how the fuck does it come down to this? How was gaming so different 10 years ago? Nobody gave a shit. Like, how have it gone down from there to this? Man, I just, you know, maybe this is one of the reasons why I love old games. We didn't give a shit. And that was the beautiful part of it. Like, I was talking about Company of Heroes the other day. Like how, you know, Germans were treated as like some sort of like kind of like a comic relief. Dude, that's great, dude. That's fucking great. We don't see that stuff nowadays, most likely. Like, I never played Company of Heroes 3, it's a recent game, but I can imagine like all the lines being very much like soup water, with too much water over the soup. Mostly water, no broth. So like, that's only me guessing, but I can imagine. Yeah. And I don't think, like, even if it was directed at your types, I don't think you were ever, like, insulted to the point where you actually felt like, you know, you just, like, you know, got heartbroken by a game. And I mean, honestly, I never played Cyberpunk. I had a lot of clout about the game because of, like, its beginnings and, like, how broken it came out and how much, like, hate there was in the community about, like, how you know, the game was delivered very unfinished. Like, that was irresponsible. But I do appreciate the game for being absolutely just savage. I miss that savagery so much. Like, I will always appreciate, like, you know, at least Cyberpunk for that. And I do want to play it at some point. I just want to get it on a good discount and whenever I feel like I'm not being too frugal. But just because of, like, you know, how it, like, has stuff like, you know, the song Pun Pun shit, or it has, like, some literal dildos as weapons if you're playing it, like, without the mature filters. Dude. That's just straight up, you know, stuff that the silliness and craziness of things that people have been just making a lot of fun of nowadays. And I miss that. I miss that kind of, like, you know, lunacy in games. There just needs to be games that are just, like, you know, unbridled, unshackled. And I think Cyberpunk delivers that pretty well, from what I've seen. But yeah, even then it still turned out to be a game of the year, so I don't see the problem, guys. Or maybe it's been too long and it hasn't been, like, you know, too deep into the snowflake culture at that point yet. But I mean, I was a kid, I played these games, I wasn't insulted. I'm playing these games in 2025, I'm still not insulted. I don't see the point. Call me a savage myself. Call me ignorant if you want to, but that's how I feel about things. I feel like games really should go back to where they were. And yeah, one of the main reasons why I miss those times most likely. But I mean, honestly, one of the greatest comforts here, right now, is the fact that I'm not the only one like feeling like this. Maybe there's somebody that disagrees with me, and I'm completely fine with that. I'm willing to also like talk about it openly if anybody else wants to. But I'm at least happy that I'm not alone with my own feelings about like, you know, the direction we're going. And I mean, it's not just about like games like becoming like not only like very filtered, unnecessarily so, but also games like really like in general just losing their soul nowadays. Like I really feel like, you know, games have gotten way too much opportunistic for any kind of like any kind of profit making. Like I think the difference was because like game industry wasn't back in the day like so big that any company would think it would be a reasonable point of investment. So really the only companies you would see around making games would be the ones that wanted to make a game just for the sake of making a game that would fulfill their own desires. Of course, there would be like profits tied to it too if you got lucky, but it wasn't something that was gonna pay you the big bucks. It was about because you wanted it. And nowadays, because it's such a big market, I feel like games are just like becoming too much of like cash grabby rather than actually like delivering actual substance. And I really hate like modern gaming for that point too. It's not something you can really like, you know, avoid nowadays. So you really do end up sticking to like the old games, like Final Fantasy. Although even then I do believe that even Square Enix is susceptible to like becoming the same way. I just don't know yet. I haven't played their newest games yet, so I don't know. Yes. I mean, I think that's a very good attitude to have. You want to make a game in your own personality and in your character. I think that's exactly what it needs, what it should be. And I mean, at least some people that do play it will find it memorable because it's a game that just, you know, just breathes out character in general. Something that many games nowadays just don't have. And I think that's like the most appreciable thing about it, because most of the games I think will just like come and go. Simply because there's nothing to remember them by. Cool, yeah, like cool, maybe they had like nice art, maybe they had like nice gameplay, but nothing to like stand out. Something you haven't seen before. Or not something that you haven't seen before, so pretty like, you know, cookie cutting basically. But I mean, absolutely like, you know, I think also another thing to mention here is that I don't think games even have to be made for everyone. I think like a game should be clearly defined for a specific audience, and I think, you know, that should come across to people as they're about to get it. Like, this game is wacky, it's crazy, it's got some pretty crazy humor, maybe dark humor too, maybe, you know, whatever is like something that you would define the game as. If you already know what it's gonna be about roughly, then, you know, there should be complaints. Some people will withdraw, but you know, that's at least you have made a game that has a very specific target audience that, you know, people are looking for. And if people are gonna complain, then that's their fault for picking a product that wasn't supposed to be for them. It's because they decided on the product themselves, even despite all the clear indications what the game is gonna be about. Oh, to be honest, Moonlight Elf, I really hate that so much in like most animes and games in general. Like, I think Game of Thrones, like, had its success also, like, from its unpredictability. Like, most shows nowadays have this very specific, like, sense of plot armor. And that really, like, waters down many of the shows. Like, at first, like, when you're watching your very first shows or games, you might, like, come across it, like, thinking that, wow, that was so unexpected. But when you see that happen, like, a million times, you just kind of, like, you know, you just don't really, like, actually get into it. Like, you see something die, you see something like it's wounded, like unconscious, you know that really oftentimes actually register it like something you had to be seriously concerned about. It's like, oh well, they're gonna be like revived anyway at some point. And I have noticed that for many of these shows that have been able to like cross this bridge have been a lot more memorable to me than any shows that have this thing of like retaining the characters. If you're scared of like offing one of your characters, that just like comes off with your own like lack of foresight for your show or for your game, that what would happen afterwards. Because oftentimes those shows that do have this covered, often like, you know, like oftentimes when shows do like get rid of the main character, have a backup plan or something like, you know, what to do after that character goes. It isn't like the show is gonna be over, the game is gonna just like, you know, be gone or lost, or the game is gonna lose its purpose without the character. It's all about planning. But in any case, I feel like just the holding on to the main character too dearly, even at the face of danger, just like takes away the suspense. And when there's like a show or a game where a character can actually be gone, it just like adds a lot more, you know, feeling to it. Like you really feel like you don't want to let the character you don't want the character to actually die. Or conversely, you really feel the weight that they're actually gonna die if they're gonna die. So you don't no longer have this feeling of like permanence. You actually get this feeling of like, oh shit, things are really gonna go down if I'm playing this poorly. And that adds so much more value to the games. Or like shows. Like anything that keeps their main character like cherishes their main character like it's like the, you know, the crown jewel of something. I think it does like take away a lot from the actual like story value. Especially if it involves some sort of like some sort of death. Because I've seen that too many times. I gotta agree with you. I would not want to see any games like that again, or any other shows like that again. Well, I can deal with them, but I gotta say, they will just like feel like, you know, they're just run of the mill. There's nothing special about them. Maybe something else can stand out, but man, I'm just like getting so tired of like all the like the character permanent stuff. I understand that people are also like, you know, maybe like the authors are afraid that they're gonna have a character that everybody loves, and that's gonna like cause a huge commotion. But, or maybe like the author themselves feels too attached to the character to do it. But even then, it's just, you know, that's just not like good writing. It just sucks, dude. Another gold hourglass. Come on, I got 4 of these already. Oh my god, I only got 2 hours left, guys. Am I really not gonna get a mind flayer after like 2 hours? Or after 12 hours of doing this shit? That's incredible. I didn't think my luck would be this bad. Well, that being said though, Moonlight Elf, in your stories, because you got a plenty of them, I mean, I know you like dealt with the good sister in one of your stories, as you may remember from my previous discussion. Have there been any other cases of you actually like letting go of a major character? Maybe not necessarily a main character, but somebody memorable, somebody big in the universe. Have you done that often in your stories? Have there been characters that no longer exist in your universe at all, and you don't really pay much attention to them because they're gone? Or do they have just like, you know, some different like or do they have like some different kind of like format how they exist nowadays, but still certainly not the same way they used to? Oh yeah, that was honestly. I'm gonna upload my Final Fantasy VII streams at some point on YouTube. I think I can even show you the point when I like reacted when like, you know, what happened to Aerith there. No spoilers if anybody doesn't know, but like yeah. Well, I guess the discussion might spoil it, but anyway. The thing about Aerith though, that was definitely like shocking. I was honestly feeling so bummed about it for the whole game, but that one felt good. I felt invested. So, yeah, definitely a very good example. Go ahead. Tell me about it, buddy. I mean, I gotta say on this case too, I think Final Fantasy X also delivered this pretty strongly to me before. But then again, like Final Fantasy X-2, if you play perfectly, will also give you the opportunity to like remedy things. So it does take away some of the value, but then again, this was not the original intention. And even then, that thing is very hard to do. Which is the reason why I want to do it. Why, when I get to Final Fantasy X and finish the game properly, 100%, or maybe not 100%, but play properly at least, like with all the actual super bosses and such, I will 100% Final Fantasy X2. I want to satisfy the dream that I've had for many years that I failed to do, and I want to do it now. So once I get to Final Fantasy X, most likely next year, then we're gonna like, we're gonna bury the hatchet I've been holding on for a long time. And it's a hatchet that has been like buried the deepest in my heart. In the realm of Final Fantasy, that is. No item. Okay, guys, serious talk though. My man is 54, along with Leonora. And additionally, we have over 300,000 gil. That's probably 10 times more than I have saved on any of my other stories so far. Cumulatively. I feel like this is getting a bit too far. I was saying like max 50 probably by the end of this, but no, I'm 54 now, and I'm still looking for the Mind Flayer. I can't fucking believe this, man. And imagine my disbelief in this game if what happened here was that I killed one of those Mind Flayer duos and they both dropped me a Mind Flayer. No, Migo. You get into the wrong step. You're getting way too ahead of yourselves. I won't be buying the pub. I'll be buying every single girl there, individually. And I'll add that to my harem collection, because that's exactly what Palom would do. She would take the girls for herself, for himself. And he would fucking like it. I mean, that's Palom for you. Ah, I see. Oh, that's tragic, honestly. Migo, why would you call that sus? I think that's a very natural thing to do for Palom. Or do you doubt this? Do you have any other suggestions? I see. Alright. That is quite tragic, but I think that's understandable. In some way. It's bittersweet, but... Or, well, I guess bittersweet isn't really like a proper way to put it, but... It all kind of comes in line. Like... You know, it's kind of like the same thing, like, you know, when oftentimes authors, like, have these characters that don't die. They just come up with a bullshit reason why something just doesn't kill them. Or something, like, comes up that just surprisingly just revives them. I appreciate that you're down on the ground and you have, like, real, like, justified reasons behind all the actions. Like, everything happens at the course of nature. And when something happens, it usually has a justified reason for it. And I really appreciate, like, the depth you're giving to that. You are merciless, but in a good way. You are not a tyrant, but you let things take their own course and not try to defy it. And I think it's like a, I think it's a trap that often authors fall into. So I can really appreciate you for that. But then again, you also have the quality here that you have lots of characters. So I guess like losing one of them is not gonna like destroy the entire thing. But it will cause some, it will cause some kind of rebound in the end, of course, but it's not something that you're gonna live with, which is pretty nice. If it was something like more one-sided, that there was like this, let's say, a group of mercenaries and like their leader is like the one that keeps everything running. If they died, I wonder how that like would work out afterwards. Maybe not in any way, and that would be the end of the story. But For your universe to be so complex and with so many different characters, things just go on. So not only is it like something that, you know, works naturally, but also it isn't something that's gonna destroy everything. So I think in that sense you built your universe pretty well. It's wonderfully made. Let me see that. There's a lot of like lack of context here, but I can understand why. There's a lot in the backgrounds here, so I wouldn't understand this completely, but man, that's such a sad way to die, but heaven regardless. What a way to say goodbyes without like giving them proper acknowledgement, I suppose. In that moment that nobody expected, there was so little time to like convey emotions. And the moment they were, it was too late to say anything. It's kind of like, you know, going without being able to say goodbyes. That's bittersweet. But even then, like, you only made like 2 deaths, I suppose. But even then, like, those 2 deaths really seem impactful. Like, you're not just like trying to just destroy everything at the leisure of killing everything, but you also like, you know, you don't pull punches. I think you hit a pretty good medium. I mean, without context, I can't really say like how many times you may have like done things that I would probably not agree with, but from what I've heard alone, I feel like, you know, you're making a pretty good job with like, you know, being honest about your creations. Hey guys, I learned Meteor. Is that okay? In Palom's Tale. Is this broken as hell? I need to try this. It's 99 mana, but I need to see this, man. I'm doing max damage even before the final tail. No, this is way too much, bro. I know it's 99 mana, but god damn, Palom. It's fine. Oh my god. Dude, guys, these guys are double the level than the others are when they finish their stories. This is how bad this is. That's how much we have gone deep down in the rabbit hole. This is insane, dude. Man, so much power in this little man, yet I'm not even unleashing a portion of it. Only a sliver of his true powers. Dude, I think I could one-shot any boss now. You know, I said to my friend that I would be close to level 60 by the end of this if I don't find my Mind Flayer, and it seems like that's really happening. I can't fucking believe it. If you start learning Gauss spells for Leonora too, which honestly is getting pretty close, I think. Dude, I think I'm just gonna be just like done with myself. Are Leonora's spells gonna be like 60 or something? I wonder. And also, like, going through all the mana that these guys now have just takes an eternity. Resting isn't like a quick thing anymore. It's an effort. I think there's gonna be a point soon where I'm gonna stand here so long that I'm gonna go through 2 moon phases at once before I go to rest. So I don't even have to use 2 tents anymore along with the cottage, just a cottage and a tent. And even to be honest, I think the only thing I need to fear is like the black magic reduction, but I don't think I need to fear like, you know, lacking the damage boost anymore. Actually, for Leonora, I think I should, but... Dude, Palom's gonna be fine, bro. Just completely fine. I see. Fair enough. I mean, she is faster. I have noticed that. But she definitely doesn't have the damage. But I guess she's the only Sage character we have, aka a character that can do both spell types. But maybe that's gonna be like later we're gonna find somebody else, but so far we don't have any statistical evidence of this. Porum doesn't know multiple spell types, and Palom doesn't either. Leonora's 55, and she's got pretty much the same aptitude that Palom had at the beginning. But Palom is 55 himself, and he doesn't have any of the aptitude that Leonora had. So, we could say that Palom is indeed inferior. Although in this case, he does certainly bear his fangs. Imagine me like finding out like the late blooming of Leonora as I'm doing this. Like, imagine like I found this out, like how good Leonora is before I even get to the final chapter. That would be just so weird. And let me guess, are the levels gonna carry on between chapters? Because if they do, then I gotta say, Palom's situation with other party members is gonna be very fucking awkward. We have the others being like at 25 and barely at 1000 HP, and then Palom here is like at 2500. He's like that one guy you gave all the stat points to, even though you could allocate them freely between them. I'm just reminding myself of the one of those Circle Toon shorts or videos they made about like having that group of characters, and you get an item or stat boost that you can choose between like several of them, and then you just end up like feeding them all just to like this one specific character that's just like overbloated with stuff, and they just end up destroying everything. It's so silly. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Theodore, you may be a little man, but we have made it very clear that you're a little man forever. You will never catch up with Palom. Not at this rate, anyway. And guys, look how much XP I have in general. I'm getting 1,000,000 EXP from just... I'm getting 1,000,000 EXP from just playing the normal tail, guys. Look at this shit. There's no fucking way. I haven't even gotten to the final chapter, but I got 1,000,000 EXP. Oh my fucking god, dude. Palom's got 73 intellect. What the fuck? Oh my god, I just fucking can't. I just freaking can't. This is way too precious, dude. And almost 600 mana too. Holy crap, dude. Right, so you had one more thing you remembered, Moonlight Elf. Hold on. The one I remember now was the result of Sun and Love. Boy and girl having adventure. Boy learns to love music thanks to her. Boy moves away with family. Girl is behind, confessing her love. Next time they two meet is years later in graveyard. Girl buried from too much grief for that love. I mean, that's a little bit less direct, or like, you know, we don't witness that event, I suppose, but still pretty heart throbbing. Or like heart tugging. That's sad. Unrequited love. What an unfortunate thing. And what do you mean by the dick tree? I don't know what you mean by that. And they certainly will be the paragon of our teams, because I don't think there's gonna be any other team in this game that are gonna be so over-geared and overstated as Palom and Leonora. At least they'll do their jobs well. We'll have pretty easy instant kills on any enemy waves. And Leonora is not gonna let anyone die. Not with her heals. Oh, I see. Yes, heart-wrenching. That's a good point, Miyako. That's a very good way to put it. Also, hello there, buddy. Welcome to the stream, bro. How's it going? Did you have lots of fun on Warframe? I was thinking of heart-tugging, but, yeah, I was thinking of the heart-wrenching word too, but, man, I don't know. I've been talking for way too long. I guess I'm losing my touch again. It happens when you like are in fatigue after talking like for so many hours, but that's just what you gotta do when you're streaming. Not that kind of heart-wrenching. I mean, you can try and fix it like, you know, heart-wrenching, but that's not how you call it. But I mean, I guess heart-tugging would be less misunderstood. But then again, heart-tugging or tugging your heart would be more like I'm gonna take your heart. Not the kind of like I'm gonna like burst my hand through your chest and like steal your heart, but like, you know, I'm gonna NTR the shit out of you. Or something like that. That, you know. Honestly, not many of our terms and idioms really make sense, but we just leave it then because we know what they mean. Or at least we suppose we do. And then somebody's gonna get misunderstood, or somebody misunderstands, and then we're gonna be all confused. Great. But I see, I think I remember this, talking about this forum before with you guys, but the thing is that I don't think I ever got its name. But yeah. Why is it called Dick Tree though? That's so weird. Imagine if I leveled up Palom and Leonardo to 99 here now. Because I didn't find my Mind Flayer. That would be something to like remember by. Oh! I see, that makes a lot of sense. It kind of like makes me think of like a new word, dicketry. I don't know if that's an actual thing, but it sounds like a word, so I'm gonna use dicketry. Oh, really? Unprocessed emotions in Warframe. So did something bad happen, or did something so happy happen that you couldn't really like process it properly? Like you were just undescribably happy or sad? What is it? Do feel free to elaborate a bit more. And you have double death as well that resulted in those two souls becoming into one person. Oh. One soul, two persons. That's pretty interesting. But it's not like they're gonna remember like who they were before, so I guess it doesn't matter that much, but maybe something changed in that soul in some way because they're fused together. How would like fusing souls together in your world like work normally anyway? Or like, does it like, is it common? Or is it like one of those like very few miracles and spectacles that have never happened before and it has never been able to be replicated before? Or is it like some sort of a rule behind it? Mickey 17? Man, I don't know that movie. Oh, I see. Okay. Dude, what happened? Do you want to share? Or do you feel like you don't want to talk about it or remember it in any way? Just, you know, ignore it ever happened. But yeah, I guess that makes sense. Uncontrolled anger would be unprocessed emotions. Fair point. What was the purpose behind them actually like leveling Cloud and Barret to 99? Was it just for the sake of it, or did it have any bigger reason behind this? I mean, most likely wasn't, but I wanted to ask just in case. Because at least I have a purpose. No matter how insignificant the purpose is, but I do have a purpose, other than just leveling. You don't know? You don't know. Alright, fair enough. So just for the sake of it. So, I take it you never actually yourself went to the forum, or you just never bothered to like dig into like their purposes, or maybe the guy never made his own ideas, own ideals clear as to why the hell he did it. Hey, Snake Boy. Well, Miyako, in any case, whether you want to talk about it or not, I hope that at least you have calmed down a bit at least, and I hope I'm gonna be able to calm you down a little bit more with the stream. So I hope you're gonna enjoy your time here, even though we're gonna be only playing for a little more than an hour. Dude, I can't believe we spent another 4.5 hours farming for a fucking Mind Flayer, we still haven't found it. That's freaking insane. That's incredible. They didn't get along as separate people and now they were stuck in one body. They eventually had to get along. Oh, it was like that kind of a thing. Okay, so I guess it meant that there was some internal turmoil with this person to begin with, but I guess eventually they had to like get on with it. It sounds like something that would be like, you know, would be some sort of like awakening of something like you would see like in movies or some animations, like this classic like you have an angel and a demon on your like shoulders telling you stuff to do, and these two conflicting with each other would be something similar, like two conflicting morals and ideals, most likely. Well, I quit this gacha game because I got hit once and I got comboed to Grey from there. Wow. What gacha are we talking about? I mean, that does seem like something like that would happen in something like Mortal Kombat, but I don't think gachas are supposed to be made into fighting games. That's a bit weird. I guess they need to do something about that combat lock. That's a bit too far. Was it a PvP thing, or was that just like pure PvE? Because I don't think often gachas have PvP that much. What? That's an interesting thing you have going on there, Migo. I wonder how you came into this situation. Ah, Wuwa, I see. To be honest, my friend has been like that game a lot. I guess those things can happen too then. Have you really decided that you're not gonna touch this game anymore and that's it? Or are you just gonna be taking a temporary break from it? I mean, I can understand like emotion outbursts, so you may like say things that you don't really mean, but well, if you're certain, then you know, that's fine, I guess. But I just want to confirm. Because at least my friend says that, like, considering he's a very big gacha connoisseur, he does say that it's like the best one of the best ones out there right now, so I don't know if you're gonna be able to find another gacha like that. But also, Migo, would you like care to elaborate as to what you mean by this angel and demon with two wolves inside them each? Do you have any bigger reasoning behind this? Is there like a reference I'm not getting, or what's up with this thing? Oh, I see. So there was like this sort of like a sibling conflict. It reminds me of that one Simpson episode of like, you know, Bart having a secret evil twin. And they were like, you know, just like cut off from the rest of the family without his knowledge. And, you know, then they just ended up switching roles at some point. I won't like tell much about like, you know, about that. Because in case somebody hasn't seen that, but it's pretty cool. But it didn't end up like anybody killing each other. It just ended up like, you know, in the switcheroo. It was pretty silly. Ah, so you aren't really much of a gacha guy in general, I suppose. Was like Wuva like the only gacha you've been touching like in a while, or ever in general? I used to be pretty big with gacha in the past. I actually did play like Genshin for a good while, but then I gave up on it because I didn't have any friends to play with and it was getting too encumbering for me. It was too activity heavy for me. Like if you wanted to like not waste resources, you had to like enter a few times a day, basically. Never gold hourglass? Come on. 2 mind flayers and an item drop. You cannot just like tell me that I'm not anticipating a mind flayer every single time I see it. Well, Migo, do you want to bring me out into the light? Do you want to enlighten me? I wouldn't say no. The more I know. But that's okay, man. That's okay. I understand, like, you know, some things are just really just bullshit in games. Like, I can't say that anything like pops in my mind right now, but just, I swear, like, when there's something that shouldn't happen in a game and it just happens, it just, you know, it's ridiculous. Actually, I gotta think about this, like, I was playing, actually, Company of Heroes earlier today, and I enjoyed that game, but there was that one mission that I was doing, like, on the last campaign, that it had you, like, defend 10 freaking tanks, and, like, you needed to get the medal by defending every single one of them, not letting any of them get destroyed. But how the fuck do you do it when they're all in the front lines right in front of the enemy, and you cannot even move them? It's just so, you know... It's just such a bizarre setting. I mean, you can still beat the mission easily, like, without destroying all of them. At least, as long as one of them survives, it's like, mission done, but... Dude, like, not missing a single one of them? Get real, dude. That's crazy. Some crazy, like, stuff, like, in some of these games, but those happen. But, those exist for us to complain about them. Until they fix it. Yeah, and then there's also, like, the fact that because they try to, like, really monetize their characters to, like, make it easier. So, like, you know, if you really want to, like, have it an easy time on those games, you really have to, like, put a lot of money into it, most likely. Otherwise, they won't let you go through it. Sadly. Like, if you had an easy way to do it without spending, it would be way too easy. So they want to at least make it hard enough for you to, like, have to spend to, like, have an easier time with it. And I mean, that's what they oftentimes try to get you to do. So, it kind of sucks when if you play as an F2P, presumably. How, like, you know, how bad the gap can be when you have limited character selections. Especially in, like, some games where, like, you know, maybe, like, getting some characters requires you to spend, or is, like, under some special scrutiny, which you kind of, like, get usually. I don't think often gachas have this nowadays anymore, but those exist too. I would say, actually, like, not so much on, like, gachas, but, like, well, it's kind of like gacha-esque, but I remember, like, those, idol arena type games, like I think of like Idol Heroes I used to play in the past. It's very gacha-y because it has characters you can get, it has like promotion tiers and such, and it has equipment that has different like varieties of level. Why I say Idol Heroes though is because I feel like, you know, it has this gacha-y nature, and the thing is, some of the champions can be very difficult to get in those kinds of games, or in fact impossible without spending, and it's just, you know, it's just like indescribable evil. You're just like hard luck from like all the pay to wins in comparison, and well, in a gacha game like that, it really like impedes its progression when like you're not willing to spend. And if they're really gonna make it so that like surviving is the merciless at the end game and you cannot even get a tank or something to like make it easier to survive, that's just like bullshit. You came to play a chill RPG-esque adventure, not Dark Souls. If you wanted to play Dark Souls, you would go play Dark Souls or Elden Ring. So, it's funny when they start off like very chill and easy and then they just do that. Peak game design, consistency at their maximum. And no, I don't think anybody's gonna, out of their frustration, open up their wallets. At least any sensible person. I think the first response indeed would be, man, fuck this game. But yeah. The last time I played a gacha, actually I think it was Genshin. Ever since, I haven't really touched any. And it's because I felt like after playing WoW for so long with all the daily quests and such, that and Genshin, I think they just like fully scarred my conception of any game that has any sort of daily activity involved. Unless the daily activity is like, you know, either non-existent or it's very, very light, I usually have a very bad repercussion of playing any games that has daily activity in it. Because the moment I feel like I won't be able to do it, I'll just get so much FOMO and it's gonna bother me to no end. It just is such big poison to me that daily activity games just don't work for me. Like, I honestly like envy people that can just play these games without worrying too much about like missing a day or two. It just doesn't work for me. Are there really like no thanks at all? Like, not even like behind a paywall? Just pure like brawler, like Dark Souls gameplay? I mean, I know from my friend that it's an action RPG basically, but For it to be that tough, I gotta say, I haven't expected that. Yeah, that's honestly like the main reason why I stopped Genshin. I remember like getting out the game 2-3 times a day just to make sure I don't like ever hit the energy cap, because energy also had like its uses. So that kind of commitment, especially when like using up all your energy like took you almost an hour, that was just like too much for me. And my fucking god, don't make me even get started with Maple Story 2. That was... Ooh... I'm so glad it got taken out from the Western market. My god. I thought the game was originally pretty bad with it. But then came the new content. One after another. First some PvP-esque place, and then came the Skyship. When the Skyship came in, I was like, nope, I'm done with this shit. It took me 3 or 4 hours just to deal with the very basic dailies. At least. With a single character. I was like, you know, once that came out, and when I realized that you have to grind all the factions in the Skyship too, like when you get the first faction, you need the first faction stuff to get the second faction also unlocked or like upgraded further. That was like, you know what? No. So many fucking tasks. I think like easily 100 daily quests in there, like total. It was insane. Slowpoke? Bro, did you even play Maple Story 2? Did you ever witness the pain? I know Genshin isn't like behind a paywall, but it is pretty hard to get characters properly without spending. Luckily, I was never like crazy enough to spend on those games. Genshin, I think, was way too expensive for what it wanted to do. Like, even just for like some minor like gem boost or something else, you just had to pay like 20 bucks at least. That was crazy. Gems that would be enough to like get you maybe max 10 pulls. It's crazy. Nice. Well, in that case, I can understand. But I mean, did you ever really do like all the dailies? And I also did like all the gathering stuff too, every single day. So like, I really did everything you can do in a day, basically. Including the events. So, like I said, I have a pretty strong FOMO. I can't avoid it. Oh, yeah. Genshin was like, when I played that game, artifact upgrading was definitely the one thing I did not want to get involved with. It was so bullshit that you don't even know what you're upgrading until like the very end. Like, you go ahead and upgrade an artifact to like, I don't know, was it +8 to get all the stats, or even +12? And then you're gonna find out that the rest of the stats you get are just bullshit. Like, good start, but fuck this item. I don't like it. And then when you get a decent item, it won't even upgrade any of the stats that you really want to upgrade. They are just gonna remain on their minimals. And then it's like, you know, sort of subpar. And it's way too RNG. For something that has such a limited supply. Like, you're gonna only get like a couple legendaries a week. From like some weekly bosses. Like, come on, give us some more variety, or give us some more certainty. At least make us have a wish list of a stat we at least want to have in an item. And that would be great. Pretty much. You get the 1 or 2 good things and the rest is gonna be shit about it, and it really sucks. Maple Story was fun to you, but because you were screwing around with friends, but nowadays... Can we just burn Nexon? Really? What's up with Nexon nowadays? I mean, ever since Maple Story 2, I haven't really actually touched them, so... I don't know what else they've been up to lately. And I mean, I think Maple Story was great. Like, Maple Story 2 was great as a game, or like as a adventure game. The story was great. I thought like the gameplay itself was pretty nice, but the dailies, you wouldn't really like come across that when it was screwing around, but once it got serious, it was too much, honestly. As a casual experience though, it was pretty nice. Not gonna lie. I played it for quite a while. I even made a couple ults too, but yeah, that went a bit too extreme. I don't think it's like literally Pokemons, but I think I know what you mean, companions. I actually have played Maple 1 a very little bit. Cannot say I have like that strong of an image of it, but I have played it a little bit before. I have some idea. But I gotta say, like, it's been many years, and the time I played Maple Story 1 before, I cannot say I got extremely far. So I will say that I have tried the game, I know how it works, but I won't say that I have a deep understanding of it. I don't know what endgame is there. I never got that far with it. I would say that the maximum I was like level 70 or something, and that was like years ago. I don't exactly remember. I would have to check to find out, but I wonder if my account still exists. I see, so Wuva has like an unlimited supply, then that's pretty nice. Well, yeah, in Genshin it's time gated, and also like, just bullshit in RNG, so that really sucked. But I guess the Wuva's artifact system does also make it so that you can like farm it endlessly, so that itself can be a pretty time-consuming process, depending on how serious you are about your gear being like perfect. Oh, they try to get people's Discord logs because someone ran a private server of MS with older version of the game. Ah, so they're basically trying to like fish out people that were supporting the server. Or like, trying to like see if like any like hidden advertisement was happening in their Discord or something. Like, I don't know exactly what you mean by Discord logs. Like, is that like all the communication they had with some certain people? Or like, they were somehow able to like, connect with like the person's identity account and somehow connect that to the activity they've had with the other private server? I don't know, but fair. Yeah, I can imagine that MapleStory probably has lots of private servers going around. Wouldn't be the first or the last. And I again still do feel like MapleStory does deserve another chance from me, but I just haven't come across it. And again, because MMOs are really like a thing I can really invest time onto nowadays, it isn't like something I'm looking forward to doing anytime soon. And I mean, I gotta be honest with you guys. I had that one idea to like play MapleStory like at some point a couple years ago, but that was like when Max was around. But now that things suddenly got sour with me and Max, I guess that ain't happening anymore. I don't have that motivator. And at the same time, I guess you could say that I have a little bit of a unconscious foul taste to like MapleStory 1 right now. Oh gosh, no. Well, Maple 1 apparently does, you know, suck in its own ways nowadays, but then there's also like the Maple 1 reboot that's also decent apparently, that I was considering checking out maybe. And also, well, I don't know like how other like stuff about the game is nowadays, but I'm assuming that it should be fine under certain understandings. Like if it's your, it might be like a hit or miss for some people. Some people enjoy it, some people don't. It would just be a matter of finding out. Yes! My fucking god, yes! Fucking finally! There it is, guys. There it is. 11 fucking hours of grinding this shit. And there it is. Oh my god. I'm surprised that my neighbors just didn't knock to my wall or something. I guess they're just glad it's Saturday. Oh my god. This is what I mean with satisfaction. You remember when I said earlier that if I had to spot farm this would be way less satisfactory? This would not happen if I didn't get it myself. Fuck yes. Finally. Oh my god. I'm not gonna tear up, but yes, save the game. Let me go. At least I'll quick save as soon as I get out of here, because that happens every single time I change rooms. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go. I need to say manually. Hold on, guys. I'll get there. I'll get there. Fuck you. I'll meet your asses. You're in the way. Fuck you. Don't do it, Mad Hatter. Don't you dare do it. We're done with this shit. Not happening. I mean, that's fair, but I want to actually progress. I don't want to go through this cave again. Even though I got the stats for it, I think it's a bother. So, let me just, you know, go out of this with style. Because my overpowered ass is way too done with this dungeon. I can do max damage before even being on the end game. How about that? Oh. But anyway, let me actually see, like, you know, what you guys were saying here. So, well, I think the point here was, Mad Hatter, like, about the whole Diablo Immortals. I guess it wasn't about, like, comparing, like, when they happened, but, like, you know, they did a similar thing in general. So I guess that was the point. So, I don't think that Miyako was necessarily wrong about, like, the way they put it out. I see. Fair enough, then. I thought I would be able to come back here, but that makes sense. Right, let's save here now. Fucking saved. 350,000 gil. Level 55. And now we're getting out of this place. Wow, guys. Now we actually get to play the game. Isn't that amazing? And I can buy myself an entire freaking battalion of Queen's outfits if I want to. And the funny part here is that I got all this money, but I really only need like 20k to like max this place out. Hey enemies, are you sure about this? Dude, I'll even have Leonora deal with you. I don't care anymore. I'm gonna show you how much I've improved over time. I wanna see that. Is it gonna be an encounter I'll go through on this one? I wonder about that. 11 hours. We did 2 hours, 2+ hours on our Monday stream, the entire 4.5 hours on, or 2 hours roughly on Monday, 4.5 hours on Thursday, and another 4.5 hours here. Almost 5 hours. So 11+ hours, basically. Yes, 11 fucking hours. It was gonna be 12 hours if I was like not done with it after this stream. You can play the game. Yes, finally. You can't imagine how happy I am with this. But to be honest, that 11 hours just like honestly sank to the bottom like crazy. Like, I did not even like pay attention to the time. It's already been 5 hours and I just don't feel it. I'm just having way too much fun, guys, with everything that's been happening. Anyway, let me know. I'll also double check that I didn't miss anything else here. Timor can't hear anymore. I'm sorry, Timor. I should have mic limiters though, so you should at least still have your eardrums, but I don't know. Alchemiracle. I wonder where the Alchemiracle is from. Diablo Immortal gets such a bad rep because of the microtransactions, because it's generally the best Diablo game. Honestly, I need to play the first 2 Diablos because I've heard so much good about them. And I heard that Diablo 3 doesn't even compare to that, so I would love to see that. And I gotta say, I was pretty disappointed with Diablo 3 when I first played it. Okay, I think I finally caught up on the chat, including also all the craziness about the save the game and such. But no worries, guys. The data is saved, and Balam's libido must be now satisfied. Oh wait, this was the Black Jokoba nursery. Where was the pub again? Was it? Oh, it was that place. Yeah, that place. Wrong place. Sorry, guys. Well, if you played Diablo 3 with the pay-to-win mechanics, I guess. But even as like, even if you didn't spend a dime and you played the game like for the story alone, I feel like the story and gameplay itself was pretty boring. And even like the EXP helmet that they had for the, I guess, for the special editions, even that kind of sucked because at some point it just got too weak. Like, why can't they not just have it, like, automatic, like, upgrade or, like, get extra stats as you level up? Why keep them at, like, the level 1 stats? At some point, you just want to let go of it. But yeah, I guess I gotta say about Diablo 3 that it was pretty boring, in my opinion. And honestly, kind of, I would say, predictable, I guess you could say. Like, or like, it was too, like, you know, inconsistent, like, with unpredictability. Like, you could, like, easily smack some certain enemies, but once you come across this one other kind of an enemy, then it's an automatic fucking fail, because, like, they got this certain overpowered ability. How did I get to the... You won't ask me for another member's card, would you? I never went that far with it, Mad Hatter. I was so bored with Diablo that I didn't play it too far. Honestly. Ah, here it was. Man, it's been so long since I was in the pub that I forgot about this. I think I honestly just, like, played Diablo pretty casually. I played this Dread story, like, a couple times, and once I got to, like, the second loop, after that, I just was like, I'm done with this game. I'm not interested in, like, the whole, looting aspect of the game. The looting felt so barren, so boring in some way. So I never, like, bothered to go any further than that. It felt too mindless, in my opinion. Anyway, let's turn Leonora into my queen. Queen's whip that we needed. And Queen's tights, mask, and gloves. And you know what? Just for the sake of it, I'll buy 5 of these sets. Just to, like, you know, assert my dominance. There we go. 5 fucking sets of Queen's outfits. And I still got 200k left. Yeah, not playing the game for its proper experience, but that's just the impression I got. It sucked. I didn't feel like playing it any further. If it was a good game, I would have stuck with it, but it wasn't my deal. Well, I would have probably stuck around the grind if I enjoyed it, but I didn't, so that's just about it. Alright, so the Queen's Mask kinda sucks, save for its protection stats, so I will pass on that. Actually, I'll keep the Wizard's Hat. We got enough spirits for now. Queen's Tights. I'll lose my spirit, so no. Queen's Gloves. I'll lose everything, so no. It's really good for, like, protections, but I don't think I'll need them for now. Yeah. So I bought all of that shit, but I'm not using any of it. Even the whip, I feel like it's gonna suck. Yeah. I love how, like, it has a chance to inflict pig, too. Like, we're here to, like, really, like, play the dominatrix game. You freaking pigs, you deserve to be whipped. Not yet, hold on. I'm still gonna go for it. Now, where was the vendor for the VIP card again? Was it this side? Ah, there it is. Yes. Hello. Give me my VIP card. Not 2, please. That's unnecessary. So, I guess I'm gonna find the NPC somewhere in the main hall. Let's go see them. Let's find out what the rest of the pub is gonna be about. Because it's about fucking time! About fucking time! Where's the NPC? Where's the NPC? Where's the NPC? Where's the NPC? Is it at the bar? Is it you? Yes. I want to press on even further. Or rather, I want to go deeper. Let us unlock the door to your wildest dreams ever. Do you have the required item? Yes. Please pass through the corridor below. Oh, thank you. Now I wonder what this luxury treatment is gonna be about. I'm pretty certain that Leonora is gonna love this. I mean, I think Leonora got pretty into these dances before. Maybe that's just me, though. But I feel like she's cool with it. Oh, there we go. Wait, can I actually... Yeah, I think I'm hitting the wall here. Just making sure there's no other like hidden paths here. Yep. Nothing else. Alright. Now what is this part of the pub about? Queen's Bounty Pub. Now this is quite the name. We just got this vendor here. Congratulations on making it all the way down here. The show is about to begin. Yes. Yes! Right this way, please. Certainly. Now enjoy the show. Are we the only ones in here? Oh god, there's more dancers now. Now there's 12. Okay, you give us quantity, but give us quality. These are the exact same dances we had before. So unless you're gonna do something absolutely mind-blowing and stunning, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Show me. Where are they taking us? Did you not know, Maddie? This was actually a strip bar, basically. I mean, it is a pub with memberships. I talked about this before in my streams, but this is basically like OnlyFans membership, getting these cards. There we go. Oh, we're not done yet? FF40 plays when twinning. I don't know what twinning exactly means, but perhaps. Oh, we're still not done? T-posing! Oh my god, this is the best dance ever. Okay, I'm convinced. Best dance ever, we got T-posers. That's the best part. I'm absolutely freaking in love with this dance. 10 out of 10. That was breathtaking. It certainly was. It was kind of fun, I thought. So you're not even bothered by the fact that we are surrounded by like half-naked ladies? Are you gay? By any chance? Why did you drop this E-pop nonsense and just become a dancer? What? Please don't talk like that. I mean, you got the outfit for yourself. 5 of them. I was just joking. Right. Palom, are you into Leonora, perhaps? Are you perhaps into her? I wonder. Anyway, so we got the whip, and we got the VIP room. Where's the item again that we're supposed to get here? Oh! My eyes do not deceiveth. I hope I dance well enough. Wait, that's it? No! No! No, no, no! No, 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 no. No, no, no. This can't be it. This can't be it. Yes, I know there's something hidden here. I'm just trying to look for it. But these goddamn bastards don't want to give it to me. I'm gonna hug every single wall. I'm gonna lick them. clean. After licking them, of course. These walls most likely haven't been dusted for like at least 20 years. How do I know? I'm a connoisseur when it comes to wall licking. Why, you may ask? I don't answer those questions. I feel like those are personal. You're the first customer we've had in a long time. Bro, how do they even like, you know, how do you like live in here? How do you exist? How do you manage with this? Aren't you getting bored? Are you enslaved in here? Do they even take care of you? I wonder how sad it must be living in an underground facility for like ages untold. And you know, this is a pretty bad service. If you get so little customers, then how is this beneficial? They must be paying a lot for you, only to do nothing. Ain't nothing but a heartache. Wow, you're pretty amazing. Making it down here and everything. Yes, I know I am. You wanna see me? Down here too? I'm Palin. And they know me as for being an absolute ladies' man, a gentleman. So, I won't turn down a pretty lady like you. Certainly not. Also, you finally found what you were looking for? Yes, I did, Dimmy. Yes, I did. It took me 11 hours, but we're finally done. I got it pretty recently, too. I guess you weren't here to hear me, like, shout out, like, I fucking got it finally. And that's a shame. Is the item here? Did you enjoy yourself? Oh, no, 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 no. I'm not enjoying myself without my item. I didn't pay 10k for nothing. Well, you could say both. I'm a gentleman, but I'm also a gentleman. But I can also be a very rough man. And I like rough things. I mean, if you have your... if you had your speakers all the way to the maximum, and if you had even the slightest lapse in the usual sound levels, then yes. But there is a limiter. At some point, it will start cutting out my voice if it has to, so... it shouldn't be that bad. But definitely louder than usual, so... you got me there. At least the existing entrances don't seem to have anything. There's nothing here. It would have been one of these flower vases, would it? Candeliers, can I touch these? Any of them? Are any of them switches? Perhaps. Vase? Nope. Another vase? A bit moldy, but doesn't still fulfill their purpose. Where is it? Where's my item? I am very desperate, have it. Alright. Vase checking. Ugh. That was just grimy. Oh, that was clean. Nice. But is there I can't seem to find any other path here. So like, and none of the chests I found actually had anything in them. Unless they're just open, but they still actually have something in them. I think I checked the right side, but I don't think I did the left side properly. But let me just do some more wall hugging here, just in case. Oh yes, Mad Hatter. In case you don't know about Final Fantasy, this is basically Final Fantasy gameplay. You just play wall games forever if you want to find everything. Because that's Final Fantasy for you. Things I only learned by playing these games way too much. That's the corner. I don't think there was anything in here either. No. Now I wonder where the secret would be then. Yeah, there's nothing here. Am I gonna spend the rest of my stream just looking for this damn item? Seriously? And why would they make this feature of like having this VIP card? We spend 10k for this item, and then you're gonna just like, you know, try to hide the item that you're supposed to get with it. Like, come on, man. Wait. I'm not supposed to be able to get here, right? Oh, wait. That was... I'm dumb. I'm so dumb. I lost track. So nothing there. Nothing in the chests. Can't go in between these chests properly, but barely managed to squeeze in. Nothing hidden in the walls. Can't get through that point. Yeah, so let me try this wall too. Yeah, nothing there either. Okay, so that only leaves me one more entrance I can think of, but after that I feel like I have to look for something more unconventional. But I'm fairly now convinced that there's nothing at least hidden within the walls. But it could be something like before we got to this point. Anything before the VIP, or anything beyond the point where we like got the VIP card is still like, you know, open fodder. Could be something. So it could be like the hallways before we got here in the first place. So now I need to try that too in case this ends up being fruitless. And nothing in the chests. Nope. Alright. Let's try the outer wall. Nothing here. Now this is the kind of meticulous treasure searching that this game sometimes requires. And if you don't do at least this much, then you are not a real Final Fantasy player. This much I've learned. Chairs or table. I mean, I did try touching them before, but there didn't seem to be anything in there, so... And I guess that would be too obvious. Because Final Fantasy doesn't like do that stuff. And usually, I mean... Of course there could be a possibility of, something hidden in plain sight, but... Honestly, I don't think Final Fantasy often does that. It's honestly just like hidden behind a wall that you're not supposed to find. Yes, these walls. Damn it. Oh! They just brought it back here after it came out. Bruh. So was this the Blacktail the one I wanted? Or was there something else that I needed? About that, yeah, about the hidden in plain sight. I guess I really like dug myself a minefield on that one. Whoops. I checked the throats already, but I guess it was that. Alright, so I got the queen set along with the whip. I got that tail. Was there anything else I still needed? Because honestly, it's been such a long time since we last discussed this, I don't even remember anymore. Does that cover everything that we had to get? I remember there was like an important item, an important weapon, the whip, and I guess there was like an important event too. What was the event exactly, or did I already do it? Or am I just remembering wrong? Oh yeah, the adamantite. Oh yeah, I didn't get it yet. I guess it's on the last part. Oh, I just like that small orb there. It just makes me feel so happy. Thank God. Well, I guess we're gonna go for the adamantite and hopefully finish the story today. We got 36 minutes, but we are so freaking over-leveled that I think we should be fine, right? Now let me go back manually because I still need to rest. I wanna be full mana for this. And guys, I will promise you, we won't need to go through a single damn tent on our way there. We'll get through this with absolute pride. In. Please allow me rest stitch. 50 kill for a knight. It's a little bit expensive, but I guess just this once. That's such a big bump to my pride. Big bump to my wallet, though. Freaking 50 is so much. I can't just bring to like tell you how disappointed I am by this. These guys are just extorting me hard. Oh well, goodbye. We'll come back to this inn again. I don't want to. I was thinking of throwing a flare at it, because meteor's a waste because it's it's multi-target. But I could throw a flare. I think that would be like the same thing, but for single target. And then I could cast it multiple times. But if it doesn't do quadruple 9s, then I might as well do it. Yeah, flare. It's flare time, boys. How crazy is it to have flare like at basically early game? That's so silly. Let's try this. Is a single fire gonna be enough to deal with you? Huh. Stood no chance to my mighty magic. I only had to flick my finger and not take it even seriously. And he died. You pitiful bastards. And oh, this was such a big hit on my mana, honestly. Like, on my mana pool of 595, missing that 5 is too much. Restore my MP. Thank you. And now everybody had to go through unnecessary epilepsy. So, I'm sorry about that. Not. Do your thing, Black Chocobo. We're gonna run through this thing. Alright, so Lodestone Cavern speedrun. Let's go. We already got all the treasures in this place, so we can just go straight for the thing here. And guys, you get to even see the minimap now. Isn't that wonderful? You get to actually see where I'm going. Man, honestly, this camera switch might have been the best actual switch ever. Oh, whoopsie, I was just supposed to single target that. Oh well. I guess I'll fire that with Pollen. You know, I'm just looking at the HP pools and like thinking that I got 2k plus, and then I know that enemies can't even do 100 here unless they like use very powerful magic. I'm just completely just bulldozing this place. And because I'm killing them so fast, I don't think they're gonna really get many chances to hit me. If they did, it would be so minuscule it doesn't matter. The damage is gonna be literally non-existent. Oh hi, now this place looks familiar, doesn't it? We weren't even that deep into the dungeon. There was nothing here. Right, so this was like the deepest I got into the dungeon until now. So let me go save here. Just in case some weird-ass bad fate happened to befell me. But we'll see about that. I don't think there's much that can happen to me at this point that's gonna really crush me, but we'll see about that. And if you're really gonna have an encounter against the mysterious woman or mysterious girl, then I wanna see how that's gonna go. Because that one might actually be interesting now. Well, I mean, I guess it's a scripted defeat, so I guess I won't be able to defeat it, but it would be funny if I could actually compete against it. Why is there a small gap there? I can't get there, but it's there. I guess I can pretend it doesn't exist. I'm guessing this is another side path. Ah, well, treasures. A cottage. A spider silk, nice. And a bronze hourglass. I got... how many hourglasses exactly? I got 5 golden hourglasses. That was my first bronze one, really? Man, I must not have really been lucky then. Oh well. Or I guess they're not just in the drop pools. It's very funny how, like, this game treats, like, you know, bronze hourglass as, like, the greatest treasure. And I'm just casually just gloating with 5. Like, the biggest treasure in the world, I swear. Well, I won't be using them here, that's for sure. Unless maybe the boss is gonna be stoppable. And if I can, like, keep stopping them like that, maybe they're actually defeatable. Now, that would be one sight to see. But yeah, let's just get going. We ain't gonna earn much from just dallying here. It's not like there's much EXP for me to farm anymore. Or well, there is, but I feel like the actual benefit from that is marginally pretty low. As per my own previous actions of leveling way too much in here. And that's my fault. Damn, if there's anything about this game that certainly doesn't like click with me, there is certainly a bug with the menus. Like, if I go to a menu and I go back, it doesn't go back to where it was. It just, like, kind of bugs out somehow. And I have to, like, search again where my cursor is. It's a bit weird, but... ah, well. Not something I couldn't handle. Nothing hidden here. Now, where's that adamantite? A pot! Oh my god, I was so starved for mana. You can't even believe it, man. That was so useful. Polymorph rod. 4 more intellect. Palom, I don't think you need this mana anymore. I don't think you need any more intellect, but you know what? I won't say no to it. I just hope I won't be missing out the adamantites here. I mean, I've been pretty thorough with the caves here, but there might be some small laps I might make by accident. And I don't like the thought of that. I mean, there's nothing here, right? And now I'm just forcing extra encounters on me for no good reason. Is Neonora gonna be able to defeat this yet? On her own? Nah, not quite. Almost though. So if I see these encounters again, I guess I'll leave it to Palom. For my own goodness sake. I mean, I don't think I can actually get behind the wall here. Actually can, but there's nothing here, seemingly. Alright, let's then hog this one. Nah, nothing. Oh guys, look, it's a Mind Flayer. Imagine if I dropped another one. It would be just so annoying if I got it again now. It would just be like basically the game taunting at me. Yeah, that's what I thought. No items, buddy. You better not give me any. Alright. Well, there are still a lot of paths I can take here, seemingly. 2 of them are unconnected. So either they're gonna be a tunnel to another place. Oh. Or we're gonna have some secret pathways. What the? This is a deception put up by the EPUBs. So where's the real path? This way. Oh, it actually is a hidden path. Ah. Uh-huh. No, no, no. Don't be getting too ahead of yourself. We're going back. We're going back. I still want to see the other things first. You try this with me, game, but it won't work. I'm gonna find out about the other paths first. Because I'm pretty sure that adamantite is gonna be in one of them. And then some. You know, it's such a Final Fantasy move to like try to force you into the next area. And like leave everything else behind. But no, that would be way too convenient. Thanks to the map, I know there's much more for me to discover. The rest of it is not an illusion. Oh, really? Okay, so I got no choice. Fine. What's in here, though? Nothing? Really? Then, is this somehow connected to this fruit here? No, I guess I'm supposed to go here. Maybe? I don't know. The path is blocked off from the left side, so let me go there first, because I feel like there's gonna be a treasure at the end of it. Most likely. This dungeon is a lot deeper than I thought, honestly. It might be a struggle to get this done in time, but I'll give it my best. Well, I don't see any... Oh, there is a treasure. Yeah, there is a treasure. Nice. So let's just make a quickie over here. And do a little bit of a yoink. Mage's robe. Ooh, is that better for me? 80 intellect. Good God, don't do this to me. Palom is way too powerful already. I know I could give this to Leonora too, but I don't want to like take away her spirit either. Oh my god, game, please. This is way too stimulating for someone like me. I mean, I guess I could have come here to outfit myself before I went to like farm the mind flayers, but it was certainly unnecessary. This was enough. Even that's a severe overkill. Now, how funny would it be if I was able to get myself to 99 intellect before I even get out of the Palom's tail? Nah, I don't think that's gonna happen. I won't be leveling up much anymore. Can I actually still level up even once? I could still level up once more. Leonora's about to even. So... I'll level up max one time. But that's not gonna guarantee me any more levels, so... Or like... enough intellect. I want to get some pretty good stuff, but I don't think I'll find it here anymore. I think 85 intellect, though, is still possible. Yeah, no. I think 56 is enough. We already, like, doubled everyone else at this point. And I think 1 million EXP is a pretty good milestone, if I'm completely honest. So I think I'll settle with that. Hermes sandals. Is this connected to this place? No. I guess the connection is gonna be on the other ridge. Got it. See what I mean by Final Fantasy trying to, like, be very tricky about the treasures, though? Definitely not trying to, like, you know, make lots of hidden paths. It is not usually their type to put things in plain sight, but... I guess they made an exception for this Blacktail. But I wonder what the Blacktail is gonna be for, though. This one interests me. I mean, it does seem that this game has a lot of tails to offer, because I saw the achievements. So I'm guessing there's gonna be, like, some tail trader at the end chapter. But we'll see about that. Now, where's the adamantite? Aha! There we go. That's how we access this place. And what's this? Soma drop. Wait, isn't that the max MP bonus? Yeah. I don't think I need the MP on these characters, though. I think we're fine. I think Palom and Leonora's got it in the bag with their great mana pools. If I see one more pot, I swear this dungeon is too easy. Definitely not the byproduct of my own craziness. But hey guys, at least I can say that my hard work paid off. I got what I came for, so all those hours were not wasted. That's the one thing I'm proud of. Okay, did somebody say an easy fight? I love preemptives. And I've only managed to lose like a couple hundred HP total between these pots. Yeah, I'm barely suffering anything at this point. I'm too fast. High potion. Still got my adamantite. There it is. We got it, boys. We got all the important stuff. We can move on. Happy. You know, I was expecting one of those other like rooms with like rubble in them, because usually adamantite is behind those, but it seems like we got an exception. Oh. Soldiers! They're here! Oh, they're chasing after me. There they are! Pollen! They must have taken off their equipment. Hey! Wanna say hi to me? Oh, I can't. Damn it. Okay, so... I wonder if, like... Because I got teleported on this spot. Did I come from there? Or did I just travel there? Is Fira gonna be able to defeat all these 5? Definitely not with Leonora, but maybe with Pollen. This might be too much, though. Oh yeah, we got it, actually. Good Pollen. And there he goes. Level up. And we got a stat boost on everything. So, that's one more intellect. 81. Like, where does this tunnel lead? Oh, hey. Treasure. Dry ether. How do I get to that tunnel? There must be some way to get there. Well, I guess the way isn't here. Or... maybe the bridge is connected to that place. Let me try this real quick. I wanna make sure I'm not missing anything here. Oh my god, Pollen's got exactly 2500 HP. Dude, that's colossal. Imagine, 1/4 of max HP at early game. This is just the introduction. Oh, yep, we got a connection. Now, I doubt this is gonna be the real path, so I'm gonna go here first. No, we can't. If you turn back, they'll catch us. Oh, so I did come from there. Okay, okay, sure, Pollen. Well, thank you for confirming now. But... what is the deal with this place, then? Or is there like the room above actually just like a resting spot? I feel like it would be way too obvious to go there first, so I feel like this room to the right is the one that has a side path in there. They did, but also remember, Miko. They also have to get naked for this. We just gotta straight up right run in. I mean, okay, we spent 11 hours farming mind flayers, but it's not like they understand that. Oh yeah, I shouldn't have come here yet. Damn it. Come on, game. I should have gone to the right first. Guess this is it for us. What? Think about it. How many soldiers are after us? We don't have infinite magic, you know. You got infinite power, though. If they storm us with their superior numbers, we'll surely run out of energy sooner or later. We've gotta face the facts. This is not like you. Most likely. Huh? This is not like you at all. You have an... you actually think I have a personality? Wow. And what could you possibly know about me? Huh? What happened? Leonora, get back!
Yes, my prison has been unlocked.
The Dark Elf!
I simply lost my body in the previous battle, nothing more. But the crystal has given me physical form once again. The horrifying noise is also gone. This time, I will finally acquire eternal life.
You say eternal life? Guys, how about the one shot? I feel like I can do this. Flare.
This form no longer suffices.
Oh. You are still warming up? Well, too bad, so was I. Meteor time. Face your true doom. How does that feel, huh? You missed? What? Okay. If you don't like Meteor, then I guess I'll try another Flare. That's a pretty quick spell too, honestly.
Missing? Mishy mashy mishy me 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 me.
Do I gotta freaking heal you or something? You bastard. Or are you just very good at dodging? Yep, that ain't enough. Alright. Okay, let me try something more simpler. Fundaga. Is it like just because it's like non-elemental magic? I don't think so. Hold on. We also got... I think I got stop here somewhere. I got slow. Do I not have stop? Well, we do have haste though. So Palom can do more bullshit. Wow, you are really something else, huh? Do I have to like do this like melee form? Man, this is so lame though. I thought I could easily one-shot them, but I guess not. Let me go for lightning arrows and let me try melee this. No, that doesn't help either. Quake is not gonna work on you. Death is probably too unexpected on bosses. I wish I had Ultima. Yeah, so anyways, I started blasting. That's basically like the story of my life. Oh, there is a stop. I thought that was white magic.
Oh, come on, man.
Is nothing really gonna hit you? Look, I'm actually running out of mana here, so if you could please off yourself, that would be very nice. No effect, huh? Would Libra work? I mean, I don't think so, but I guess I should give it a shot. And it isn't even like the fact that it's like inefficient. It just... it doesn't hit. This would be absorbing things rather than just dodging them. If this were ineffective spells. What if I try healing you? Oh, not that. Whoopsie. Like, let me try a single healing spell on this, because it is Dark Elemental, so maybe it actually has some sort of, like, affinity for getting healed. Palom!
Magic doesn't work?
Oh, no. It's her. I see. He was also dodging my melee attack, so he was just, like, dodging everything. Oh, it actually hit that thing? Oh. You ain't gonna fight me? At least not yet. That's a bit lame. You took away my win on this one. Yep, scripted.
The noise is gone, and yet... Where? Where's my eternal life? Ah!
I do wonder. Not my problem.
Shiva! That must mean...
This bitch and that bitch. Go bitch yourself up. I don't wanna see you.
Who are you? Give me the crystal.
No. I refuse.
You are from Baron. Didn't you hear me? Give me the crystal. What happened to Cecil? I don't need to answer that. If you won't give it to me, I will take it by force.
Use the force, Luke.
We'll see about that. For a specimen of an inferior species, you seem to have some measure of intelligence. But you fail to realize the gap between your power and mine.
Oh, really? Let's give that a shot then. Yep, that's what Shiva did, absolutely. Dodge this, bitch.
Palom! Give me the crystal and get out of here. I can't. I'm your teacher, right? You got to listen to me. But... Don't worry about me. I got the perfect plan.
Nuke the shit out of her!
Really? Yeah. Trust me. Now, Yunora, go!
I hope I got my stats back.
Finally ready to hand over the crystal now? You said I was one of an inferior species, didn't you? Yes. Well, you're about to be outfoxed by someone of that species. Right before your eyes. What do you mean? I mean this. Break!
Palom! No!
Huh? Palom.
You just sense somehow that he's gone? My man just literally like did the same fucking thing he did in the first game. I swear. This guy. This freaking guy. Dude, I just wanted to fight against her. I had such decent chances now. Palom just took the covered way. And it sucks.
Petrifying yourself along with the crystal. What a fool. I'll just shatter your body and retrieve the crystal. Wait!
Oh.
Don't you touch Palom! All we want is the crystal. I know that.
Please, Leonora, don't go against his will.
Esuna! You idiot! Why did you come back here? How could you do that? Why did she shatter you to pieces? She was bluffing. You're the one who's bluffing here. You've always been that way. What?
You know me?
So there I was on the slopes on Mount Ordeals, and when I cast an awesome blizzard and...
Back when they were kids.
Ow! How many times are you going to be late to training? The elder is really angry.
That's problem for you, alright. I could just sing like, you know, at this point, whoops, I did it again, with Palm. Hee hee. So that's Leonora. They were also from Mysidia. So is this gonna be like that, you know, long forgotten love confession that we're gonna have at the last minute before your death, and that means that we are just gonna have some super amazing powers at the end, and somehow we're gonna miraculously survive through this because of some freaking power of love. Biggest plot armor.
Nice. That was you?
You've been that way for as long as I've known you. Bluffing and talking big. Just to make others feel better. I've had enough of this. Hand it over now.
Hand my balls.
I think you misunderstood.
Huh?
Who said anything about giving you this thing?
Giving up your last chance to live? I find such a decision incomprehensible.
Wow, big words.
Maybe so. You know, this girl here is no good as an e-popped. But as my partner, she passes with flying colors.
Oh, you learned the particle bomb band. Let's see. Can we defeat her? Come on, I didn't get my stats back. Man, don't make me use Ether for this. Oh no. I didn't remember honestly like the girl from the ending, but I guess that like, you know, closes off some gaps. Fuck, I'll even use Ether if I have to. I got the bunch anyway, I don't care. Let's go. I also got Osmos actually. Let me try this first. Just to make sure we're on the same page. Really? Oh, come on, man. You're not gonna give me any? Okay, fine then. 3 flares will do then. $7k damage. That's not too bad. Can I actually slow this bitch? Actually, before I do that, let me first do Shell here. I want to make sure that... Oh yeah, let me actually bluff here first. Let me weaken her a bit. But yeah, like, I like to make sure that I'm able to last through anything that this bitch is gonna make come my way. I'm not gonna give her a chance. Right, so that didn't seem to have any effect, but that doesn't matter. I'll flare anyway. AK damage, that's pretty good. Then we got... I don't think we need anything else, to be honest. I think this will do. I could try slowing her down, though. Oh, she actually slowed! Now, isn't that interesting? How much gonna beat your ass before you're gonna come back to me? Let's see if I can Fundara you. 6 damage? And I was just like, is that it? Bro, I already did 20k damage to you. What do you mean, is that it? Aw. Damn scripted shit, dude. Alright, come at me. Come at me. They did not prepare for me using flares, to be honest. That's pretty silly. That's pretty silly. Not gonna lie. If I had more mana. If I had more mana. Only if I had more. Oh, that's fair. I just didn't think it would be that worth it at the moment. Oh well.
Leonora!
Last year of Crystal. Him being double the level the game intended him to be at this point. The boss, that's it. I mean, they said it after I did 3 flares on them. So, you know, they were just like taking heavy hits from my flares. And then after I actually did that one single wimpy attack, they were like, is that it? Like, after that, they were like, huh, that's damage? Not really. But I mean, I was able to compare to it.
Wait. You can't.
I am done with you.
I wonder if she actually is defeatable, though. If you have just enough ether.
No.
No! Mount Ordeal's Trail. Wait, Kain and Porum are together?
What?
Palom?
What happened to Palom? He isn't dead, is he? And also Porum, why the hell are you with Kain? Oh, the cliffhangers. Ah. Okay, let me guess. What's the last room on the actual all the way to the right on the last cave? What's the like the safe spot that Leonora ended up at once she teleported? Because I want to at least make sure that I didn't lose anything or miss anything. Because I guess that's it. I guess this is one of those secret love relationships. And that sucks. Well, that ends Palom's tale, though. Quite conveniently exactly at 6 hours, so I'm happy. Look at the stat differences, guys. This is insane. 24 and 27 to 55s, and the HP is basically tripled, and MP is more than doubled. Great. Alright, Palom is good, though. Well, if it's the same room like the 4, it is the save room. Okay, well, I'm gonna assume that's the case, yeah. Well, in any case, though, I guess we got all the important stuff anyway, so I won't really be worrying about that anymore. We're done, and that's what matters the most. Next time around, it seems that we'll be going for Edge's Tale here, because we are gonna be going through this in a chronological order, or like the list order, I guess you could say. So we're not gonna see Porum yet, but I do wonder what Edge's Tale is gonna be. We'll see. But in any case, though, guys, thank you so much for joining on the stream. Hope you had a wonderful time watching me play Final Fantasy The After Years. We just barely managed to do the Palom story at the very end, and I'm very happy about that because I've been stuck farming for Mindflayer for so long, and I can understand that for many of you, except for Timor, of course, I suppose that it's a very good thing that we finally move on so we can actually get to the game, get to the story. And I'm looking forward to seeing, like, actual gameplay, actual difficulties playing again once I'm gonna get to Edge, but we're gonna see about that. Anyway, though, thank you guys so much for joining on the stream. If you missed any of this, although there isn't really much that you have missed, except for me shouting out of my lungs when I got my Mind Flayer, you can catch up all of my on this stream and all my previous streams on my YouTube channel. Go to the live section there. You're gonna find those under my channel name, Emenalus, and all the other streams I've done also in the past about like not only this game but other Final Fantasies are there too. Now, if you also do want to catch up on my future streams, I'll be streaming every single Monday, Thursday, and Saturday, starting at 4 PM GMT+2. If you don't know when that is, just look back into when the stream started. That's gonna be the time the stream starts every single time. Remember, Monday, Thursday, and Saturday. Yes, Mad Hatter, this was only one small bit. So, we're gonna be grinding even more. Except, though, in a different way. We still have many stories to go through, so we're still far from being done with this game. But at least we got no other compulsory grinds, at least I don't think so. So we should be fine. Maybe. As long as Mika doesn't tell me anything else juicy that I could easily miss. But anyway, though, thank you guys so much for joining on this one. Hope you had a wonderful time. I'm satisfied. I hope you guys are too. We'll be finding out what Edge is all about next time, and hopefully we'll be able to get through that story and others fairly quickly. Because we've already been spending a lot of time on this game. I don't want to be overstaying my welcome. But with those regards, thank you guys so much for joining on the stream.